Well, they say the longest journey starts with the smallest step, and yesterday was the first step in quite a big European Cricket Series. 10 teams here in Barcelona. The former European champions certainly got their year off to a good start with a couple of wins. And then the afternoon session, we saw a little bit of magic, but then red bit back. Today, we have the 2023 ECS champions on deck first up. It'll be the Jaguars taking on Men in Blue, who are back, and I'm back too. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Spain, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Good morning to you, bon dia, and welcome back to Barcelona. It is day 2 of this huge 4-week European Cricket Series coming to you from the Montjuic Olympic ground. Conditions very, very pleasant this morning for some cricket, and 4 T10 matches are coming your way. Now, we are starting the day with a clash between Men in Blue and Catalunya Jaguar. Now, Men in Blue, they did have a few players playing last year's series, particularly for the Badalona CC club, but Badalona CC not in the competition this year. But we do have Men in Blue back, and they've got quite a bit of history on ECN, and they're taking on the defending champions. Although what I will say, the Jaguars lineup, they don't really look like the same unit that we saw winning the trophy back here in December. So I do have some toss news as well. Men in Blue won the toss a little bit earlier on, and they elected to field first. I know they'd like to do that. They've got the money man in there, Abhishek Borak. I expect him to open the bowling, and we did see a fair bit of swing yesterday under these conditions, didn't we? Sometimes the bowlers couldn't control it, but that sideways movement was there. Also, Naresh Kumar, he is a very, very good player, scored a bunch of runs in last year's tournaments. Nehith Reddy, who has a fair bit of national team experience as well to bring to the table now. And Omar Ali, what a pickup he is for the Men in Blue side. Expect to see him behind the stumps, but also he's a very, very destructive player. And look, they look very, very strong to me against the Catalunya Jaguars lineup that, yeah, like I said, missing some of those key players like Yasser Ali, like Hamza Salim Dar this morning. And I think that they might actually find themselves as the underdogs, funnily enough. Zulkarnain Haider will lead the side this morning. I think he's going to have a big responsibility, particularly with the ball, I think, to get out some of these dangerous Men in Blue hitters. Let's talk conditions, and right now it's quite pleasant. I mean, we're starting a little bit later compared to the last series, so we're starting 10 a.m. local. So by now, actually, there's not too much dew around. It's currently about 10 degrees. We're expecting maybe 14, but it feels quite nice out here at the moment, and hopefully it stays that way. Georgie Parker is in the commentary box. I'm looking forward to starting the day with you, Georgie. Fantastic first day yesterday. Let's see what day 2 brings. They can tell you the news from the toss in match number 5 is that Men in Blue, they've won the toss. They've sent in the Jaguars. Let's get ready for the start of the match.
Thank you, Vinny. And yes, what a day it was yesterday. Had a couple of different results throughout the day, and hopefully we can have some nice action here as well as again today as we are here at the ECS Barcelona and have a look at that view. And we look at yesterday's result, Pakai Care, well, they took on Barcelona International and they came home with 7 points. Their first match, weren't so confident in the bat, but their second match, my goodness, didn't they have some great results there. Barcelona International getting their 1 point at the very last ball in their second match against them. And there, as you can see, Pakai Care having very confident with the bat. Mohamed Aisan there with 95 off 38 deliveries. An outstanding knock. Disappointing for him to not get that 100, but very, very close. In Barcelona International just ending the day 83 for 8 off of their 10 overs as well. So Pakai Care coming up with 7 points out of the 8. Magic Barcelona and Catalonia Red, though. Well, this was an interesting matchup, but Magic Barcelona won convincingly in their first match. Have a look at their Hassan, 91 off of 36 deliveries to begin with. And Catalonia, well, they were nowhere with the bat at the end of the day. Bati, well, he was good in both innings. And as you look at the second match, when they played in the next match, well, that's when the tables turned. And Bati was outstanding with a 50 knock. Also good with the ball as well. But we saw lots of things. We saw some hat tricks. We saw it all, near hundreds. As we welcome Vinny back in the deck. Welcome back into the cube. And, well, yesterday we had some good results. Today, maybe same.
Today's another story, and we're going to see 4 teams that haven't played in the tournament yet. Yeah, good morning, Georgia. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, look at the table there. So Pakai Care off to the races with 7 out of 8 points. So Barcelona International, that point, who knows? Let's take that off the former European champions. Remember, Barcelona International only got 1 win last year. So that was at least something to take away. Catalonia Red ended up with 3 points out of the 8. And look, it was quite important, I think, that they at least got a win because, as we saw last year, that higher finishing position is such a big advantage. So, yeah, let's have a look at what's coming up this morning. So, Men in Blue, good to see them back. Although quite a few of their players, they played in the tournament in November, December for Barcelona CC, but now they're back with Men in Blue. Some more of their regulars as well. Calagatla in there, listed to open the batting. Omar Ali, we saw making a lot of runs in the last tournament. Surya Balu as well. Took one of the few 6-fers last year. And is also
6-fer?
6-fer, yeah. I think we only had 3 in 2023, took one of them right here, but also he's a very good batter. And Naresh Kumar made a bunch of runs. Now, this is what interested me. So, when you consider that the Catalonia Jaguar, they won the tournament last year, you'd expect them to go in favourites. But because of the personnel issues they've got this morning, they're only listed at 32%. So, Men in Blue, we haven't seen in the European Cricket Series since 2022. They actually start pretty convincing favourites, but that's according to the supercomputer. So I guess we'll see.
We'll see.
Supercomputer's right.
Well, that's it. We'll see how it go, and we'll know pretty early on. Men in Blue taking the field.
Yeah, Men in Blue have some pretty cool-looking uniforms as well. Kind of inspired by the Indian strip of yesteryear. Now, this guy opening the bowling, Abhishek Borikar, I call him the money man because he's always on the money, and he actually was a golden ball hero back in 2021. I remember that he delivered a golden ball. That was on day 3 of the season. It was my first ever golden ball I commentated. That's why it sticks out. And he blew up the stumps. So, yeah, we're going to get going. Catalonia Jaguars, slightly different strip than we saw them from last time. But let's get ready for the start of day 2. And there you go, money man delivering. Little outswinger. Left and goes through to the keeper first up. There's Omar Ali behind the stumps.
Moneymaker is a nice nickname.
Yeah. Money man. Yeah, Moneymaker's
Money man.
good.
You'd like to be both, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Well, might shake his Moneymaker if he picks up an early wicket. This is a push for a single. And we have our first run of the day. So, looking out there, we've got Zulkarnain Haider, who's leading the side. So I said he'd be a key, and obviously he's given himself the responsibility of opening the batting, and he's out there with Karam Shazad. So, I mean, they've got a fair few guys that they have played a lot of ECN cricket, or at least a bit. But yeah, the Jaguars, you know what happens when you get to the top, you got to start at the bottom again. This is their first game of the series.
Well, it's hard to stay at the top as well, isn't it?
Hangs the bat out here and slightly mishandled there. I might think it too, but they're happy with just a single. Yeah, Catalonia Jaguar are a side who we actually only saw playing for the first time in the end of the 2023 season. So they were kind of a mishmash of players who had played for different teams, but they had a bit of an all-star look about their squad. They have a big squad this time. I think it just matters who they put out there. There's that off-cutter, bites in a bit left to right. So, yeah, obviously these are amateur athletes we're talking about, and they have issues with work, with other commitments, and some of the logistics. So that will be a constant battle as well for captains and for teams to get their best teams on the park.
That's it, and trying to get the best out there, but the teams with a little bit more depth then.
Well, there you go. That'll help. This is up in the air, and it is going to be 6. Maximo. First one of the day. That's Surya Balu down there. We just talked about him. He's also a very good fielder. Tried to kind of matrix himself outside the field of play to bring that back in, but he couldn't. 6 runs.
You could see what his brain was trying to do, thinking, am I tall enough to be able to pull this back in and keep it in the field of play? Of course, if you touch that ball while your feet are still in play, or you've jumped while you're still in the ropes, you could maybe avoid the 6, but...
Well, that one ain't being stopped, and you don't have a play on that. That's going to be halfway up the fence. That's a monster from Hyder. Back-to-back Maximos, and Jaguars getting hold of the money, man.
That's it. 12 off of 2 deliveries. Handy what you need in the first over. So those couple of singles earlier in the over, probably not enough, so nice to see that eyes getting in the game. And 27 days to go. Yeah,
until the ACL.
That's it.
Can't wait.
It should be enormous, shouldn't it?
Will be, definitely. And when you think about it, Cattle and Jaguar, if they can stay together as a unit, they're a team that actually beat Pakai Care in the final last year. And Pakai Care, they'd already qualified for the ECL by then by being all Spanish champions in the format. But just shows you that the Jaguars, they've got some pretty good players in their squad. They might have some ambitions of representing Spain in the Champions League. Hey, I just noticed in the chat that Jules is in there, and it's his birthday today. So happy birthday, Jules. He's watching from the UK.
Happy birthday, Jules.
Jules is quite an interesting character as well. He's a bit of a journalist as well. He's done a bit of commentary as well. And also while I'm there, might as well say hello to Dave B, who's watching from France. Hello to Rob T, who's watching from New Zealand. And Ivan B, also I think watching from the UK. Hello to Shohag as well. If you missed us yesterday, this is Georgie Parker with me. And Georgie, how was your first day in the ECN commentary cube?
Oh, no, I loved it. It was great. It was a good standard of cricket. We had some nice, interesting results. We had some ripper catches. We had a hat trick.
Yeah.
We had an upset. It was great to see.
A few Derricks. You debuted your duck sound.
And I want to put this out there that I was been latching onto your Maximo.
Yeah.
And you're a little bit worried that maybe you thought people would think that you've asked me to say that.
Yeah,
but I just love saying it. So I just want to put that out there.
I just wanted to make it clear that you don't have to.
No.
It's not like a prerequisite.
But I like it. And I'm going to say it.
You do it. You do what you feel.
I like it.
It's a good philosophy in life.
That's it.
As long as you're not hurting anyone, do what you feel. I think we might have a bit of a connection issue here at the start of this over, and that's why we don't really have the ability to start the second over yet. So if we're not going to get going, let's perhaps just welcome you into the cube. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Georgie Parker, and it's great to have your company, day 2. And actually, I know you have been to Spain quite a few times. You're quite well travelled. I know that.
Yes.
But we went out for a little bit of tapas last night, didn't we? And that was all right.
We did. You had a couple of vinos as well, didn't you?
Just a couple,
Vinos.
just to be clear.
Yeah.
Not that I needed any help getting to sleep after pulling an all-nighter the night before to get here for day 1.
No.
But it was nice to get out and meet the crew, and obviously you feel like part of the family already, so welcome.
I know. It's been wonderful. You guys have been so welcoming. So have the chat line as well. So I know you had a couple of DMs send me a message saying it's nice to hear me on the ECN.
On ECN.
So, yeah, it was lovely. Thank you.
Often Enrique has an expression that I borrow sometimes. He said, ECN, we like to make players' dreams come true. And now, I know from seeing on social media that we've made one of your dreams come true.
I
now,
did.
To commentate on ECN.
I messaged them and said, how do I get a job on this wonderful league? It's the best league in the world. It gives me such joy, this league. And I wanted to work on it. And so here I am around the other side of the world, getting to do something that I love.
You were saying that this morning when we were talking off air, weren't you? You were saying that you really take pleasure in seeing, grown-ups enjoy sport, even if they're not playing it professionally.
That's it, because you have that as kids, you enjoy it, and then the only adults you really see on TV are professionals. And I tell you what, I was a professional athlete. You don't enjoy it as much as you do when you're a kid. And I don't think that we enjoy it as much of these players out here playing. So I love that. It gives me such happiness to watch it, and I think it's so important for the sport. So that's why I love it, and that's why I love this league, and that's why I wanted to be over here and work with the ECN on it, and here I am.
Well, often I say, we've got the biggest and therefore best league in the world. As far as matches played, that's certainly true. Maybe while we're here as well, we can let you know what's coming up, and there's plenty coming up as well. We'll let you know during this first innings, and
have a look at where you're going, Vinny.
And look, there are a few that aren't there this year, but we're getting to a stage where we can't kind of visit everywhere we want to every year. So we're in Spain at the moment. ECL break coming up next. Then in Portugal. And of course, you met Paolo here, who's actually one of the main men in Portugal, and runs that Santarém cricket ground. This is going to be a bit of a pull shot, which is off the gloves, and it's going to run down the leg side for 4. So I think hopefully everything's back up as far as the technicals are concerned. But we had a few issues yesterday with the scorecard. Hopefully they're not hanging around today. Yeah, but Paolo, he runs what we call Europe's SCG, the Santarém cricket ground in Portugal. It's hosted some internationals now as well.
Yeah, I felt like a real idiot with you guys yesterday. Everybody speaking all these foreign languages and just me speaking English, not even very well.
That's normally me.
No, you're a Spanish speaker now, Vinny. I've been hearing you talking around the ground.
I got most of the conversation last night when we were chatting with the wait staff, but there was a funny moment. This is down leg side. This is Sorab Tawari, who's bowling over number 2. But there was a bit when they were talking about Marzi's dish being cooked in a certain way that I completely lost. I just kept nodding and said, yes, that's fine. But if they had some serious food allergies or something, I think that's something about they were cooking it with the seafood. So was that a big deal? He wanted chicken.
That's it.
As this is punched away, finds the gap. I think that's running away for 4. Nice shot by Shazad. So Jaguars, like I said, it's maybe a bit of a cast of understudies here today, but they certainly still have some good players in their lineup. That's a nice shot through the offside.
That's a great little wristy shot there, isn't it? And good effort from the fieldsmen. 3 of them all running down there, wanting to get their steps up early. Yes, it's not too cold today, but nice to keep a little bit warm in the field, particularly early on.
Tawari, not the worst ball there. Shazad getting into his work. Keeps this one out. It's not a bad spot to be. We saw full and straight be pretty effective yesterday, didn't we?
Well, that's it. A lot of our wickets were taken from that. A few clean bowled actions. Though not quite that Yorker length, but just unable to play. And a couple then as well, even ricocheting off of the feet of the players. But I think ultimately, if you're aiming at the stumps, you're going to be, and not at a decent length.
Yeah.
You can't go too wrong. You just can't go too short. Otherwise, you're going to get punished.
Yeah, you got lots of good things can happen, I think. I mean, occasionally we see...
Well, there's not getting a wide. That's what you're not doing.
Yeah.
When you're getting so many extras.
Extras a factor as well in this form of the game. Another wide down leg side.
I think we had an 11 or a 12 ball over yesterday from so many wides. And so if you can avoid them, it can give you a few runs back in your pocket.
You're exactly right there. If you sometimes see some plus minus 30 run swings with extras in a game. This one's more on the money. Push and run. Have to hustle. Just gets there. Got a feeling this might have been out of it here. Check it out in the replay. Yeah, the other thing is we haven't really run into this yet, but he's bowled a lot of wides, bowled extra deliveries. Can run into trouble with the clock, and that is policed pretty strictly. That hit, he was gone by a couple of steps.
But good running in the end.
Good running because they made it.
Yes, exactly.
Ready doing the fielding. We're disappointed that he doesn't hit the target. Nice little angle cut shot here. That'll be 4 as well. So Hyder has made a bright start to his innings. And at the end of the second over, Catalina Jaguar 34 without loss.
It was a great little shot right in between the 2 players. Timed it really, really well. Used his angles nicely.
Yeah, and see, so it's still going. So we're kind of talking 7 minutes to bowl the first couple. Now once again, Tawari. But I suppose because he doesn't have too much of a run-up, and I'm actually a bit of a fan of bowlers not having too long run-ups at this level, because sometimes things can just go wrong.
And you have such a short period of time to bowl your 10 overs.
But if it's too short, I think Tawari's just basically like ambling up and going, then he may be not getting any fluency in that action. Kind of was all coming from the arm. That's well bowled though. Tawari will get out of the over. 17 come off it, and that will be the end of the over. That's not fake news now. It's 31 without loss after 2.
And a good little start here as well for the Jaguars.
Yeah, they
31 off of the first 2. A couple of 6s and a couple of 4s.
Yeah, 137, like I said, was the average score last year. And I still thinking about that 130 in a normal game, probably par. These two not having played yet. Dragons, new team to the competition. And yeah, looking forward to seeing them on the park. Same format as last year's competition as well.
Yesterday was interesting to note that none of the chasing teams won.
True.
So
yeah, good observation.
Catalunya Jaguars batting today first could be maybe a trend.
Yeah, well, in the air, this is an accidental shot that's going to go a mile. It's going to heaps over the boundary. Well, shades of yesterday at a key moment we saw what I call a Baximo, because it's backwards and it's a Maximo. And if you swing the bat hard, sometimes things go your way.
Baximo.
Well, if you like the Baximo, you'll love the Aximo, which is an accidental Maximo, which is that's the same thing as that, actually. That was both.
The Baximo Aximo. No, but we had a lot come over that side of the ground yesterday. It's a fast outfield and short boundaries.
Smith ready, the bowler here in over number 3. Again, have to hustle. That would have been out as well. But you can see the importance of taking calculated risk. As we'd say in Australia, there's no stall gift runner there, but he knew that he had to take on the fielder. That's probably maybe 20-30% chance you direct hit from there.
Yeah, exactly. At that angle, you don't have much of the stumps to aim at.
Ready. Good play up. Just go down leg side, I think.
Yep. I don't think in line.
That's a good think about it. Yeah, so pretty entertaining so far. I just want to remind everyone, jump in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. We love the interaction. A load of cool Dick Lal, who's in the chat at the moment. And Viking Bay saying that he managed to get a Maximo into a work call yesterday. Well, I'd love to hear the backstory behind that. This is hit in the air, doesn't carry. Don't run.
What do you think are some workplace situations that you could be using that, Vin?
I mean, I use it in my workplace every day.
Well,
but
in a normal
it's a
job.
good question. Maximo. I mean, maybe like at lunch, I'm gonna take this for a Maximo, or I'm gonna give this Maximo effort.
Maximo effort.
Maximo effort, I think, is important, no matter what you're doing.
Yeah.
It's a good question.
Someone's.
You could use it as an adjective, as well as a noun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a multi-faceted word, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, language is ever evolving.
Let us know in the chat what you used it for.
Yeah, Viking Bay, you got to let us know what you're talking about.
Let's set a challenge to some of our viewers. Let's try to get some into your workplace calls today.
Yeah, do it. Also, it can kind of, maybe you can, what is it called when you get in someone's head? Subliminally get people interested in ECN, because the more the merrier. Subconsciously, yeah. All right, last ball of the over. It's been a good one from Reddy. Oh, now he's going to get uppercut. That's going to fly off the bat, and it's gone all the way. Maximo. Well, it's easy to use when they hit like that. Again, it's not the worst ball really, but look at the hand speed here. Get a beautiful view of the city in the background as well. That will be the end of the over. So pretty good power play for the Jaguars after being sent in. And you said that the team's batting first, they won every game yesterday. But despite that, men in blue, they wanted to bowl first. But they've been chasing leather so far, 44 without loss after 3.
And when it is head-to-head, maybe they will change tactics next match if they win the toss. But a great first 3 overs there from the Jaguars. And we were concerned whether or not they were able to keep that form from last year where they were winners. But not so far. running at a good run rate so far. Just under 15 runs and over. 44 off of 3.
Yeah, good run rate.
And we've got Balu coming in.
Yeah, Surya Balu, mentioned him earlier. He's got a killer slow ball. Yeah, he's got a very, very well-disguised slow ball that he can use. Now, it's early in the innings, so you'd say probably wouldn't use it as much, but it's a bit of a weapon. Shazad, 17 off 7, faces up. Gives it the old kitchen sink, misses out. You mentioned yesterday, didn't you, about a few players just trying to heave the ball maybe in the wrong direction. That's probably one of those examples. I think batters that are able to hit both sides of the wicket, obviously, just have a few more options, don't they?
That's it. And it comes to footwork, doesn't it? And that's in all sports. If you move your feet, you're able to change what the ball's doing.
Yeah, you're able to kind of also just have more options. I mean, it's often, actually watching a lot of high-level hockey, which I did play hockey and I did enjoy it, and similar sports like Australian football as well, and I suppose
tennis.
Tennis. But I was talking about options. So, like, assessing your options and picking the right one. And that kind of translates to a number of sports, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, really all sports. Assessing your options and picking the right one. So when cricket with batting, what we're talking about, assessing options, you have some options in your mind before the ball's bowled, but I think it's really important to reassess based on what happens.
And that's from where the fielding positions are. So you know where they are, blah, blah, blah. So you can figure that out. But then the next thing is knowing where the ball's coming and seeing where that's ball's coming and choosing, well, what shot can I do with these field placements?
Yeah, 100%. And you sometimes also are factoring the history. So if a guy has just, for example, bowled a slower ball, then maybe he's not going to bowl it again, but maybe he is, I guess. But it's this kind of cat and mouse. It's a bit of a mental game as well.
And that's where the battle comes between...
Oh, no. We need to start to think of a name for this. It's kind of like a popping crease Tortuga, because that's the area that if it hits it, it just takes off, and poor Omar Ali almost took his head off, even though it was a fair way back, and that'll be 4 byes.
Yeah, it happened a couple of times yesterday as well. So you want to be avoiding that spot because it makes it absolutely impossible for this keeper to pitch or to see.
Well, this takes this off middle stump. Doesn't really get it, but he'll get lucky. Hyder. Yeah. Spins away, but they never ran the first one hard there. It'll just be a single. 50's come up in the 50 partnership as well during this over. At the end of it, it's 52 without loss. And let's go back. Hello to Arslan Khan in the chat. Also to Jeff Mobbs. He might have missed Christopher Ward earlier, so hello to you. And yeah, Jeff's asking, he's watching from Australia, I think, how did you pull up after your first day? You seemed to pull up okay.
Yeah, I was fine. I was a little bit tired. I know it's not the 5 or 6 day matches a day that you do, but all very new and scary
it's like
for me.
When you bring home a shiny new toy or something.
Like that's
what we are to you.
Well, it's like a new job. You know, your first day on the job feels. You're a bit anxious, a bit nervous.
Yeah.
Are anyone going to like me? Am I going to do a good job? You do all those things. So
I think we've answered all those questions in the affirmative. Anyway, this is Naresh Kumar coming on to bowl the next over. Fraction short. That is good footwork. I like the way he got across there, swung it to leg, and the result is 4 runs. Yeah, and what else have we got? Dave B's been doing his homework. He's asking about a couple of things you might have studied. Wow, that one really jumped up and out.
Oh.
He's seen enough. Yeah, Hyder. Just surprised. Not often you see a bit of extra bounce, but I know that solar energy is all the rage in the 21st century, but solar plexus, it's been there for a while. It gets rocked that time. Hyder.
Well, that's a winding spot, isn't it? That's you losing your breath kind of spot. Do you know what? Probably lucky it didn't get him a little bit higher right on the collarbone, but that one would have stung.
I know our baseball fans be a big fan of the bat flip, which you see occasionally in Major League Baseball, but this is the cricket version there. It reminds me a bit of Zayn Nakvi from Italy when he hit 6 to win off the last ball for Italy against England in the Euros a couple of years ago. He hit the 6 and he dropped the bat, threw it down, took the gloves off, threw it down. But that was a different reason. And well, everyone knows that the H2O is good for pretty much anything. Shazad's happy. He gets a free drink for no reason, just for watching.
Just need a moment after
Hyder's
those,
all right.
I think.
The reason I'm a bit tongue-in-cheek here is Hyder. He's tough as old boots. Don't you worry about that. He's
And just
gonna
a
get back
wave.
on the horse.
A wave just then that's saying he is okay.
I've got to love that Naresh Kumar, who's probably medium pace at a push, has got that one to jump up. Well, suddenly probably feels like he's Kapil Dev in his prime after that. And so, well, it might be in his head a little bit. I think it was the
Now,
right shot.
So where would you bowl this now, knowing that he's going to be a little bit ginger?
Falling at the stumps. You know, he's probably slightly thinking short ball. So he's kind of playing for a short ball anyway, even with that shot. So I'd be going full, trying to blow his stumps up. Goes short again, sets himself, does play the short ball, but gets away with it. Only just now. It's going to be a classic Shane Warne style leg spinner that's going to take it away from the fielder. This pitch, the artificial turf, I should say, the whole field, it does, the ball spins a lot off it. It's because it's artificial.
Exactly.
Look at this one.
It's the traction on it is very different to what it is on real grass. It's not super hard, but it's not super soft. It's an interesting feeling underfoot.
Yeah, it's different. It does hold it really well if we do get a bit of rain. We found that, obviously. And the pitch is a temporary pitch. We have only when cricket's being played here, but it's actually played pretty well. And it does have a little bit of life in it. We've seen a little bit of sideways movement off the pitch. Obviously, the odd one surprising the batter with bounce. Kumar's not a good over. Now, remember, we're out of the power play, so they're allowed up to 5 outfielders. So, yeah, Kettle and Jaguars just getting held back a little bit here. Yeah, Dave B is saying that in his work, he uses Maximo, Minimo, Aximo, Sweet Caroline, Sweet Grizzly Ball, Full Force, Full Fine Fortitude, 7-up, No Ball and Free Hit and others in his work every day because he's retired.
Oh.
So this is his work. Anyway, this is going to be up and out of the ground as well. So the uppercut, there's been a bit of a trend of this. Overs have been tracking okay for Men in Blue, but then a boundary off the last ball. So in the end, they'll get 12 off that. And it'll take us to the end of the over. So 5 overs down. Let's welcome you back into the cube. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, with Georgie Parker. And, yeah, first of 4 games today. Yeah, interesting for me that the Jaguars, despite being the defending champion, started as 32% underdogs in this one. But having said that, I mean, they're in pretty good position. Even with kind of the lack of the wickets, I feel like still anyone's game here because they haven't really bludgeoned the attack into submission yet.
No, they've not completely blown it away, but you can see that there's a little bit of depth there because they're seeing the ball well. They're not just free hitting and doing big air swings. They're actually making a lot of contact and playing the ball on its merit. And I think that's really important to not get too caught up with making a lot of 6s and 4s straight away.
Yeah, well, that's just in the slot and it's out of the park. How about that for a shot? Maximo to start the over. So basically 2 6s and 2 balls across the overs. There's the Brains Trust over there with the ECN crew keeping things all above board. There's Marzi and Paolo and Mita. It just shows you they are working. Last year, that was the kind of forbidden zone. I'll tell you why in a minute. Because the sun coming that way, they'd often have like a sheet over that side of it. So we couldn't see them on the camera. So it was... Sometimes we were calling it the mystery cube because we actually didn't know who was inside at any particular moment.
But now they know they're getting airtime. Bit more effort in their appearance, do you reckon?
Yeah, well, they're transparent. Anyway, this is hit from outside leg, and it travelled a long way off the bat. Hyder to 48, and the Jags have hit 3 6s in the last 3 balls. Yeah, Reddy just getting the line wrong, though. Then...
You can see that win predictor, though, earlier in their game. We thought the Jaguars were sitting at 30%. Let's put that up to 46%.
Interesting, they're not quite favourites yet. I mean, they're in a pretty good position. Oh, well, even better after that. Well, this is a baseball ground, time to round the bases. Shub, he loves taking a crowd catch. I said it was against doctor's orders. He was chasing that one, but it was just too far. And how about that for a shot? As Karam Shazad absolutely horns it out of the ground.
What an over for the Jaguars here. 54 off of 21, so he gets his half century there.
That was Shazad that hit that. So I'm not so sure.
That's right.
Yeah. But, yep. And so sometimes, let's just see. I got a feeling. Sometimes when this happens, and remember, we play cricket at a pace that is unprecedented. So sometimes you'll see if the scoring kind of gets mixed up for a bit, then we'll have to stop and sort it out. But anyway, it's not often you see one player bringing up another player's 50. But again, that's probably something you'll only see here on ECN. Hello to Tracy as well. She was umpiring in Cyprus, and she said, luckily, we're not playing in Cyprus today. Apparently, it's pouring down. I think we might have got out and out just in time because Cyprus finished on Sunday.
More beautiful weather here in Barcelona.
Well, straight pull. This is going to have just enough. Maximo. And, well, again, he's hitting these runs. He's not getting credit for them. So I think this one could end up in the Supreme Court. I'm sure it'll all be sorted out eventually. But Shazad, he's batting very, very well. 26 off 13 now. Hit towards Borica. And he takes it. Very nice catch. So Shazad goes 6 and out in the 6th over. Reddy has something to show for it. He'll finish with 1 for 37. That was a nice catch by the money man, just skating to his left on the boundary.
Yeah, and an important one as well. First wicket for the men in blue, and they needed one because, my goodness, the Jaguars were just tonking them out of the park. Bunch of 6s in the last over or so. So important.
Yeah.
Get the next batter out here.
It's kind of low on the bat there, wasn't it? And Borica picked it up straight away. Nice innings, though. 26 in the end. And yeah, Jaguars, he's just pointing down the bat, saying, hit low on the bat. I wasn't just making it up.
Not my fault, it's the bat's fault.
Yeah, good workman blames his tools, if you know what you're doing. Borica is going to hold on to the ball, and he's going to bowl the next over. So Hyder, one way or another, has brought up his 50. So I have had that confirmed now. And he wants more. He took that nasty blow, didn't he, to Kumar a little bit earlier on.
A little bit more blue sky around here in Barcelona. It was very grey yesterday, but blue sky is creeping out.
Right, full toss, knee high there, and only get it for 1. So, yeah, I think that I'm hearing the Y2K's back. That's why it changed the striker on the score line, but it didn't really affect the scoring. That's what I'm hearing. So, it's good to know. The scoreline's just gone for a walk, but should be back pretty soon. Borica. Yeah, bowls that cutter. Good boundary stop. So this Borica, he bowls 2 types of deliveries mainly. The type that kind of swings away. This is the other one, and he rolls the fingers down the right of the ball. Look at that. And so it actually comes back a little bit off the pitch. It actually bounced a bit more. It's a bit slower. So that's his variation that he likes to do, just to mix things up a bit. Very good shot. Wow. It's a back foot drive off a ball that was around the tram line, and he just helps it over cover for 6. Have a look at the footwork there. The footwork got him closer to the ball. That's an outstanding cricket shot.
The great cricket shot. And his teammate down the other end in Mania was happy with it as well. Give him a little high five halfway down the pitch.
Makes sense. Naveed Munir, the new batter. There's that slower ball, gets it wrong. Can anyone reach it? They cannot. And Balu is about as quick as they come in the outfield. Yeah, he spotted it, but he knew he was never going to get there. Really important, those straight fielders are some of your best fielders. I think we know that. You want them to be quick. You want them to have a good pair of hands. We saw Borica already when he was down there, take a good catch, got ready there at the moment. And you've got Surya Balu, 2 very good fielders, but not able to turn that one into a catch. Well, that is some sort of shot. That is reverse Malachi style Munir. Oh, lights, camera, action. How about that for a 4?
That was his switch hands. He knew where it was coming, knew where the space was. And watch that change of grip there, bringing it across. And what a great shot in the end. Straight for 4. And Munir's on 5.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to premeditate that because...
To gamble.
Yeah, it's too hard to do it in the moment. It's a good comeback, though, from Borica, who will go wicketless in this one, but some good signs from Abhishek. 100 comes up during that over as well. 101 for 1 after 7. So, yeah, we're speaking a bit about what's coming up on the network and looking in there. I think yesterday I got up to around Cyprus Encore in June, but yeah, Czechia, it'd be great to be back there again. Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria. Rome will have the first ever Meltle Cup as well, which is it's basically the women's version of the Western Shield. It'll be British and Irish Roses taking on Team Europe. So again, selection still to come for that. That's going to be something special. And then Austria and Croatia. ECC this year's in 2 divisions, so there'll be like a promotion relegation element to that. That's the Euros of cricket. And then we'll finish with Malta, Cyprus. And we should be back here in November. And that's the plan. It is subject to change, but the event that got everyone talking at the end of last year, the ECCW, the Women's Euros of Cricket, amazing. And we're planning to expand it from 5 to 10 countries taking part this year.
Oh, it's wonderful. The growing sport of cricket, particularly in the women's side. It's great to see.
Balu's bowling now. That's the...
Hey!
Oh, God! What a bit of fielding from Balu. And Munir's caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Check this one out. It's just an instinctive little back flick, kind of indoor cricket style where I come from. But Balu, he is a guy that can give you a bit of magic, and that was outstanding.
Do you know what? If you can't bowl them and you can't then bowl and catch, then that's the next thing you want to be able to do. You want to be able to be involved in that wicket, and he has done it. And what a great piece of fielding there. Great.
Munir
intuitive, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, intuitive is a good word. You could see that he just couldn't back the truck up in time, could he?
And you just knew where that wicket was because he didn't really have much time to look at it. And what a great piece of fielding. Whipped it back there, and they were trying to sneak a little run there, but not on his watch.
That was very, very impressive work from Balu. Oh, well, this is pretty impressive as well because it's Adios Pelota. That one's going downtown Barcelona. And what a shot by Haider, who isn't going anywhere. He's been a fixture in this inning so far. He's been very good off that back foot over the offside.
Have we ever thought of putting in nets around there?
Yeah, it would spoil the fun, really. I mean...
Well, it's a baseball ground.
Spoil the view.
It is a baseball ground as well, so I can imagine they'd be losing a few baseball balls.
Well, that one is going miles in the air, and it's coming down. Borica going to drop it. A bit of the end of finger job there. They'll get an easy 2. That one was a mile high.
Oh, that would have been hard to read in the sky. I did say there's a little bit more blue sky in the at the moment, but...
I actually lost that off the bat. I had to go for where the fielders were coming down.
And you can see it was just a little bit too far in front, so it caught his fingertips. He had to turn his hands around.
Slow ball this time. It's a top edge hanging in there. Another opportunity. This time it's taken. And so Haider, oh, well, he did bring up his 50 a second time, so maybe they did go back and fix that. But what I will say is that that's that slower ball. Have a look at the arm here. You see, it just comes out with a kind of scrambled seam. It's very well disguised slower ball that Balu's got. And that's a brilliant catch down there. Check it out in the replay. Yeah.
Covered good ground, able to catch that. Still moving pretty fast to be able to get that.
There's Pratik Shah down there who picked that one up really quick. Not easy to pick the ball out of the sky today. It's got a mixture of clouds and a bit of blue sky.
Yeah, that's it. It's changing colours quite a lot, so it's hard to really read the depth of it.
Yeah.
But that was great covering of the ground and a great catch.
Talk about action. It's been coming thick and fast so far.
And it's not even the 9th over, Vin.
Yeah, it's been crazy. I mean, the Balu little back flick run out is...
Oh, it's outstanding.
Some of the cricket you see here, it's quite incredible. Wow, first ball, 6. Going, gone. And Borica probably wisely doesn't offer it this, saying he's gone over the boundary. Not operating with 10 fully functioning fingers at the moment, I don't think, Abhishek.
That's it. His hand's still a little bit sore, you think, from his miscatch before. So he goes, not today, not worth it. It's already out for 6. Another 6 to the tally, so it's 115 for 3, coming up to the last ball of the 7th. Of the 8th, I should say. Slow ball,
it is again. Balu's been great here, just creating chances, taking a couple. This game's pretty much back to a 50-50, according to the supercomputer. That will take us to the end of the 8th. It's 116 for 3.
An interesting over there, got a couple of wickets.
We like to say it all happens in the 9th, but a fair bit happened in the 8th then.
That's it, a couple of 6s and a couple of wickets, but You love when you see just the natural way of playing like that wicket with
expressing himself.
That's it, throwing the ball back onto the stumps, and there was really no. If he missed it, didn't really matter.
Yeah, he might have given away a run, but then
what's the difference?
If you give away a run, you've got the newer batter on strike. But it's funny in a way. I don't think Munir's laughing. He provided a bit of a almost like a circus trick with his reverse, but then he got outmaneuvered, didn't he, by Balu in the very next over.
That's it. So coming up into the 9th over, and Vinny, you say it all happens in the 9th.
Yeah.
So
like I said, well, if it's anything like the 8th, it'll be exciting. And they bring back Sarab Tiwari. He gets hit. This will be a tough one. And Naresh Kumar can't keep it in. Pretty much had a free swing at that to try and slap it back, Karate Kid style, but unfortunately, he gets past him, and that's 4 runs.
Tried to keep it in, just wasn't able to. So Shishard on strike here. And that score predictor coming up to 142.
Hits leg side this time. Watch the bounce. The thing about the bounces here, sometimes at least we see balls bouncing once and going over fielders. And that's, again, the kind of rubbery base of the artificial turf. You wouldn't really ever see that on a natural turf field. So it's something that the fielders have to contend with.
We get used to it, though, after playing 18 matches here over the 2 weeks.
Now that one is going over everybody. It's going to crash in the bottom of the fence. Maximo! Oh, Mirza has come out. He's faced 2 balls. He's got 2 sixes. He's swinging away. And yeah, this is what a team like the Jaguars do. Like I said, might be a different cast of characters, but they got the same approach. They like to be attacking. And they're heading 140s at the moment, according to the run predictor.
And a winning culture. It's a winning culture.
Yeah, I agree with that. I found that in my club career at cricket, playing in kind of the grade system in Australia. We had quite a successful club, and you talk about winning culture. So youngsters would come in, and sometimes I'd see youngsters in other teams that would make playing clubs that wouldn't win very much. And I'd fast forward a couple of years down the track, and our youngsters were doing better. So
what
I say winning's a habit, right?
Well, what happens is you go in thinking, oh, we're actually going to win this, or we can win this, as opposed to, oh, we've already lost it. So, you know, Jaguars, even though they didn't have all their best players, they know that they can win.
Yeah.
And you can see that with how they're hitting the ball.
Marginal favourites now at the moment. This is not a bad delivery. Hard take, gets a bit lucky. Leading edge now, a long chase, and he's not going to be able to chase it back in there. That's Shanky Kalagatla, who I thought for a second he might be able to take the catch, but he had to turn on his heels and run. Again, it's that bat speed that creates that. Quite amazing. And with the spin of the artificial turf, it just kept on rocking to the boundary.
Yep. And a runaway, short boundaries and fast boundaries.
Yeah. Deadly combination. Mirza. Have another go. Last ball of the over. Oh, he hits a fair piece of this as well, and Kumar has to watch it. Sails over the fence for a ground rule double, and that'll be the end of the 9th over. 138 for 3. So men in blue, they're no strangers to a big chase, and they certainly are capable of pulling this off, but they're going to have to bat well. Still 1 over remaining.
152 is the predicted score for these guys. You know, they've got a lot of wickets in hand. They've been batting well, haven't they? 138 for 3.
Yeah, Kumar's going to come back and bowl his second over, so they'll just use the 5 bowlers here. Dave is quite active in the chat. Chris Schinkels watching from the Netherlands as well. Ronnie Spraggett, good to see you as well. All right, let's rock and roll. Kumar in the 10th. Oh, this is so high. Well, someone's going to reach it. I think Balu wants it. He's got a good pair of hands. He can't quite pull it off in the end. And it's so high, they're going to run 2. And they'll get there. And Balu was the man for me. And he gave it a good shake. But if you're a fan of the Newtonian physics, you'll know that acceleration meters per second, the higher it goes, the faster it's traveling with gravity
on the way
it's
back
coming down. And so it's a tough one. Does pretty well to get there in the end. And yeah, so high. Even these two, probably not a huge fan of running between the wickets. They'll easily get back for 2.
That's it. And well run. Every run matters at the moment in the last over here. A couple they've missed out there, but they've been tough ones.
Off cutter this time. They might look for 2 here if they're paying attention. They're not. And so it'll just be a single. Well, Dave was saying he'd like to hear, what's that? He wants to hear. He'd love to hear Georgie interviewing me.
I can interview you. I can ask
10
you.
questions.
10 questions.
That's a lot.
Do you know what?
Might be like might be a 6-hour
I was
interview.
about to say, with the amount that Vinny talks, I think 10 questions is too many questions.
So this is another teaser. Back to the line. Ready? Oh, he drops it over, and it's going to be 6. So, he got there, and he had options, didn't he? I'll check it out in the replay. But, look.
He gave it a go.
Yeah, he gave it a go. He was probably already thinking about what he might do with it. He could have maybe handed it off if he was worried he was going to run out of room.
I
But
think
yeah,
he's in two minds there, because I think he probably could have caught that. He probably
Yeah.
didn't think how far inside that boundary he was. And then maybe I was meant to throw this. Hey!
yeah, bowled him. Take that. So Kumar gets hit for a 6 down the ground. That might have not been, but no doubt about that. Mirror, though, that's a great T10 innings. It's kind of magical overpace, 22 off 6. And so not wasting any time. Mirror can be happy with his contribution, but he leaves with 2 balls remaining, 147 for 4.
And that's a classic last over of a 10 innings shot. Just
Yeah.
wanting to go for a boundary or a 6. It's all you need. No real loss. It's either that's better than a dot ball, because you're giving it a crack.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you got to be aggressive. It does mean new batter will come out. Fahad Iqbal. Okay, so 10 questions. Why don't we just say you can space them out, maybe one an innings.
One
so you
an
don't
inning.
think about. It's good. It's a good idea. I don't get interviewed much. I do a lot of interviewing.
I can do that, Vin.
So you can
I can
you
do
can
that.
prod. But you
Let's,
got next couple of days.
Let's start with next innings. We'll
Okay.
tease that. That's the hook. Georgie Parker
Whoa!
on a hat trick here.
It is. And Iqbal comes in and becomes just basically a ball magnet. The ball slides off his pad. And that will be another wicket. And I tell you what, if you're ever going to bowl a hat-trick ball, the last ball innings is a pretty good ball to bowl it, because they got no choice but to
Swing.
just swing away. Thing is, he gets into trouble there whenever batters back away.
Quack, quack, quack,
And they're
quack,
certainly in the
quack, quack,
line of fire. And we heard your duck noise yesterday, and
quack, quack, quack.
it was, I think, your original one. Look, I'm not going to tell you what to do.
I can't remember.
I can't do it. No,
I don't know what I'm doing.
your duck sounds like it's less waddling. It's more of a prancer. It's kind of proud of itself.
Well, shouldn't we all be proud of ourselves, Vinny?
Well, it depends.
Do you know what?
When you made a golden duck, it might not be the time. But
If you have pride in yourself, then...
hat-trick ball here, last ball. Oh, he tries his
go to
best.
the other end.
Yeah, well, they shouldn't make this. Oh. No, he won't make it. So Kumar actually does well. Doesn't panic because he drops the ball. I mean, it's last ball, so they're going to run no matter what. And
He didn't trust himself throwing the ball. Goes, I've got you for pace
He
here, and I
actually
think it's probably fair.
he has a little peek at who's running. And then he says, you know what? I think I'll get there first. And he's right. So, look, it was a pretty entertaining innings in the end. And, yeah, Catalina Jaguars going to finish, I think, it was 147 on the board, so 148 would be the target. And we'll have a look at the replay, and you can take us through the highlights. It was a pretty interesting innings, wasn't it? Decent opening partnership. We know that Jaguars may be missing a couple of the key names, but still a lot of hitting power in their batting lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. And it started with them in the top order. Had a half century to Munir's name, I think it was, and sixes after six. And they were hitting stick boundaries nearly every over, which is important when you're trying to get that run rate ticking over. Weren't many runs between wickets, that's for sure. They were wanting to do this power hitting, and you see the first wicket there. It was a good catch in the outfield.
Yeah, and some of this back foot hitting was pretty incredible over the offside.
You were
as well.
very impressed with that shot.
It's a difficult shot to play. Now this was a little bit of magic. After we saw the reverse from Munir, he just got turned around by a little bit of work. And Balu, I think even he was pretty impressed with himself with that bit of work.
That was the highlight of the innings for me. It was an outstanding piece of fielding, as was this catch, as we see that one come down there by Kumar.
Yeah, and so swinging hard and some of these balls flying away. We saw plenty of these kinds of scores chased down last year compared to previous years. And I think it's partly the balls we're using now, the Grizzlies. They're travelling a little bit further. That one travelled a mile in the air, almost left the Earth's atmosphere. And Balu got close, but not close enough. But yeah, some good hitting late. I think that Mirza did a good job. And I mean, that one Let's see if it comes back to bite him in the end. Turns out that would be the last runs we'd see, because then it would go wicket, wicket, and then run out of the last ball. Goes keeper to bowler. Naresh just slips out like a bar of soap at first, but he does enough. So, yeah, we're going to end up with a score of 147. And for the loss of 6 wickets in the end. 52 to Hyder batted really well, didn't he? Played some good shots in there. 25 balls, 44 for Shazad. 22 for Mears in quick time. And Amir Shazad with 15 off 6. Couple of goldens there for good measure. And yeah, I think 5 wides in the 10 overs, not a bad effort as well. As we look through the bowling figures. And, well, Georgie, some decent contributions there from Men in Blue.
Yeah, absolutely. Reddy went a little bit, and Tuari a little bit expensive there, but ultimately that's cricket. Balu was outstanding, 1 wicket for just the 19 runs, and Kumar as well, 2 wickets for 21 runs to his name. Only the 9 extras. And that could potentially be the difference.
And 4 of those bounced over the keeper off the pitch
off
side
the tortoise. That's
so.
it, the tortoise that's been hiding around there right at about the crease, isn't it? So I want to be avoiding that, but ultimately 147, 148 will be the chasing number for the Men in Blue.
I know Men in Blue, they fancy this chase. 148 will be the target, and we'll be back shortly right here in Spain with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Welcome back here to Barcelona for the ECS. So we've got the men in blue coming out to bat for the second innings against the Catalonia Jaguars, the last year's champions. On demand a little bit today, so they maybe aren't going to come into this game as favourites. However, they put on a great score. If we look here for the bonus point, so 4 points up for offer. However, if they restrict the men in blue, Jaguars restrict the men in blue to just 102 runs, they will take the full 4 points. If the men in blue get over 102, so they get 103, they will get at least 1 point if they don't chase down the total. Or, alternatively, if they get the total in just 7 overs, well, then they take the 4 points. So a nice scoring system that we have in play here with the ECS. Just makes it a little bit more interesting. A couple of different targets. We've got Manjit Singh taking the first ball of the innings there for the Jaguars. And a wide. I'll have to do that one again. That one just hit the seam and spun out right to left. You can see here that moved in the air plus something in the ground there as well. So have to start this over again. We've got Kumar at the crease. And what a way to start his innings with a Maximo. 6 to his name. And what a good start for him. If he didn't hit that, it probably would have been a wide coming down the leg side. So Kumar off to a flyer. 148 that target. Haidar was very, very good for the Jaguars, hitting a half century. Kumar comes again, and that one is a 4. So 10 so far off, 11 so far off the over with that wide as well. And just tucked away nicely down that leg side. And interesting to see that score predictors now come to pretty much 50-50. The start of the game, the Jaguars were only sitting at about 30%, but they did do such a good total with the bat. They were hitting the ball and seeing the ball very well, as we're just having to redo the stumps there a little bit at the bowler's end. Oh, and that one is hit, and that is coming straight to the cube, but doesn't quite make it. Stops in its tracks there. So just running through for 2. That one went pretty high in the air, and a good first over so far for the men in blue. Called Men in Blue as an ode to the Indian cricket team, and their uniforms look very much like it. They look great in their uniform. And is that another wide? So Singh having a bit of a tricky time here in this opening over for him. A couple of wides. Couple of big scores as well. A boundary and a Maximo. So 13.75, that's the required run rate that we're looking for. Just no run there. You hit 15 off the over so far. You don't have to do any risks in that first over. So it's been a good first over for the men in blue. And let's welcome Vinny. Come made his way back into the cube, and Vinny, it's been a long first over.
You're right about that. This is a long way in the air, but it's going to be gone.
And how's that? Great timing to come back into it.
I haven't really told you about the Mr. Maximo curse, that if I do wander back, often it results in a wicket. And Kumar, he's a very, very good hitter of the ball. He's going to have to go. And yeah, just got this slightly wrong. It was low on the back, like top edge in the end. And well caught by Waqas Mirza. He's having a pretty good game.
And it was well caught, absolutely. It's been one of those long overs where start miscounting. A couple of wides, a wicket. And his first over's gone for 4 or so minutes.
Yeah, that's it as well. It's,
and we've only had the 4 legal deliveries bowled. So 15 for 1 here.
Yeah, look, it's going to be an interesting chase. I think there's plenty of batters in this men in blue lineup.
About to ask you, who do you think is going to be the most important batter here? We've got Reddy coming in at 3.
Reddy's very good. I mean, the thing with the men in blue, and this is probably a compliment to the batting lineup, it's hard to pick out just one because they've got quite a few. Look at the top 5 or 6. They're all very capable. They could even all probably open the batting if they wanted. So they have a certain degree of confidence, but this is a nice start for Reddy, the left-hander, just works his one off the hip and gets 4.
That was well struck. Right in the space there. Of course, it is the power play, so all the men in the Vatu in the inside circle.
Yeah. But yeah, I think with these kind of chases, you just don't want to really be falling behind. You want to be trying to get ahead, or at least stay at that kind of 15 and over. And they've got 19 off this one so far. Yeah, they'll be hoping that they can take it magical here. Last ball. That's a good ball though from Manjit Singh. So a real mixed bag, as they say in the classics. 19 for 1 after 1.
It's exactly what they say in the classics. So an expensive first over. Calling for a little nick there by Ahmad, the keeper, but 23 matches since a golden ball.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to my first golden ball. You say there's one every 100 or so matches.
On average, yeah.
107 matches here in Spain, so fingers crossed I managed to snag one.
Longest gap between a golden ball, 405. Shortest gap, 1.
Well,
we had 2 in 3
nice?
games once.
Wouldn't that be fun?
It certainly would be. Men in Blue mentioned that they played a golden ball back in 2021. That was a very, very entertaining one. Borica was able to rip up the stumps. He's high, it's good bowler. Starts with a wide though. Probably going to get an extra run there. So Hyder, he's a guy, he's played a lot of cricket for Spain as well. He's probably known at the international level more as a bowler who can bat a bit. But you could see him opening the batting today. He hit some very nice shots.
Oh, absolutely. He batted brilliantly today. He got a knock to the chest. But after that, he was able to score a pretty good handy knock. And now he's been given the ball.
Yeah, Hyder. Just getting the angle, the direction wrong to the left-hander, but that kind of ball to the right-hander, I should say. Now the left-hand's on strike. Pretty much could put it there again. It would be right. Oh. Yeah, jams down. Well, some indecision about whether to go for a run. They decide against it in the end.
It was well fielded there in the end. Nearly nicked off of Hyder's fingers here, which could have potentially been a run out. But well covered behind stumps there.
Another one coming up here. It's hit straight. That's an umpire killer, really. Does well to get out the way. That'll be 4. They're ready. It started pretty solidly with 2 boundaries, and that one was laced flat and pretty hard.
Straight down the field with absolutely zero care of the umpire being there or not, really. And the initial one with the ball before was similarly placed, but this one he got right onto it and straight down for 4 runs. So Reddy's got 8 to his name. So 25 off 1 off 8 legal balls.
Yeah, loses his 10 leg sides variation. Well, knocked down there, Ayaz Ahmed. We saw him last year for the Spartans Hospitalet side.
That's a tricky little one to stop there.
Yeah.
Bounce right on the half volley on the second bounce there. So I know what was going on. And we have seen in the field there are a few little, what are they called? Tortugas?
Oh, Tortugas.
Tortugas, that's it.
Yeah.
And they're not just on the ground.
Too many on the artificial, but proper Tortugas are where, I mean, for example, the ball hits a sprinkler, it's just rolling, bounces, goes over someone who's in a perfect position. We saw a great one in Prague last year, actually. But still haven't sent to me from time to time. But yeah, Men in Blue will be 30 after this over to be kind of where they need to be. Hyder trying to bring things back to a bit of normality. Remember, you asked to give me 10 questions. You got a couple of days to do it though. Give me today and tomorrow. Just no rush.
No rush.
You were teasing it.
No, well, that's the thing.
Maybe just angling. Yeah, so
It's right for appeal, that one, but let's have a look at where it was. I think going down leg.
fairly easy one for the umpire.
Could see the entire 3 stumps.
Exactly. Never a great sign. You never know if you don't ask.
That's it. And it gives a little bit of energy to the field as well. There's Hyder. Pulls it at the stumps, and good piece of field work there. Using his feet. Didn't want to bend over. Why bend over when you've got feet? Am I right, Vinny?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I suppose any way that you do it is all right in the end. Had a bit of help there in the infield. That also, stopped him having to bend down to bother picking up himself.
Don't need to. You got your mates to do that. That's why we play this team sport.
All available resources, I suppose.
But he read the ball well and stopped it from a little bit more expensive than it needed to be. So well fielded there. Hyder coming in for his last ball of the over.
That's a good one. Full straight. They go on their here, take it on. And these two are pretty quick between the wickets. And that'll be the end of the second over. So pretty much on the rate at the moment. 29 on the board after 2. Let's have a look at the table. And you can see that Paco Care 7 out of a possible 8 points yesterday. Magic with 5 and Catalunya Red with 3. So all 4 teams we saw play yesterday picking up at least a point. And Jaguar Men in Blue hoping to get off to a good start here. We get to see a couple of new teams to the tournament, to ECN, the Dragons. Haven't seen them yet. Pac Barcelona, we haven't seen them in this iteration, though. I do think they'll have a few players that have played on ECN before. So that's the thing here, because there's so many teams, so many players, that tend to think of the clubs sometimes a bit differently to kind of what we grew up with in Australia. It's just spins away from the infield and they're going to run. But yeah, because there's such a big playing base here, the clubs are a bit more fluid, and sometimes there's levels of formal and informal matches sometimes. So it's less strict, I suppose, generally through the season. There are some competitions where it's kind of nailed down. You register your team and you can't transfer, but other times, you know, players kind of mix and match between teams depending on the competition. So yeah, it's a little bit more fluid. You see that coming through in the ECS. Throws the hands at this, nobody back there. That's going to be 4. So Shanky gets his first boundary of the tournament.
Well struck, really. No one out there at all.
I suppose you can know your field as well. With only 2 out, you'd feel like you wouldn't want to be falling behind in the power play.
No.
People assume, okay, it's easier to score boundaries in the power play, and it is because of the field, but you also got to realise you're facing the new ball and you're facing probably the premier bowlers of the other side, so kind of evens out in the wash.
And miss-hit, you know that if you're not going to clear the boundary as well, clear the ring.
Yeah, could get caught a lot more easily. Yeah, good point.
Because you can't really hit it through them, they're all around. But 34 off 1 after 2.5. Now that score predictor still sitting at around 50-50.
Shanky loses his form there. He's annoyed with himself. Pretty good ball though.
Jaguar with a little bit of intimidation here. There's a bit of noise coming from the ground, isn't there?
I know the game's in the balance. Magic's bowled some pretty good deliveries.
And they know that he's had a couple of swings and misses, and well, we're right here to catch it if you do. Bit of noise going on around here. We'll love to see it. Love to see the passion.
Get some bat and ball here. Knocks into that pretty crowded infield you just mentioned. Just be a single.
Oh, could there be another run? Oh, I think they could have potentially made that one, but
didn't want to take a risk.
Played it safe there. A little bit of miscommunication there by the Jaguars. Didn't quite have the backing up option, but live to see another day, and only 1 off of that ball.
They're ready. He's made a bright start, a couple of boundaries in his 11 so far. Guy we have seen playing a bit for Spain recently. Push and run. And he'll just get a single. So that's a brilliant over by Majid to close out the power play. And he puts the Jags noses ahead in this one. It's 36 for 1.
And a much better over for him there than it was in the opening over. You can see he took the opening over 19 off of the over, but just the 7 then. So 26 for the 1 wicket for Singh. So a good little comeback there for him for his second over. We've got Shazed.
Yeah, Shazad's going to bowl over number 4. Ready. Kind of in and set. Faced 8 balls. Course 5 outfielders back now. Start of the 4th. Wow, it's a hook shot. And, well, crossed arms. Said it all from Naveed Munir. I think this has gone for 4. But he doesn't really have the fielder back. Well, he doesn't have the fielder back. So it's not going to really suit this kind of delivery. And Reddy helps himself to 4 more.
Probably needed that as well. Reddy now sitting on 16. Kohli Gatla on the other end. 6 to his name, but off of 6 deliveries as well. Umpire calling them all back here. That runner ball is probably not enough when you're playing at this short form.
There it goes straight, and he gets enough. Bit of a flat bat smack from Reddy. Gets his first Maximo. Tough one for Shazad. Gone a little bit short again. Man in blue looking pretty brightly in this chase at the moment. This game's seesawing in favouritism.
Full toss there. And just the single. Well fielded in the end and well covered as well by the Jaguars. Release that ball pretty quickly in the outfield there, Mirza. Didn't want to give away 2 runs.
You talked a little bit about the kind of winning culture.
That's it.
They feel like winners out there, Jaguars, and they won't want to
No.
give up this first game. An interesting series this morning.
Well, not when you have the pride of being last year's champions, and that's to your name. And
They like 2 here. Good throw, might have him in trouble though. Oh, perfect throw had him, but this is a real testament to maybe some superior running between the wickets ability from Man in Blue. They're always looking for that. I still think, throw right next to the bails might have caught Calagatla short. But
we saw 4 run-outs in Catalunya yesterday, Catalunya Red yesterday. And it was that indecision between wickets, but there was no indecision there between the wickets between these 2. They knew that they were always going to go for 2, and that means that those close ones, well, they have to be perfect with the throw as opposed to giving them a little bit more leeway, using the player at the stumps to help it take the bails off. So ultimately, you need to just be decisive with what you're doing. And a swing and a miss there. And Shazad asking the question, but fair bit of space between the wicket and the ball there.
yeah,
Or the ball and the bat there.
every ball's an event at the moment anyway. 49 for 1 after 4. Let's have a look at where the worms are at. So that red line, it's actually the golden ball line. If you finish right on that, it'd be a tie. At the moment, a little bit behind, but they're not too far away from where the Jaguars were at this stage.
I can't stop hearing the Men in Black song in my head. All I
like
want to
it.
do is sing it.
Yeah. Well, careful because of
Every
copyright issues with if you're a good singer. When Rico sings, it's never a problem. The algorithm never picks it up.
But I'm changing the words. Here come the men in blue. You're a man in blue today.
I am in blue today.
Is
I
that
just thought it was a nice way to welcome him back into the competition because we
That's
haven't
it.
seen them for a little while.
No. And their uniforms are absolutely outstanding. Professional standard, their
Looking
uniforms. They look absolutely lovely out there in their blue.
And Catalan Jaguars, they had a kind of black, mostly black strip last year with the red numbers. But their uniform, I tell you, it reminds me of a team. I'm going to put it to the chat. They remind me of a team on ECN. But this is short and smashed. It's not the right line from Hussein. That one's got into the city. Maximo. And if you bowl them there, you're going to have a pretty bad time.
Adios, ball.
Yep. Adios,
Pelota.
ball. Adios, pelota.
Pelota.
People were pretty vocal in the chat yesterday when I said you can say adios pelota ball, which is what Corey says. Which literally means goodbye ball.
Ball. That's all right.
Just showing his lack of understanding for the language of the nation that he coaches. Hello to Corey. I know he's tuning in this morning as well.
Way.
Right, it's going, and it's gone. Maximo.
Oh.
Well, that ball never even had a chance, did it? We just unwrapped it. And that one's in the city as well. So
Just
6
roll.
more.
The bounce of that one. So
I'm going to put this to the chat. What playing shirt does that look like? And I'm going to say, I'll even give you a clue. It's a team from Italy. Let's see if anyone gets it in the chat.
of the
ECN
Jaguars.
super fan. Yeah, the Jaguars. So the bowling team, the fielding team, yeah. Colour scheme. All right, in the air. Now this one is going, and I think that's going to have the legs as well. It does. Maximo ready to 41. And he has played some big knocks here in the European Cricket Series. This I thought for a second might come down in the field of play, but no good for the Jaguars. You can see another 6.
Another 6. So big over here. Hussein's going for 19 already off of just the 3 deliveries.
Could be going magical.
Yeah. Ready. Suddenly he's on 41 off of 14 deliveries.
It's deep in the crease. Oh, classy shot. Really classy shot. I think he basically plan B's this. He goes back and he wants to play a similar kind of shot, but then he sees the line and he says, you know what, I'm just going to tap it on the head, get it past the fielder. That's really, really smart batting.
I was about to say the best cricket is smart cricket, Vinny, and that's what he just did. Played it very nicely, saw the gap and saw where the ball was and goes, you know what, I'm a left-hander here. I'm going to be able to just tap that one away. So 45 for Reddy, 15 balls, so he's seeing them well.
Now flicks this away and it's away from the man slightly and it's going to be 4. Well, that one was a bit leaky, wasn't it, from the Jaguars? And there's no real excuses on this outfield at Sucklane Hyder out there. You could see as he approached, he just got the heebie-jeebies, didn't he?
Well,
didn't get down.
He didn't know what he wanted to do. He didn't know whether he wanted to bend or use his feet. So he was halfway between the two, kind of kicked it, then kind of put his hands down. And ultimately, Reddy's 1 run away from half a century.
It will be called wide. Just goes a fraction over the line. Walking 677. So they are on pace to bring it up, but we know things can change pretty quickly here in European Cricket Series matches. Reddy on 49. Well, he will stay on 49. They think about it, but just went straight to the fielder. They thought it wasn't worth the risk, so that's the way the score will stay after 5 overs. It's 77 for 1. Want to welcome you to the commentary box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Georgie Parker, who is having a first week on ECN. We're having a great time here, and we talked a little bit about the tapas we had last night. I know it's a bit early for food chat, but it was pretty good, pretty authentic, wasn't it?
It was very authentic. You love seafood, I can tell.
I don't mind my seafood. Yeah, we had Alistair Priddle, who he spent a lot of time here.
He just ordered for us.
Yeah, he just said, "We'll get this, we'll get this, we'll get this."
Suddenly, on the table, he's got this beautiful Spanish wife who he's learned a lot of Spanish from. You can tell because he's now.
The great thing about Alistair, he's got. I mean, Australians, we don't really have geographical accents as much as other countries. However, Alistair has what I would call proper Queensland twang.
Oh.
And when he speaks Spanish, he speaks it in like what I think's that accent. So he's like, you know, una vasa de vino, por favor.
Yeah, I think if you're not from Australia, you think we all sound the same. But I think if you put how I speak.
Well, look at this. Well, he's taking on a run here. And he's going to have a pop at it.
Hey!
Oh, I think he's just gone, you know.
I think he's safe.
You've called it safe. I just got a feeling, and this is...
Bat not down.
This is just a classic. He looks nervous. I think he should be nervous. You see, Reddy likes it, and then they just couldn't decide. Then he gave up for a step, and he is... Oh, let's go. One more there. I think he's just out. You can see he's just... You can see the whole line there. So for me, he's out. He's been given out.
So close.
Great work by Spring Production. That bails it up. It's out of the grooves.
And you know how I was talking about an over before about there was no indecisive between wickets?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Indecisiveness there.
They were kind of a victim of their own aggression there because no one else would even think of that run. And even they kind of second-guessed themselves. But Reddy, when he sees it's fumble, he says go. But to be honest, Caligatla probably dropped the ball, so to speak, in the first place because he should have been looking at his partner, not ball watching behind. And if he'd done that, I think he definitely gets there because he's only short by about 2 centimetres.
That's it. And Reddy was about 4/5 of the way down the wicket before he even took off of his crease. So he's been sent back to the pavilion, but we've got Balu out there.
Thing is, actually, it might not be the worst thing. Shanky wasn't really hitting him that well.
No.
8 off 11. You got Balu, who's a genuine batter, and well, he's going to be out there with Reddy, and Reddy brings up his 50 the very next ball. Well, he does it with a new partner, but he has batted brilliantly so far, and hopefully it doesn't bother him too much, that run out, because he's a real key to this chase. He brings up that that 50 in just 18 balls.
Yeah, well, I don't think it bothered him too much because he got a 4 the next ball faced.
It was a class shot as well. Have a look at these shots. He's really hit the ball all around the wicket. Now has another crack and he'll get another 4. So ready. Oh, well, he's like a dog with a bone now. He's really going to be pretty determined to get all the points for Men in Blue, or at least get the win. It just looks good when he bats, doesn't he? There's something about left-handers as well. Aesthetically, people would say that.
Well,
More pleasing.
well, let's start our first question then, Vinny.
Okay.
You played a lot of cricket, and when you played, you said you played a lot of different positions as well. Talk to us about where you played and where you felt most comfortable.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting one. I grew up as a bowler.
What type of bowling are we talking?
Like an opening bowler. So I wasn't the fastest, but I used to swing the ball
You
around.
think you had a good line?
Yeah,
Line and length. That's more important than pace.
Fast medium. We'll go with that. That's hit straight, hit hard, and hit out of the ground. Maximo.
Ready.
Yeah, ready to take this win for Men in Blue. Again, beautiful looking shot. Just straight kind of in the slot. Yeah, so that's the end of the 6 overs. It's 91 for 2. Going at 15 and over pace at the moment. So they're right on the pace. Yeah, so I think I've said this a few times, but yeah, when I was in my teens, you know, in sometimes I would try wicket keeping, but our main team had a wicket keeper, so I would stick to what I did, was bowling. But I really had a passion for wicket keeping, and I found I was quite good at it. So when I started playing senior cricket, I made that my position. And so that's, funnily enough, that's what I ended up doing, I suppose, say like an elite standard wicket keeping. My batting, but the funny thing was my batting never caught up because I grew up as a bowler that batted a bit, but then I became a wicket keeper
and then you have to be
a bit, and that's
a problem.
bit of a throwback.
Yeah,
so that way, yeah.
You've got to be able to be good with the bat if you're a wicket keeper, particularly nowadays.
So I mean, wasn't the worst. I mean, with the bat, Hyder comes on. This is Sucklane Hyder, and he's going to get the line wrong first up, and this is going to go for 4. So I mean, Balu and Reddy. I mean, if you could choose 2 batters to hit the crease for Men in Blue right now, I think it'd be these 2.
That's it.
So I think they're in a good position. So yeah, the funny thing is, I mean, I think I averaged like maybe 24, you know, which is not like hideous, but you know, these days the way, and actually I blame Gilchrist because I think he's ruined it for everyone.
Well,
he's like
he was a batsman with the gloves, wasn't he?
But also people say that, but he was actually a very good wicket
keeper.
You know, people say that because of his batting, but he was very good at both. And to keep someone like Shane Warne, that's really tough to even train for.
He's also,
no matter what you do.
They call him Mr. the Nice Man of Cricket, and
I
used to work closely with him in radio, and well, he's nice as
I've met him a few times. Yeah, he is.
He's generous and kind and giving, and I went to the Olympics in hockey and I lost our quarterfinal and had a disappointing campaign, and the message he sent me to say be proud of what you're doing nonetheless, it was just absolutely, he didn't have to do that, didn't have to message me. He's a wonderful, wonderful man, and he's exactly what you want.
Genuine.
Nice guy.
He's such a genuine article, isn't he? His son actually plays at my club for cricket
there you go.
as well. Harry.
And so let's go into that. What club did you play for in Perth? Perth, WA, which is on the western coast of Australia. For those not so good with the geography of Australia, as that one hits down for 4.
Yeah,
it's
nice
middle of nowhere, Perth. I lived there for 10 years myself, and when
it's the edge of nowhere.
It is the most beautiful place in the world. However, there's nothing near you. It's a great place to be. But tell us what club you played for.
I played.
You look like a Scarborough boy.
Not far off for Subiaco.
Subiaco. Oh,
we're big rivals with Scarborough. Actually.
There you go. It's we call that very close to the Golden Triangle.
That is very close. That is going to be just knocked away, and Balu is getting another boundary again. He plays this knowing he might not get it quite in the middle, but if he does get any, it's going to fly. And the result's 4 more, and Men in Blue really looking good. I mean, Supercomputer had them at 68%.
Well, that's
at the start.
And they've got that point now, at least a point.
Yeah, that's true.
And they've got 3 overs or so to get another 43 runs.
We said this, and it reminded me of dinner last night. with the point system. You can either share a slice of the cake with your opponents, or you can eat the whole lot. And I think Men in Blue want to eat the whole lot.
Absolutely. I think they're going to be chasing this one down. That run rate per over now is just at 12.5, not even.
Yeah.
So 43 off 21.
A couple of wickets could change everything, though. So
Absolutely.
I won't say there's no chance for the Jags. Yeah, no, I played Subiaco Floreat and, basically played all my club cricket there. And it's past Players' Day this weekend, actually, which I'm going to miss. And I miss it just by one weekend because I do have a little bit of a trip back to catch up with family and friends the following weekend. So
What a
just
shame.
missed it, but I know there's been a lot of discussions. There's some very famous players that
I
played for our
was
club.
about
Yep.
to ask you that, Vinny. Besides being the voice of the European Cricket Network, the ECS here in Barcelona as well, who are the famous notable characters to come out of your club? Obviously,
Yeah.
Mr. Maximo himself is
I
the
wouldn't-
guy.
I wouldn't put myself on that list.
Well, do you know
but,
what?
Yeah.
You should be putting yourself there. You're doing wonderful things in the world of cricket. This one is...
All right, here it is. This is the chance we talked about. Bowler wants it himself, and he catches it. Well, there you go. Reddy's goes for 63, and spanner thrown into the works here, because that just might change the narrative as the wicket goes down.
Barlow, though, hitting the ball very well as well.
Yeah, that's true.
So, did he cross here? So...
Yeah, well, nowadays in cricket, this is
Yeah,
a new
that's
rule.
it. New rule came in
Doesn't
last
matter.
year, didn't it?
Yeah, and we actually did it. We often do things before they're cool, so we brought that in before the ICC brought that in.
There you go.
And now you'll notice, see, with our clock, the clock's a really good way to get things moving. And now the ICC in some competitions have brought in a version of a clock as well. So I'd like to think we're a bit ahead of the curve here.
That's it. Well,
because we have so many matches, you get to know what works and you stick with what works. So
I'm trying to make things
road
interesting
testings.
here. So we've got the new batter on strike here with Ali.
Yeah. And it rewards the fielders for taking the catch. The new batter has to come in on strike, especially things like the last over where who's on strike matters.
That's
now,
it.
Omar Ali, he's a guy who hit 200 in a day in last year's series.
Whoop.
But right now, he's going to start with a swing and a miss.
No, so notable
Notable
characters
players.
from your
There's
club.
quite a few. Terry Alderman's one that played for Australia a lot in the 80s. We'll get to the end of the over here. And a big finish potentially on the cards. Coming up next, Men in Blue taking on the Jaguars again in match 6. We're about half an hour away from a start in that one. And the Jags, this time they won the toss and they elected to bat. They said, look, we put a big score on the board, so we're happy to keep going that way. Sahil Masand comes in for Men in Blue for his first match of the tournament. And Zulkarnain Haider batted very well for 50. So did Reddy, though, for Men in Blue. But I think you see a couple of other characters stepping up with that one.
Haider was very good and also took an important wicket as well. So,
currently, Cameron Green, who's in the Australian team.
oh yeah, Cameron Green is
Never actually played with him because he's a bit younger than me. But, I've met him a few times.
then he moved to Melbourne. Yes.
Current players, I suppose. Could probably throw a couple in there. And Zulkarnain Haider comes in. Again, sprays the first one like he did in the first over as well.
Whoa.
Again, Barlow doesn't mind being quite innovative. Omar Ali saying, look, you don't need to be that crazy at this stage. But
It's a wide as well,
But the reason is he never throws the ball and he sees the keeper's not positioned, saying, hey, come on. And he says, well, you might be fine, but I'm not sure that my welfare is as certain as yours. So let's just turn it down. And Jason Berendorf, who has just been picked in the T20 International Series for Australia this month, I think, against the West Indies. So it's good to see Jason back in the tournament. I played with him a fair bit, and a lovely guy again. Very, 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 very grounded guy. Omar Ali starts with a push, and it's close-ish.
He's very confident, but I do think that he was well over.
My instinct, I didn't have a great look at it because I wasn't looking at the same angle, but let's have a look. Just in, I think.
I feel he's in.
Yeah, he'll survive. So, who else? I played a lot with Nathan Coulter-Nile, who played for Australia a lot as well, and he's playing Melbourne Stars in the BBL. But if you want to go back a little bit, we had players like Murray Goodwin, who played a lot of Test cricket for Zimbabwe, and again, he was a very interesting guy to play
And
with.
the,
Marcus Stoinis, who's playing for the club at the moment.
The Big Stoin.
Big
He
Stoin.
is a big-time player when we're talking about short form.
Well, everyone says, he's a big-time player, but I coached him when he was about 13.
He was a big-time player then.
And yeah, well, he had the big-time attitude when he was 13.
You kind of have to, don't you, when you're
Yes.
when you're this big Greek-like god like him?
Yeah, he is. He's a big dog in a little body at that stage.
Yeah, that's
But
it.
No,
Well-
Marcus is obviously. I'm really proud to see how he's going in the game.
What about any international players? Did anyone from England or
Yeah,
come over and play?
a couple. We didn't have a lot of internationals, but almost back to the bowler. Would have been amazing. Just going down the wire a little bit, you know. It'll just be one. David Willey, who plays for England, and he's actually the son of Peter Willey, who played for England as well, and then became an international umpire. So David Willey's a guy I played with a bit when he was a bit younger.
It'd be a good scene to get on, the international umpiring scene.
Yeah, and I played with the son of Jeff Thompson, Matt Thompson.
Yeah.
And I played with the son of Kim Hughes. In fact, I even played with Kim Hughes
You
for
played
one
with
game.
Kim
He
Hughes.
was like 60, hadn't played for like 30 years.
My goodness, and how
Went
did he
out,
see them still?
And he blocked for an hour.
He just blocked. Do you know what? That is an important role.
He played like it was 1982.
Yeah, well, just block.
I think
block.
he was using a bat from there as well.
Oh, I love it.
It was good though.
I love it. You know, it's a skill. It's a skill to be able to not get out.
Yeah, no, it's important. As far as women's cricket as well, Nicole Bolton, who played a lot for Australia. So again, I played a lot with her brothers, and then as our women's program developed with the club, Nicole became a key part of that as well. So yeah, it's got a few. It's
For
good.
such a small town and club.
Yeah.
Have so
Punching.
many.
I say punching.
Yeah.
I think there's 16 clubs in that competition, and our club. We won one year. We won kind of like there's an award for like kind of best club in Australia, and it's based on a bunch of
There you
metrics.
go.
Not just on field, but on off field and development and things like that. And so I know that we were very proud of that. Oh, Nick's under his pad, a run on contact. So anyway, thank you for the first question. I enjoyed it.
Well, I reckon there was a couple of questions there, but
Counts as one per innings.
I think, well, you've given me the task of one question for you per innings. I actually yesterday gave you the task of one fun fact per innings, and I haven't had one so far this morning.
Well, this is my fun fact. It was the shirts look like a club in
Well, you've not
Italy.
given us the answer.
Well, I was giving the chat a chance. I haven't seen it yet. Neil thought Napoli, but I'm talking cricket. I'm talking ECN, and I haven't seen it, but I will tell you after this ball.
Good hook there.
Goes for this. Boundary to dry it up a little bit. Needs to stop. It does. They should get two easily. These two do run pretty well, sometimes too well, as we saw earlier. But that will be the end of the 8th over. 114 for 3. So the club I was talking about was Cricket Stars. Cricket Stars in Italy, who are one of the top clubs there.
The Cricket Stars.
And the reason they've got that, what I'd call the bubble gum blue. Do you know what I mean? The bubble gum blue.
The ice cream colour bubble gum.
Yeah.
Or the rainbow ice cream.
Yes.
Is that worldwide?
Maybe. But, yeah, that blue that they're wearing and the red numbers, that's Cricket Stars. It's the only other club I can think of that in ECN that have that colour scheme.
Look, all...
All right. 2 overs to go then. 34 to win.
And you say it all happens in the ninth,
Yeah,
Vinny.
well, they're going
and
to need it too. And look how quickly this game has changed.
Exactly.
And Barlow, yeah, he is batting well. O'Morelli's very capable, but they had that set batter. And as long as Reddy was at the crease, he felt that they were going to cruise to victory.
That's
but
it.
In 148, it's a lot of runs to chase down.
100% there, Vinny. So it all happens in this ninth. So it could all happen either for the Jaguars with the ball.
I know we might have another power issue here, which is going to be an annoying thing if we have to pause the game. You can see
Bit
it's
of
all set up.
momentum.
But now they need 33 off 11. So
It's getting harder now as opposed to an over ago. That last over was well bowled because they were just needing 12 runs and over, but just 3 off of the last over.
everyone really liked your question. And yeah, I don't really talk about my playing career that much. I mean, obviously it comes through in the advice I will offer. And I suppose one thing about the fact I've played pretty much every position, it does help me as a commentator because, I mean, you don't get to, I mean, a lot of people say keepers make some of the best commentators because I guess you see the game really well. 'Cause
Yeah.
you're in that really good position every ball when you're in that position. But growing up as a bowler, I have a good idea of what they're trying to do. And also, I used to love fielding. I used to really love fielding when I was a kid as well. And so yeah, and indoor cricket's a very interesting kind of sidebar as well, because indoor cricket is kind of a lot of things packed into a short version of the game,
Yep.
and that's also really what we do here at ECN. So I think the glove fits pretty well. Anyway, good to know. Power's back on. We're good to go. 11 balls remaining. Make that 11 still, and we'll make it 32 to win off 11. Omar Ali, this guy could quite easily be opening the batting. First time I've seen Omar in a Men in Blue shirt. This guy we've seen playing before for Bengali and also playing for Barcelona CC. But right now, you're going to have to get moving pretty quickly. It's 4 off 4 at the moment. And that's how you do it. He just leans back and he sends this a mile. Maximo, game on.
It is, yeah, back on now. They needed that. The boundaries really dried up for the last 8 or so balls, and they needed that 6. Let's take a little bit of pressure off of them. And so now it's 26 off of 10 runs.
Yeah,
Ali,
liking this. This
10
is
off
going to
of
be a
5.
cracking finish. I can feel it.
Or are we getting into golden ball territory? It's been, 26, 20-something
I wouldn't
games.
count it out. Sprays this one a bit wide. And look at Balu. I mean, Balu's really daring. He's looking for it to squeeze every single run out of this. So, Balu, look at him. When he sees the keeper's got the ball, he's looking even if he's not. And he's trying to say to his partner, look, keeper wasn't really paying attention to me. Just like stealing a base. Anyway, why get 1 when you can get 6? Zomar, he's going to pull this one straight over long on. Maximo gets some 6 closer.
And his game on now. All happens in the 9th, as you said.
Yep,
and
we do say that.
a couple of 6s there. 19 runs off of the 9 now. And Ali, 16 off of 6. So he's got his eye into the game now.
Now another wide.
And no, you can't be having 3 wides in a really important over.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he's hoping that Omar kind of throws the bat at that and spoils it. But Omar smart enough to leave it alone. Really coming down to the wire.
Doing that one again. So another 3 balls here in this over. Haider, it's good with the bat.
A bit of a slow ball just out of the grasp of the infield, but they'll only get 1, or will they? Well, they're going to take on a second, and they're going to get it. But once again, had to be a perfect throw. So they're kind of rolling the dice a little bit. They know that, I suppose some of the fielders, they've got some decent arms, but they can take a little bit of time to get to the ball. And we've seen that time and time again in this 10 overs, and making the most of it, Men in Blue. They creep up to 132.
Look, it's a small target when you're throwing from that far away. However, it was done yesterday. We had a brilliant run out from the outfield.
Yeah, that was Zain Isan. That was something else, wasn't it?
It was an outstanding piece of fielding. So it can be done, but I guess the odds are in the favour of the...
Slow
he's got
ball.
into his grill there. Just bounced up a little bit too high.
Pretty handy dot. Barlow again, he was pretty keen to get through for the run.
Just in the ribs there. Squinted him a little bit. Would have stung.
Right. Comes a huge ball now.
That's it.
Whatever you get here, you don't need in the last over. How many will it be? Haider, 1 for 33. Last ball of the 9th. And he's going to get hit leg side, and it's going to go for 4. I'm pretty sure that's 4. Maybe just have one last look at it, but that'll make it 12 off the last. Check it out here. Just inside. Yeah, well, fairly comfortably inside.
You got stuck by the lines on the field, the baseball lines.
And helps to check, but hey, look, we're coming down to the wire. 12 runs required for the win, means if there's 11 off this over, we'll have golden ball 52. And we name our golden balls a bit like the Super Bowls. If you know the Super Bowls, you know that they like to use the Roman numerals. So that's kind of where you go. So that was golden ball 51. Only last week, 5 days ago. Yeah, 5 nights ago, if you want to go that way. It was in Gibraltar. And it was a brilliant match.
That's it. So obviously the golden ball, if you're new around here, is the batsman or batter gets 1 ball. They've got to get 2 runs off of that ball.
We're not there yet, though. And to be honest, 12 might look easy when you look at the way that Balu can hit the ball. There's half of them. And, wow, just looking at that, they run out of time as well. And that meant there were 5 penalty runs. So it wasn't just 12, it was 7. And guess what? Now that's 1. And that means that the scores are tied.
Oh, dear. All right.
Well,
so, do you know what?
You golden ball in the bin.
You could be the hero here. You could be the hero here. Let's get us a couple of Yorkers. And
well, it's all
there
done.
You go.
You know what? They won't even count. It'll just be a dot to the batter, which is so unfair. But Balu is going to finish on 22, not out. The no ball puts them over the line. Again, I don't really like that rule. But as soon as the no ball is delivered, it breaks the tie and the game is over. So they're going to do this in the end with 5 balls to spare. So just some fundamental errors there costing the Jaguars in the end. And well done to the supercomputer. They picked it from the start.
They did.
Men in blue, they're going to take 3 points away from that. Jaguars do get 1. We'll see those teams again back in 15 minutes with match number 6. And the Jags will be batting first again. But men in blue, they've shown they can pull off a big chase. And really, they deserve the victory in the end.
They did, and it all came down to Reddy. He was absolutely brilliant with the bat, and he came out strong from the get-go. And he ended up with a nice little tally there. And once he got out, the running did dry up a little bit, but in the end, Balu came through with the goods and managed to get a few to his name as well. That 7th over was where it did dry up, and you thought maybe we could have a game on our hands.
Yeah.
The 8th and the 9th, it swung back around into the men in blue. So it wasn't a game where really knew who was going to win. The Jaguars putting on a pretty good score to begin with.
If I had to kind of analyse this one, I'd say that the Jaguars served up a lot more fruit than their opponents. I think they delivered a few more hit-me balls. I mean, the balls in between were pretty good, you know, and so a couple of things, you know, just little basic things like this, not getting the ball in the right spot enough. And look, this was the only one where the aggression actually became a bit too much, but it didn't cost them that much in the end because Kalagutla wasn't really motoring. He is very capable, Shanky Kalagutla, but just found it hard going in that innings. So, yeah, I think that the fielding was a bit of an issue at times. That was a nice catch, Ali Imran. But, yeah, for me, I just think the running between the wickets of men in blue was a bit more aggressive. I think that they got an extra handful of runs there, which proved to be the difference in the end. But then also, yeah, like the length. Just too many balls dragged down, too many balls outside the legs, easy putaways. Whereas I felt the Jaguars batted quite well, but they had to like hit a lot of good balls for 6. You know, they didn't get a lot of gifts. And they still did pretty well to make as many as they did. But in the end, it wasn't enough. Men in blue, on their return to the European Cricket Series, emerged victorious. And, well, pretty entertaining match, if you ask me. 5 balls to spare. Now, we'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes, take you into match 6 in the Jags. And once again, we'll be batting again. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, with Georgie Parker. We'll see you shortly for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello, welcome back. Great to have your company. And it is the second game of the day that is about to start. It's match number 6 of the tournament. Once again, we'll see men in blue taking on Cataluna Jaguar. Well, Nilkesh Patel is the man in charge today. Tyrone has an off day, so he's got the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Your call?
Tail.
It is tail.
You want to bat first?
Jaguar won the toss and decided to bat first.
So Zulkarnain Haider wins the toss and he's elected to bat. No surprises there really, because he actually batted very well. I said he's one guy that had to step up, and he did with a half century in the first innings of the day. But men in blue, I mean, we can see how talented they are. So I think it will be another very, very interesting battle. Got to say, I really enjoy the contest between the Jaguars bats. And like I said, maybe a slightly different cast of characters, but they do like to attack against men in blue who have some very, very clever bowlers with clever variations. Probably one thing that's been a bit tough for men in blues, we haven't seen a lot of spin from them. So maybe that mixing up that variety might be important as this tournament is going to continue down the stretch. Georgie Parker doing a great job once again. And Georgie, time for the start of match number 6. I can tell you that the news from the toss is that the Jags, this time, they want to bat first. And let's go over to you and get ready for the first ball.
Thank you, Vinny. Back here in the cube, and Jaguar heading out to bat first. So same as last match where they hit a pretty good total with the bat, but the men in blue, they came through and swung true with their bat and able to chase down that total with 5 balls to spare. The Jaguars actually not being able to finish their 9 overs with the timer. So 5-run penalty. So a little bit of an anticlimactic finish at the end there. 5 balls, 5 runs penalty, plus a no ball to lose that game. So the men in blue took away the 3 points, and Reddy was outstanding for them with the bat. But they're coming out now to bowl, and if you look at that win predictor, 66% men in blue, 34% the Cataluna Jaguars, last year's champions. A little bit down on numbers in terms of some of their depth of players that they had from last year. So look, they're going to have to do something a little bit more special. I mean, they put up a pretty good total. They hit 147 odd. So it was a pretty good total. Just need to be maybe a little bit better with the ball. So men in blue coming up here with the ball first. And we'll see how this one goes. We've got Borikar with the ball first. So he's going to be taking the first ball of this second match here in Barcelona. So we saw quite a good opening over last match for the Jaguars. So we can see whether or not they can start off here again. And a pretty full toss there. And just the 1 run off the bat there. Is that going to be right on waist height? And he has called it. That is a no ball. So we're going to have a free hit for this one. Haider off the mark. And now we're going to get a free hit as well for the Jaguars. So not an ideal start for the men in blue. As Vinny joins us, and you join us, Vinny, for a free hit.
Yep, sound the alarm. Here we go.
And he did well there, get a 4 for the free hit. So that is a costly little error there for Borikar from the men in blue, and not an ideal start.
Yeah, the money man just getting it slightly wrong there in the first ball of the innings. Not sure how much the free hit affected the shot. But, yeah, not less than ideal start. Shazad hit some big hits earlier.
And that one is out of here. That is the first 6 off of the second ball for the innings there for the Jaguars. And that's what we saw early in the first match. They were big hitters. There were a lot of slogs. They weren't running between wickets. A little bit different to the men in blues, who were a little bit more lively between the creases. But That is what we were seeing there, and Shazad off to 10 off of just the 2 deliveries.
Yeah, and so, yeah, right on cue, Shazad absolutely smacked that one.
And catches the call. And is it going to run out there? And no, well fielded in the end. So just the one off of that one, I think,
well,
which for such a well-struck hit, feels as though it's probably not what you were wanting, but they're not going to be running between wickets, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, Tawari actually chipped on a fake worm there on the fake grass there. He fell, didn't he? But luckily had some support.
And that one is Maximo and caught by one of his little teammates.
Yeah.
Jaguar's got his jumper on.
Yeah, he's loving it, hasn't he?
Had
The
his
Jags.
glasses on ready.
Looking cool as you like. This is turning into a very expensive first over.
That's it, including that no ball delivery. So we've got a couple of 6s, a 4, a 1 run, and 19 off of just the 4 deliveries. There's Borikar, and this catches the call, and it should be caught. He gets underneath it, and it is caught. It is caught there by Kumar, the captain for the men in blues, and makes no mistake about it. And that is an early wicket after what is an expensive over so far.
Yeah, good old-fashioned big hitting, but he stretches and needed to leave this one alone. Enrico would say the difference between Hyder there and Cinderella, as Cinderella knew when to leave the ball, and that one has gone a mile high. And Kumar put a name on it, didn't he? There's kind of 5 fielders in a line there, but he took it and he was thrilled because he knows how big a wicket Hyder is. 52 in the last game, only 7 in this game. It's 19 for 1.
Yeah, that's it. And I think he made that look a little bit more difficult than he needed to. But do you know what? We've got the photographer out today.
Yeah,
I think
that's true.
maybe he's going to get a pretty good diving catch there. But in the end, doesn't matter how you do it as long as it stays in your hands. And Kumar got the catch and the breakthrough that they kind of needed there, because he is the wicket man that they needed to get out. He was so good in that first innings.
Borica's got something to show for his over. I was just going to say, when Mirrors come to the crease, he took a long time to be ready. And it's something that's been done this year on ECN. It's being trialled at the moment.
Big slog there, but straight out to the man. And
yeah,
it's 4 people backing that one up. They don't want that one to go through.
They like that fielding from Bali. Just throws it in, makes them earn the single. So 20 for 1 after 1. But what I was going to say is the batter now has 60 seconds to be ready to face up. Now, he came out and he's still putting his gloves on. He's still, and that will be enforced. If they're not ready, it's a 5-run penalty. So it kind of goes, we talked about it yesterday. He must have been pretty close that time. 27 days until the 4th edition of the ECL. Of course, Paco Care Barcelona will be representing Spain. They won the kind of all Spanish T10 championships last year, which involved teams not just from Barcelona, but from all around the country, and even Ibiza, I think, were one of the finalists in that tournament. But Paco Care won out in the end, and this will be a great hit out for them. Bit of an advantage, maybe, even playing so many games before the ECL. Anyway, here's Stan's ready, over number 2.
And that one is in between the 2, and just the 1 off of that. So 20 for 1 off of that first over. So expensive first over to the men in blue. Jaguars will be wanting to make amends after the defeat in the first match. They are double headers here in Barcelona, so 2 matches back to back. So you've got the opportunity, Vin, to change a couple of things. And I mean, what would you be changing if you were the Jaguars?
Yeah.
It's more with the ball when they're bowling.
Yeah, this is a tough
Well done.
chase, but you see Barley's so athletic in the field and keeps that to 1. Yeah, I suppose some of the things I'd want to change probably aren't things you're going to be able to change with the flick of a switch, but I think their batting, I didn't really have too many issues with it because I don't think Men in Blue
No, they put a
bowled
good
that
total.
badly. But yeah, I think so. You've got some guys here, a few of them played for Sohal Hospital last year. They have played fairly recently. They know the approach.
Well, that one is up in the air, catches the call. Is he going to be able to make it? He's covered a lot of ground, and how's that for a catch from Balu? He's come from nowhere. Distance covered, meters per second. We'll have to have a look at the footage for that, because Usain Bolt might have someone to challenge him, because that was some pace to get over there. And what a good catch in the end. And that is 2 quick wickets.
Yeah, that's a fantastic catch from Balu. We'll have to get like a real-time replay of this because this has got some serious hang time on it. We saw Balu moving to his left, cutting off a boundary, and then he runs so far to his right. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's like a 6-second hang time. And when you're talking 6, that's gone miles in the air. And to be able to run that far, and then also to read it, get the technique right. Balu, he's one of the best fielders, I think, on the continent. Shows you why there.
Yeah, did great effort there from the men in blue. And look, for an expensive first over, including that no ball, since then, men in blue have really managed to steady the Jaguars. Came into this over with 20 against them, but Reddy, he was good with the bat in the first innings as well, hitting a half century, but he's now 1 wicket for just a 2.
Here's Munir. He was pretty inventive earlier. Remember the reverse he played in the first game.
Well touched there, but man there at able to. Ooh, something's just happened here to Reddy. His arm pointing at his hand.
It's a collision you don't want.
No.
But Reddy's got a pretty good over here. You called it. First one went a bit off the rails for Borika. They did end up getting that big wicket of Haider. Maybe you would trade 20 runs for the wicket of Haider, considering how well he batted earlier.
Absolutely.
Last ball, the over coming up.
And it's been hit, but well fielded again, and confidently fielded there from Balu as well.
He knows he just ping it in because there's about 5 fielders
Isn't
fielding there
it?
anyway. So just
That's
have a go,
it.
keep them honest.
So a great little end of the over there for the men in blue. Just 3 runs there to Reddy's name, and you can see them. They've got their 3 points.
Yeah, so I mean, both teams picked up some points in the first game. Jaguar lost, but they got close enough to at least get the point. And then men in blue off to a good start with 3 points. Of course, still 4 teams we haven't seen in the competition, but we'll see another 2 this afternoon as we'll see Pac Barcelona versus the Royals. Hey, quickly, I just want to say a big happy birthday to Manuela Melt Weston, the wife of Dan Weston, who's the founder of ECN. And this is going to be pulled around the corner, and that'll be 4. So Borika giving him the second over anyway, straight away. Bit surprised. I thought maybe he'd bring him back at the end, but they believe that he's the man for the job with the new ball. So the Meltle Cup is basically the women's version of the Western Shield, which is this kind of British and Irish representative side versus Team Europe. And that's coming up in Rome, I think at the end of August. And that's named after Manuela because of her support of Daniel in obviously the endeavour of building European cricket up.
There you go, and that one's being well cut. And Vinny,
well,
he's got one rule here, and it's protect the equipment. And that one came straight for us here in the cube.
It did. Protect the equipment. This one was coming down a fair bit. Had to get low.
But there's a 4.
I'm glad that you're like a sponge. Everything that I say to you, you seem to pick up. And the number 1 rule, protect the equipment, is probably the most important.
That is it. That is it. Without the equipment, we aren't able to get this league out to you all around the world. And a little bit of Alex Carey-like there.
All right, you went there yesterday.
No, we don't need to get into it. I'm just saying that.
I think. Are we ready to talk about it?
No, we don't need to get into it.
It's
Omar Ali there, though, making sure that he doesn't want people getting out of the crease.
I'll use an Australian analogy for you. Think of the chat as a barbecue. Now think about pouring a whole can of petrol on that barbecue.
Look. I feel as though you've got to pick your audience when you're going to be having that conversation.
When God created the popping crease, he created it for a reason. That's all I'm going to say about that, okay?
As Borika comes in for his 4th delivery, just the one off of it.
And he said, let there be 22 yards. And thou shalt put 3 vertical poles in the ground made of naught but wood.
As the classics say.
Yeah,
as you like
it's in the
to
Bible.
Say. Isn't it?
Yeah, well, Dave was in the chat as well. I'll change the subject while I can. 2 to come for Borika. Dave wants to know, do you know what an egg in the hole is? Do you know what that is? It's okay if you say no.
An egg in the hole?
Egg in the hole.
Use it in a sentence,
he
please.
He uses it for a snack. And
a toad in a hole?
Yeah, is that what you call it?
The egg inside the bread with the circle.
So you do.
I call it a toad in the hole, is what we used to call it. Way!
Wow.
And that one, there was a lot to unpack there, Vinny, and I think I'm going to have to use your brain for this one because we've gone for a switch hit. We've gone for a no ball, I think, and it's hit him right in the mid-section.
Right in the middle. I mean, honestly, I love Munir when he plays these reverses, but he won't be playing dodgeball for Spain anytime soon. That one has got him right in the midsection.
Yep.
Yeah, well, Borica. It's
I like the confidence of wanting to go for that shot, and he did do one of those shots in the early. Here he goes, he's gone for the switch hit again, but this one's hit him.
Yeah, it's going to be a dot.
In the pad, but a dot ball for the no ball. So ultimately well bowled there for what is essentially a free hit.
Gets out of jail a bit.
34 for 2 off of 3, and so that one had a couple of interesting things there, but we love a switch hit.
Well, there was a bit of a Homer Simpson facing up to the cannonball, if you know your Simpsons references about the second last bowler over there. I hope Corey heard that. He'll probably enjoy that one. But,
well, he goes and joins the circus, doesn't he?
You know the one.
I know the one.
There was a bit of that. But, I suppose it's a fun shot to play, but is there percentages on a free hit? Probably not. But
no, but you know what? If you're going to do it, that's the time to be doing it in a free hit. You can't get out. But that's the thing. But he did it in the previous match, and he got a boundary for it. So his confidence is high. We've got Shahzad at the crease now. Balu going to be taking his first spell of the day with the ball, and he would be confident after that good catch in the outfield. And he is bowled in first ball! So that confidence is translated into his bowling, and have a look at that. He's been sent back. What a wicket. Straight down to the middle stump.
He's having a very good game so far. Well, to keep the barbecue analogy going, I'd say that Balu now, he's cooking with gas, isn't he? How well has he fielded so far? He's been brilliant on the ground and in the air, and now he rattles the stumps. And I told you with Balu, he's got very, very good slower ball, and it just keeps you on your toes as a batter. So, yeah, there's a big magical over, but they did lose a wicket in the first. Jaguars, in fact, they've lost 3 now, 34 for 3.
So Shahzad out, but Shahzad in as well. So let's see this. Balu. And he's been knocked. So that is the highs and lows of cricket, and that one is absolutely out of here. A wicket, 1 ball, and a 6 the next.
You know, the one thing about this cricket is it really teaches you to have an even keel. Like don't get wildly excited or disappointed about anything, because it'll change so quickly. That's absolutely smashed by Amir Shahzad first ball all the way over the fence. It's okay. So yeah, Helix saying toad in the hole is his term, and he's from Australia, so maybe it's a regional thing. Dave saying,
where's Dave from?
Well, Dave's English, but he lives in France now.
And that one is called caught, but it is out of here for 6 again. So Maximal 2 in a row.
That's getting your eye in ECN style.
That's it.
Just with a couple of 6s clearing the pipes.
Isn't it? So
yeah, so Dave thinks that egg in the hole, well, he says that toad in the hole is sausage meat. Is that right? You use it? I mean, it is whatever you want it to be, right?
Dave, that's what I'm saying is
well, this got belted back at him. Now he might have a run out with a broken hand. Oh, Balu, he's such a good fielder, but this one has stung. And these balls, they're rock hard. Let's have a look at it. Bang. Yeah, hit him right in the right thumb. But then, you know, luckily he had a distraction from the pain. Surya Balu,
he's
all right.
He's
a key player.
That's it. He's shaking his right hand, and he's a...
What we're finding out is that you call what Dave calls an egg in a hole, you call it a toad in the hole, and so does T Helix, and that's fine, if that's what you choose to call it. And, yeah, Dave's saying an egg in the hole for him is you make a hole in a thick slice of bread and you crack an egg into it.
Yeah, that's what we call a toad in the hole.
And Dave's saying you bake a toad in the hole, you fry an egg in the hole.
No, I bake it. I bake it.
You know, when you start arguing with the French about food, I don't know if it's a fight you want to have.
Well, I think that the French, when that one is well struck and that goes out for 4, I don't think, I think the French would be dying in their graves thinking that's what wewe're doing with eggs. They do much more magical
Pretty sure
things
it's
with
a
their
subplot.
food.
You know the movie Napoleon's out at the moment. I think there was a bit of a B plot that was
It's
cut
a good
from
film.
Have you seen it?
It is. It went for a really long time.
French Revolution.
Yep. Well, yeah, that. But also that the film did.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. I watched it the IMAX in a very, very big cinema.
Oh no! Well,
And that's a no ball. It should be called. It was pretty
well,
high.
here's the thing. This is boy.
Hey,
he might
it's a
be
direct
run out.
hit as well. Let's have a look at this. We're going to have to. It's going to be tight.
He's going to keep going now. A couple of things here. It's kind of. I'm pretty sure he's run out. In fact, he's already walking
Walked,
off. But Munir has been basically a human punching bag for the bowling in the
Hasn't
last
he?
few minutes. But look, I think it's his slower ball. But
Oh, it's hit him. You'd be absolutely. Oh, it's just under because it's on the pants, though.
Yeah.
So he's run through. And is he out? We're going to have to look at that.
Yeah, he's
This goes
just
nice
out, I
and
think.
slow. Oh, it was a
He's just
direct
out.
deal as well. It was within 30 centimetres, wasn't it? I reckon it's
Yeah.
about 10 to 15 centimetres. And those bails are off just before he gets the crease. And
Yeah.
you know what?
You know what? He's unlucky in a couple of ways there. So let me go back to the no ball because there's no doubt the run out's out. And well, it's a pretty uncomfortable walk off from Munir. But that for me still, I mean, he's kind of his tiptoes. The spirit of the rule is kind of anything around the waist should be called. So I mean, technically this one hits him.
Right on the waistband,
You know what I mean?
doesn't
Look,
it?
he's on his tiptoes there, for example. You
Yeah.
know, I just feel that should be called a no ball.
But then he gets run out in the other end. So, well, as we know.
It's hard to run with a dead leg. We know that. And what a bit of work there from Omar Ali. Just picks up casually, just throws down the stumps. So all action all the time.
And so 52 for 4
It has,
off of the
it has
first
been
4.
called a no ball. And poor
Oh.
Munir, he's going to have to watch it from beyond the grave, so to speak. Because, well, I mean, Amir Shahzad at least, he'll get to face it. He's smashed a couple of sixes already.
That's it. So
It ain't the end of the over. Or is it? Oh, no, it was the end of the over. Okay, I'm reading the wrong score sheet here. Yeah, so no, it's not the end of the over.
No, he's coming up. He's coming back
So,
up
yeah.
to take.
I know that when we check the bruise on Munir tomorrow.
No, I think he's coming back to take
Yeah.
his last ball
so
here.
it will be a free hit will have to be bowled. That, I mean, the rule is there exactly to stop balls like that.
You're flat as
You know
anything.
what I
You're
mean?
flat as anything, though, if
Yeah.
that's hit you. And
Oh, wow.
there we go. And that is just the one off of that free hit, ultimately. So now we're at the end of the over, 54 for 4. And look, they're not hitting them as well as they were in the first innings.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. I mean, Shahzad, a couple of big sixes. Poor Munir, though. I've got to go back to him. He's copped one right in the guts, basically, and he's copped one on the leg as well. And he's going to feel like he's been beaten up with a sack of doorknobs in his sleep when he wakes up tomorrow. But, yeah, I mean, are you playing Olympic hockey or playing international hockey? That has to be a sport where you get a lot of balls on the body, and the balls they're just as hard as cricket balls, hockey balls, right?
My shins are still numb from when I played.
Yeah. And what sort of shin pads would you use? Because do you have to trade off kind of protection for pace? Is that the sort of thing with?
No, they're pretty well molded to your legs and
Yeah.
But look, you don't want to be forgetting your shin pads, that's for sure. And,
How
and we don't wear. I never wore a glove. I think I was
I
about
was
one
going to
of.
ask you about that. I didn't like wearing a glove either.
No, and I think I was about one of about 5. I reckon you could count on one hand the amount of people at international level that didn't wear a glove.
Yeah.
You're at your own peril, though. If I broke a finger, I'm in big trouble with my coach.
My fingers, I think they're just all broken all the time. so
Yeah,
I
you
never
cricket
even
and
felt
hockey, that's a
fingers.
bad combination.
Got some good ones.
As Sharp, oh goodness gracious, they're going the wrong
just
way,
saw my
mate.
hands
And
for the
there's a
first time.
Maximo there.
Shot. I mean, one thing I did say about Men in Blue, they lacked a bit of a spin option in that first game. I said it before the toss. Pratik Sharp has been given an over here to see what he can do, but nice shot by Amir Shahzad. He's a difference maker at the moment.
And Shahzad gets his score up to 20 off of 6, and that is verging on a wide there. It was right on the line, but not being called.
And mouth guards are pretty much a must-wear in hockey. Am I right? Or do some people not?
I think you would have to be at junior level. They won't let you on the field, I don't think, without mouth guards. But I was very lucky with my teeth. Never really got hit in them. You can lose. You break a lot of things in hockey. The ball's about the same.
That's some people I
hardness
played
of a
with.
hockey, as a cricket ball, sorry.
In senior hockey.
If not harder.
I played with a few people whose teeth were so bad they were always hoping they got knocked out so they get a new set.
I like my teeth. I want them staying as put.
Yeah, good comeback there from Sharp. He got
Yeah.
whacked once, but I mean 8 off 5 isn't too bad at all.
That's it. But now you put the moz on him now, mate.
Now,
You
last
can't
balls
be
over
doing that.
have been travelling today.
Don't say that. And, well, that one is hit. And you know what? I reckon he's going to be getting off pretty.
Barley with the old blind turn.
Yeah. he's playing with a man of confidence, isn't he? So 63 for 4 off of 5.
Yeah, gives us a chance to welcome you into the comedy box, and halfway through
Yeah.
the first innings of match 2 of the day, match 6 of the tournament, and Men in Blue, I mean, they put down a marker here. You look at their team, they've got a lot of good bowling options, a lot of good batting options. This does seem to be a bit of a kind of batting-heavy game, though, or batting-heavy series this morning, doesn't it?
Yeah,
a lot of sixes.
It does, but Barlow was outstanding there in the field and then with the ball as well. So Men in Black, that's going to be my tip, I think, in this one. They're going to come off that confidence from that first game.
You called them Men in Black again, but that's okay, because it took me so long to stop calling them Men in Black.
The Man in Blue. Starting that.
Well, boundary defenders, it's
Hey,
gonna
very
be,
good.
Look at more. Look at Barlow. He's pulling out even more tricks now. He's got the swagger on.
I'm into it.
I don't know if we'll get that on replay.
We
but
like
he's feeling that
characters.
through his legs as well.
There we go. He's got his sunnies on. The sun has just popped out here, and look at him coming up here as well, and going down to the keeper's end. But the sun has come out.
This is another guy I really like, Atul Kisa. He's got some of the best hair in European cricket. He gives it the old step over move. I think it's he was going to be in anyway.
Oh.
He wasn't quite in, but he didn't touch it. Didn't get any boot on it. There's Surya.
Yeah,
He's
got his glasses.
He's got the kind of Bollywood vibes about
He
it.
does, doesn't he? Oh, and that's a full toss, and that one has gone for 4. And was well played in the end.
Shazad's playing a good knock here. I mean, without him, I felt like
Yeah,
this innings would have lost all momentum. But
100%.
he's certainly finding the boundary pretty regularly.
Now, just waiting for Kassar to get his wonderful locks off. I
Yeah.
dream of
See what
having
I'm
hair
talking
that
about?
thick. That is absolutely lovely. And
And
that's...
our production crew just can't take their eyes off him
No.
either. They get a camera on him all the time.
Have a look at that. That is thick head of hair.
It's fun to watch on the field as well.
Isn't
but
it?
Another full
Another
ball,
full
another
toss.
no ball, another boundary.
Wow.
So things aren't going too well at the moment with some of
No.
these high balls.
And when it feels as though they were, keeping control here, Men in Blue, but doesn't take many balls, just takes that one no ball. But
Hey, while I'm checking, we have
You got
Rob
this.
Thompson in the chat. We have Chris who's in the chat as well, saying, oi, oi, Vinny, and the other commentator. Well, guess what, Chris? This is Georgie. She's been with me since yesterday, and she'll be here for the whole 4 weeks. So, Chris, why don't you say hello to Georgie?
hello, Chris.
Chris is a bit cheeky in the chat
Is
sometimes
he?
as well, yeah.
Well,
like
I
a bit of
can
spice.
I can be cheeky when I need to be there, Vinny, as well.
I know
So
you're in a bit of a good-natured verbal spar with Corey,
No.
which you got the better of. If you're going to ask any of the chatters a degree.
And that one's gone high in the air. Is it going to get underneath and caught?
Well,
And it is. And Kumar.
well, guess what, Georgie?
It's a
You've
no
fallen for the
ball, of
eldest trick.
course.
Yeah.
Do you know what? You've caught me.
That-
You've got to stop distracting me
No,
between
but
no
listen,
balls.
It's sometimes.
Do you know what's actually distracting me? It's the hair.
We all do it. Don't worry.
What?
It's sometimes we'll even have a score, so it's 2-0 that you've missed.
No, but
I'll have time to catch up.
do
don't
you know
worry.
what? It's because it's
The rest knew.
we change conversation and I
Uh-oh.
take my mind off of it.
Oh, it's
Oh,
a
he's
run
missed
out
it.
here. It's unnecessary. And guess what? It's Shazad that's run out. And so, that is a bit of a disaster. There's just never a run there. Whose idea was this? Shazad wanted it, but I think he regrets his call straight away. He'll be run out for 25 off just 9 balls. And that was wasteful. It could be a big moment in this game. 75 for 5.
Absolutely. And so this over has had it all. We've had some boundaries, some no balls, a catch off of a no ball that I forgot was a no ball, and now a wicket. So bit of tossing and turning here between the Men in Blue and the Jaguars. Jaguars going to start needing to kick up their heels and get a few runs here, though.
Yeah, with 4 overs to go, he's a big guy to lose. He
Oh,
just looked very, very on
Yeah.
in this game, didn't he? And
Yeah.
to get out that way, especially because there's only one ball left in the over, so he could have just stayed on the strikers end for the rest of the over and then taken the next over on. But as it is,
I think Haider was a big wicket, and so was Munir there as well. Haider had a top score there in the first inning, so getting him out early was big. But now the run-outs, what's annoying with the run-outs is they are really, both of those were really avoidable run-outs as well. So frustrating there for the Jaguars, and I think the men in blue have got a little bit of a get out of jail free card here, and that is a full toss, and that one is dropped out in the outfield. And are they going to run for a second with the overthrow? No, just one off of that one.
yeah, they're going back to spin, so they've had a slightly different approach here. Again, another ball, a bit like we've seen so far.
And big swing there for not much gain.
It was actually a pretty good ball, I think.
Yeah.
It just kind of threw the batter off balance, tossed up, had a bit of turn on it as well. So Pratik just trying to settle. Probably never completely settled in this game.
And another big swing, but foot stays in the crease.
Can you see the power of having variety in your attack? So you're just not all one pace. You got a slow bowler here, making the batter make the pace.
What? And you know what? Oh, they're calling for that one again, but I think his foot was down.
It was, but did he then go up? He's waiting. Look, he's waiting.
No, I think it is down.
I think he's got something down there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Just as a
being a
batter,
little bit tricky.
I see batters doing this all the time. You got to be aware of what's going on behind you. Just because you missed the ball, you still exist. So, make sure that keeper has thrown the ball back to the bowler or whatever before you even think about readjusting yourself or switching your feet over, for example. Just be aware of it. Avoidance is so much better than sorting out
And this is
a controversial situation.
a good wicket, a good over here for Shah. That 4 dot balls
He likes it. This
in
could
a
be,
row.
This could be out. I think there's one more. No, he's in.
His flat foot down at the back. I think there is something over the line there.
He's just in by a touch, and umpires having a look at it.
But what an over. 4
Yeah.
dot balls in a row.
And look how he's doing it. He's doing it by taking the pace off, by looping it up, and the batters feel like these should be going halfway to the stadium. By the way, FC Barcelona, very famous football club, of course, around the world, not just here, but they're playing their home games at the moment at the Olympic Stadium because their stadium's under reconstruction. Yeah, so I think people have mentioned that. It's pretty close to us. Yeah,
I walked past that this morning.
Yeah.
A little trundle around this Olympic Park venue. It's Barcelona Olympics, 1992?
Yeah, well,
Whoa.
this one actually does drop on him, and I think it does get him a fair bit below the waist, but let's have a look.
Yeah, but that...
I feel like by the time that reaches him, it's fine, and it is fine.
Yep.
But tell you
And
what,
great
they're wearing
over.
pads, but the pads haven't intercepted many balls in this innings, have they? 7 overs down as we have a look at the ECL draw. Why don't you pick a group there, Georgie, and I'll talk you through some of the teams.
do you know what? Let's have a look at what group am I interested in. Let's have a look at Group F.
Okay, Group F. All right, interesting you chose that because it does have Paco Care, who we commentated yesterday. Donnerstadt, they're one of what I'm calling the lost teams. And what I mean by that, come back to the live action here. A little bit wide to start. Kesar with his magnificent hairs back. They qualified for an ECL by winning the Austrian competition, as we're back live.
And a great shot there. 4. Hits away, cuts away.
Yeah, Haider kind of gets a bit of momentum back for the Jaguars, who have struggled a little bit in the last few overs, as we've mentioned. So Donnerstadt qualified, but because there were 2 tournaments that couldn't be played because of the pandemic in 20 and 21, they never got to actually play. So, and we haven't seen them since.
Close to a wide.
Yeah, so I'm really, really happy that they get their opportunity, essentially.
Oh, and another attempt at a stumping here. And they've been aggressive at the stumps here. We can have a look at this one. Is his foot up or down? And I reckon he is. Oh, that is so tight. Is there a little bit behind the line? That is tough. I reckon it's going to be umpire's decision.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one. I think you're probably going to have to go umpire's call here because you can't really tell. And yeah, I know with that camera on the platform, for me, I think you got to, but you got to go with what you said originally. Because if the umpire sees it one way, then you stick with it because there's nothing there to kind of confirm or deny either. Not out the decision.
Kassar here, though, not for 4 again. Although not getting the wicket, it's put a bit of pressure on these batsmen. Bit of aggression there as well from the wicketkeeper in Omar Ali. Making sure that these batters stay in their creases. I just knocked away for 1.
Yeah, so going back to Donnerstadt, they're one of what I call the lost teams. Gina Brescia is another one from Italy, and Skanderborg, Stingrays in Group A. 3 teams that have qualified before but never got the opportunity to actually play.
Oh, and this one is hit, and this should be caught. Is it caught? Yes, it is. And that is Reddy catching it in the field, and he's having a great day here in Barcelona.
He sure is. I mean, he's a guy, like a lot of the others, he's worked very hard on keeping his fielding standards high. And you think about the men in blue today, okay, they haven't taken absolutely everything, but they have caught pretty well. And they've got to a lot of balls as well. So I think this can be the difference, just creating opportunities. I don't think he picked that up straight away off the bat, but when he found it, he was able to get to the drop zone and caught it with good technique. Last ball the over, or not, because that'll be a wide. So Donnerstadt, who else we got in there? We got Independent CC from Guernsey, so they did play last year. They'll be back.
Oh.
Talon Stallions. Oh, they can probably run if you want. They will. Oh, both ends. Have a crack. Oh, not a great throw the second time around.
The first throw was a great throw, though.
Yeah.
And you know what? Good running between wickets there, between the Jaguars.
Yeah, we're safely in there. And of course, second time, Mr. Sumps. That'll be the end of the over. Who else we had? Yeah, Talon Stallions from Estonia. Batted really well last year. Their bowling let them down, and they ended up missing out on the final 4. So how those groups work, you play each other. There's 10 matches, so everyone plays their opponents. And then the third day, the bottom team drops out, and then they play a final 4 system. So top 2 get the double chance. And then Crosby, they're new, because Isle of Man, they've been included for the first time. The new teams, new countries represented this year are Isle of Man, Slovenia, and Serbia. And now we've pretty much got all the countries in Europe covered that are ICC affiliated.
So Reddy, he's ready for another wicket. Is it going to be caught? The wicket keeper is underneath it. Oh, and he just misses it. It's a bit of a shame there, because that was a real opportunity.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, there's probably 4 people that might have been able to reach it. Keeper with the gloves, and normally there's a rule. If the keeper can reach it, they go for it. But the issue here, he's always going to struggle to reach it while tracking the ball. In the end, he's just half a step short of where he needed to be. I mean, that's about as far as you can travel to take a catch from behind the stumps.
Isn't it? And Reddy, he took that great catch just before, and
I think Reddy wanted it.
Yeah, I think so too.
He knew, okay, if the keeper says he's going to get there with the gloves, but...
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But he's been very efficient, 1 for just the 7 runs in his 1 and a little bit overs. So he's had a good day out. Maybe looking forward to getting the bat as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Came in at 3 in the last game. Had a great knock.
Go walkabout here.
And this one, he's nicked it. There's an opportunity potentially to catch that one, but just the one off of that one.
Notice Borica has kind of changed positions from down the ground to kind of in the circle. He took out a little bit of a blow on the fingers earlier, if you remember that. Although, men in blue, I mean, they're kind of sport for choice with their key positions. I've seen Naresh Kumar's down the ground now. You've got Balu, who's kind of a fixture down there. They've got some very good fielders.
Oh, that one's up in the air again as well. Is that going to travel? And it is. Is that the 6? What about just inside? Let's see, it is 6 there. So Maximo.
Yeah, we'll check it out on the replay. It's just kind of short of a length and disappears.
And again, it's hard to see it. So it's even hard to see it for us with the camera.
True.
Think about how hard it is to see for that these players on the field to be able to see it in the sky. Now the sun's coming up as well, and that is 2 sixes in a row.
And look, you might notice that Diana has arrived. She wasn't here yesterday. She was still in transit from Cyprus. But yeah, ECM photographer Diana Orris. And Diana, I'll be honest, when she's at work, she's there to photograph, not to field the balls when they come past her. They just experiment a bit. She's becoming quite a good bowler.
And, well fielded there. And we've got the safe hands of Bailu, who he's been very good today. And we'll move around there. That's the end of the 9th. 107 for 6.
Yeah, so funny. I mean, similar field here than Gibraltar where it was last week, but different kind of player group and dynamic. So 107 off 9. Right now, Jags are given a 15% chance, whereas the 107 was probably around a pass score in Gibraltar. So if you're 107 off 9 there, you'd probably be 60-40 or something like that. So it just shows you that there's all these different dynamics that come into effect. Naresh Kumar is going to bowl over number 10.
When first ball, he gets it out straight at the stumps. What a great line and length there. And Singh, he is gone. Kumar for his first delivery of the day. You can't start much better than that.
Yeah, well, yeah, Kumar certainly was keen to get a bowl. We did see him bowl earlier and bowl pretty well, but in this game, yeah, he hasn't bowled yet. So he pretty much sprinted to the bowling crease and said, hey, I know we used the spinners, we used a couple of different options, but I'd like a go too. And he didn't let us down, did he? First one crashes into the stumps.
That's it. So Ahmad's coming on here. And 5 balls to go in this first innings here of this second match of the day. And Kumar, where's he going to bowl this one? He knows that these players are going to be swinging at anything. So you'd be wanting to aim it at the stumps because these big hitters, they're not wanting to run. They're just wanting to get the ball out near the boundary.
Did mention also Tripp has just left us. He's watching from the USA. Must be pretty early over there. Hello to you, Tripp, and hello to Glenn Butcher as well. Nice to have you with us.
And that one is hit away, but Bailu.
Wow.
His hands have been safe as houses all day, but not there, and he'll be absolutely kicking himself with that one.
Well, maybe Surya.
He looks like a rock star, but
he wants a few more runs to chase down. It just shows you that everyone is human, and this is one. We've seen him fielding behind his back, through his legs and everything. It's about as easy as it gets. Look, I know that feeling. I've done exactly that.
We've all done
You can
it.
be as good a fielder as you like. But
you know what? And this one should be caught. Is he going to be getting there? Oh! That was nearly a brilliant catch. He took 3 goes at it.
Action.
Oh, ready. He took it to come forward pretty quickly.
Lost it in the roll.
Just
and then
missed it.
He lost it upwards. Look
at this.
Lost it
1,
upwards.
2, 3. Nearly got there. Great effort from Reddy. And
probably doesn't hurt him that much, but
no,
would have enjoyed it.
And Kumar, though, he thought maybe he had second wicket of his first over here and last over of the day.
I mean, you've seen a bit now live. You've seen a few matches in a row. It's the greatest form of cricket. If entertainment divided by minutes, you could not.
Absolutely.
Do better than this.
I agree with you with that because we're getting it all. We're getting catches, boundaries, missed catches. And look at this. Is it going to get caught?
One-hander.
No, but the technique is unrivaled here in Barcelona.
I know
and that's it.
Tridecaphobia is the fear of the number 13. There should be a word for the fear of running a 2 because that went up high and they probably were morally obligated to go for 2 there, but I guess they were never going to make it. So I think, what was that, 114?
115 maybe for the Jaguars.
Yeah, so
look, not as good a tally as their first match here, but
fair few short, 30 short of last time. And so I suppose if you're going to go on past performance, Men in Blue shouldn't have too many problems with this. But
came from early wickets.
Anything can happen. But yeah, they were able to get the early wickets here, weren't they? After the first over went magical. They did pick up 1 wicket of Hyder, though. That was well taken on the bench. But yeah, I think Jaguars will be a little bit disappointed when they look back at this innings and they'll see that some of the shot selection wasn't quite there. They shot themselves in the foot a couple of times. Having said that, Men in Blue leaked a few in the last over. So let's see what happens. It's all set up for an entertaining second half. Yeah, remember Bailu, though, really fielded brilliantly.
He did, and he bowled as well, and that was his first bowl when he had a crack at it. And you know what? I love it, non-celebration. You know that you're in good form when you're not even celebrating because you're so used to it.
Just normal.
That's it. And this was an interesting one because this would have been a no ball. But instead, the only way you get it out, well,
and you get run out. Essentially run out, and then
there you go.
It was a bit tough, wasn't
you'd
it?
be a little bit flat if you were Munir there.
Munir got hit twice. Don't forget the first one was probably even better. He looked like one of those targets in a shooting range, didn't he, the first time?
You likened him to Homer Simpson. I'm not sure if that is a nice thing to do there.
One of the most universally loved characters in the world.
Yes, absolutely.
But this was a bit of a wasteful one, Shazad. I think it cost him 20 or 30 runs in the end.
Yeah.
Because he was hitting them really, really well. But yeah, some of these balls were going so high. But Men in Blue, like I said, they weren't perfect. In fact, they even made a couple of bloopers at the end. But they'd done the heavy lifting, I think, in the innings. And so these little bloopers towards the end didn't hurt too much. Kumar, well, he was pretty determined to get a bowl. Didn't give anyone a choice. And Balu, well, probably the easiest ball he had to field all day. Went straight through his legs, and there were a few chuckles from his teammates there because
that's it.
I won't use the term show pony in a negative way, but
it's a lesson in good technique there. You never want to be flat-footed in any sport that you play, particularly there in cricket. And have a look at the scorecard here, and there's not too many going into too many single digits for my liking here for the Jaguars, last year's champions. And it started with the early wicket of their captain Haider. And he was integral in their first match here of the day, but just the 7 off of 3 here today. And Munir, that run out, that was costly as well, just the 5 for him. And Shazad, he was good, 30. And as you said, that was probably costly there, that run out for him, 30 for him. And let's have a look at the wicket takers for the day. And, well, spread across 5 bowlers, I should say. And Kumar with the last over of the day, 1 wicket for just the 6 runs. So handy little captain's over for him. And Reddy, he was very good as well. So looking forward to seeing him come back into the next innings and have a bat. The Cataluna Jaguars there, we can see their top scorer Shazad and 30, and other Shazad there with 22 off of 10 and 11 accordingly. And the best wicket takers, Kumar, 1 for 6, Reddy, 1 for 21, and Kassar, 1 for 25 as well. So we're looking forward to a 115 run chase here. So, well, will they get the 4 points or will it be shared for 3 and 1? We'll have to wait and see. So looking forward to all of that action. We'll see that coming up on the other side here at ECS Barcelona.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Welcome back here to Barcelona, where we've got the men in blue and the Jaguars taking each other on for their second match of their head-to-head match here, back-to-back matches against each other. And the men in blue, well, they're in the hot seat, I think, to get some more points here. 3 points they took away in the first match, and they're chasing a total of 114 here. 79 runs or less, if they're restricted to. That means that the Jaguars would get the 3 points, but 4 points, I should say. But the men in blue, they are, like I said, in the hot seat, ready to go here. Looking forward to the run chase here. Now, it's the same order as last time as well. And they were able to run that in an anticlimactic final over. Now, the Jaguars, they're going to need to make sure they keep an eye on the clock here, because they actually weren't able to get their 9 overs in the time needed. And the first ball, well, it's gone for a leg bye there. And a wide is called? No. So, Haider, well, he's got the ball to hands and he's going to have to start this over again, technically. Ali's going to be on strike with Kumar, the captain, who had a great final over with the ball. He took an important wicket, and then just the 6 runs, and we get them ball rolling there. And doesn't quite go for a boundary, so they run a couple between the wickets. So 2 to Ali. There's 2 leg byes as well to start with. So nice little running, ticking over there for the men in blue. Now Haider was handy with the bat in the first innings. And the sun has come out here in Barcelona as well. It was quite cool at the start of the match, and well fielded there from Ali Imran. Didn't want to bend over, but didn't need to bend over. Little left foot there. Right foot there, I should say. And there we go. He stopped a boundary there, so covered the field well, and just the 1 for that one. So well done from Imran. And we come in again for Haider. And a dot ball. And dot balls are worth their weight in such short form cricket. So you can see there the target 115. That's for them to get the 3 points. Unless they get that in 7 runs or 7 overs or less. Otherwise, that score 80 next to that. That is their score to get at least the 1 point. So you'd think that they'd be able to do that with how they went in their first match against each other. But things can happen in this short form of the game. And that was another wide delivery there. So Haider coming in for his 5th. And just struck downfield for the 1. Vinny will be coming back shortly, but for now you've just got me. Georgie Parker is my name. I'm new to the European Cricket Network, and it's been a joy to bring this to you here in Barcelona. It's a wonderful place to watch cricket. Beautiful view in the background here at the Olympic Centre, which was built for 1992 Olympics. And catches the call. We're going to be able to catch it, and we do. We've got the first wicket in the first over of the day, and Ali, he is out to Haider. It's not what you want in the first over of the day, but he's gone. And just caught him a little bit high on that bat, didn't it? And when all the players are in the field, that might not be out when you're looking at the latter parts of the day, but with all the fielders in that central ring, well, they're going to be close, not having to cover much ground to be able to get it. And instead, there's a wicket, and look at that, 24 matches since a golden ball, and that is, Vinny loves a golden ball. He keeps talking about it. And he called one last week, he said, in Gibraltar. Essentially, we could be on for here with such a low target. You'd think that maybe we could be on for one here. Too early to call, obviously. Only the one over down, but the golden ball is a great initiative with the European cricket, where you have one ball and it's do or die. 2 runs for the one ball, but long way to go to get there, as we've got Singh having the ball here. He's getting an opportunity. He bowls and he's punished as well. So that one is gone. And Mr. Maximo is on his way over just after a Maximo ball. So 6 for him. And that's what they needed after an interesting first over. As there he is, the man himself, the man, the myth, the legend. You just got a bit of airtime, Mr. Maximo. And he'll come to us in a minute. He's just got to get his thing sorted. He's got a lot of things here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 screens for Mr. Maximo. That's why he knows what he knows. And is this one going to be out, or is this one going over? And it's just bounced inside. And it is going for 4. So 10 off of 2 deliveries there. So Kumar, the captain, he's getting his eye in, and he just to lead his team. He did so in the last over, getting that wicket, just for 6 runs. So what sometimes can be a costly over the last over. Instead, he kept them, strangleholded them. Mr. Maximo in his orange and blue, he's sitting down, ready to go. And that one is hit over. There's no one out there. And that is another 4. So Kumar, he's seeing them well in this second over. And good footwork as well. You can see his back foot just opening up a little bit. He knew where he was hitting it. There was no accident to that one. And 15 off of 6 now for Kumar. And seeing it's becoming a costly over so far for him. 14 off of 3 deliveries. So roll this one maybe nice and full. So you're not going to give them much of the ball to be able to look at. But there we go. There's another one. And that one is out of here. And that one is gone for 6 again. And Kumar, well, this is a nice over. This is one that you want to be showing people. A 6, a 4 and a 6. So he's going to be happy with this one. 21 off 7 so far. And that target of 115, well, we're already a 5th of the way through it. And another one, and that one is gone though, straight to point. So he has stopped the pleading as such there of the 4s or 6s. And Kumar, and he's at the crease with Reddy as well, who was really good in the first match. So you got a couple of guys that are seeing the ball well. So either one on strike, he wouldn't really be mattering. Singh comes in for his last ball of the over. And that one is struck very, very well. And a fantastic over. 26 off the over for the men in blue. And, well, Kumar must be nice. Great hitting. As Reddy comes now down to take the strike. And he goes, you know what, I want a little bit of this. That's what they're bowling up to us. Maybe I can have a piece of that pie. So Haider is going to be giving himself the ball again. And he had a pretty good first over with the ball. So he's going to be coming down. Got the left-hander and Reddy at the crease. Move the position of the fields around, obviously, for that. But Reddy was very good in that first match. So, but that doesn't necessarily translate to being good in the second match. We saw that with the Jaguars. We had a couple of players. That one's just at his feet. Just goes for the one there. So well bolted there by Haider. And Mr. Maximo himself, he's
Back.
he's back
He means
and
talking
badder
to me.
than ever.
We've got the paparazzi out.
Well, you know what they say, man. I don't know.
They should be following you, not me.
The
You're the
cameras-
You're the globe-trotting.
The mics are always live and the
Yeah.
cameras are always on. So you got to be careful with what you're doing and saying. And a big call there, but I think there was some bat on that. So I don't think there was anything in that. And the umpire says, no, thank you. Let's
Yeah,
have a look at that.
No signal. I'm not so sure if that's bad or not.
No, but
I'm trying to
it's
say
heading out.
just down the leg side.
Yep.
Just down the leg side. Yeah, how'd you go without me? You're right. You're doing a good job. How's the
Well,
production? We're just listening to you a little bit on the way as well.
well, you know, I don't know. I think we have different techniques, Vinny. You like the sound of your own voice, whereas I let the game breathe a little bit.
Hey, each to their own. I think there's a place for everything.
Oh, everything in moderation, as we were told yesterday by one of the mega fans on, I think it was Dave.
I think it's really important that look. What is difficult, I suppose, with the amount of games we're going is to find a commentary team that have the kind of availability to suit the schedule we've got because it is kind of gone off the charts. Decent bouncer there from Haider. This is pulled away for 4. What I like about this shot from Kumar is he actually hits down on it, so it's a very safe shot. So just have a look at how he hits. They call it high to low here. So you high to low, and to get that ball down actually means you have to be in pretty good position early. Naresh looks like he's hitting him well. But yeah, no, I'm loving the fact we've got some diversity, a bit more diversity in the box. We've got different ages, different nationalities, and like I said, we have had a few female commentators before. But I'm trying to think, he might be the first one to do a 4-week stretch. So,
4 weeks is a long time, isn't it? But we've got different varying teams in there. We've got some women's games in there as
That's
well,
true.
which will be great. And
I can't wait to see the ECIWs though. The Spanish women's team, they won Golden Ball 50. That was on the second last day of last season. And I think we talked about it a little bit yesterday, that it was an insane game. It was probably the craziest last 3 overs I've ever seen. And I've done a lot.
we've got a bat change here.
Yeah, Kumar's cracked his bat.
Well, when you're hitting them as well as you are, it sometimes happens.
Can happen.
Which one does he like? Let's have a feel. 1, 2. Gone with the second one. So 12th man's come out, and let's see whether he hits as well with this one as he does with the first one, because he's 31 off of 12 at the moment, and he's taking his team well on the way to getting that total of 115, or at least that total of 80 for that guaranteed 1 point as Haider comes in. Whoop. And this bat has a hole in it. That one.
Well, we're talking about egg in a hole, toe in a hole.
Bat in a hole.
Hold a bat, I guess.
That one, maybe a little bit of a weight difference there with his bat. But look, we live to fight another day. No nick on that one, so he didn't get caught behind and gets to face the last ball of the over. Ready down the other end. Be ready to go. He's only faced the one delivery so far. Kumar's been seeing them all, and well, he's going to keep the strike again. So 39 for 1 off of 3 overs so far.
Yeah, pretty happy with that power play. I think Men in Blue, Omar Ali, promoted to open the batting. He'll be disappointed that he couldn't make a go of it. But I think it's just a sign that they've got certainly a top 5 or 6 that are very, very strong Men in Blue, and they could shuffle them in any order. So one of the challenges in a tournament such as this is, you've got so many matches. There's a bit of a school of thought that says you don't tinker your order too much, but then I think you also want to mix the order up sometimes to make sure everyone's getting opportunities to bat, because when it comes down to the final series, you want to make sure that everyone's well prepared.
That's it.
I think it depends on your team and how many kind of genuine out-and-out bats you got.
And the type of players in your teams and type of some people are just happy to sit low of the order, not really just do their job around the field. And that one's been well struck for 4. And Kumar again quickly gets to 36. So 36 off 15. And Reddy's just wanting to have a face a delivery. He's only faced the one.
Got FOMO.
That's it. Just waiting, go. In the weird position there. You're like, well, can...
He won't mind as long as Naresh is not wasting time, and he certainly isn't at the moment.
No, absolutely not. But Men in Black, you can see there with that win predictor, 94% at the moment, and the Jaguars just at 6%. So the supercomputer, as you say, not giving them much of an opportunity. And that one's just finally touched there. But no run off of that one, and 93% chance of winning. So I'd like to think that's probably the case here. Not such a big total as the match before, and he chased that one down, 5 balls to spare.
Yeah, this one looks like it might not be that close to the way things are going at the moment.
No. Not when you're doing things like that, and that one is 6. It's been signalled on the sideline by Haider for 6, and Kumar, my goodness.
Yeah, that was absolutely smashed, pretty flat. Well, new bat, same old Kumar.
That's it. He's not worried about his tools. 42, so let's see a half century here pretty quickly. I'm going to put the Moz on him, but no, he's gone for another 4. This is a masterclass.
Oh, he's just on, isn't he?
Isn't he?
Kumar, he's a guy, we saw him crack 113 not out. His first ever ECN century in the previous series, playing for Barcelona CC, and he just looks in the best form of his life, to be honest. Just looks so organised. We've seen him wanting to get involved in the game, even took control, ran into bowl that 10th over, and now you can see offside leg side. It's just got no obvious weaknesses. He's batting really, really well.
So Shazad here, 14 so far off of his 4 deliveries. And Kumar, well, he's just played that one. He just wants to run the, again, whoa.
Oh.
Do you know what? That's the second time that we've used the footwork.
Yeah, I
there.
mean, Imran, it was like a flying
So he used his
judo kick.
he used his right foot both times, so we can tell that he is a right footer.
Yeah, you'd know that playing Australian football at a high level. You need to know the tendencies of your opponents.
Yeah, you've got to know it. So he, he knows where his strengths are. That right foot's one of them, and that one has gone through. So Reddy, who hasn't seen much of the ball, and makes you not so prepared when you do, but it's going to get Kumar back on stride, who's 47 at the moment.
So yeah, end of the over. 54 for 1, and you can see they're kind of well ahead of where they need to be. But having said that, Jags were in a pretty much identical position at this stage.
Yeah, so you can see that worm, and it's that second over for both teams, really, 26 and 20. And we've got Ali Imran with the ball, and so close to being a wide. And he put it right in the hitting zone, and that's another 6 for Kumar. And that gets him his half century. And you can't be bowling there for a guy that's seeing them like watermelons at the moment.
Yeah, brilliant innings.
53 off 20.
And 99%.
Yeah.
Well, it's gone down, just correcting itself. But 98% of the time, it works every time.
Every time, but that target of 80 is looking as though it's impossible to not get. And 115, they're halfway there, over just 4 overs. So let's see how he sees this one and whether or not Imran changes his placement here, because you can't be doing that. It's another 6.
Yeah, it's parts the blue sea over there, and really, they need a turning point quickly here. Otherwise, Jags are going to go down. And look, the other thing here...
Do you think that we could be getting them under 7 overs?
That's what I was about to say, in the way things are going.
So 115, if they get that, they being the men in blue, if they get that 115 in 7 or less overs, well, they get the full 4 points.
They will. They get everything.
So when this is happening, and that's another 4.
Another 4.
So it takes us up to 70. It's just 44 runs.
Yeah.
Very possible.
Might have been the dirt. So I'll give you the equation. There's only 45 in 15 balls. And the way they're going, they could probably do that for a ball.
Couple of sixes.
Remember, not you get a point, but you take a point away from your opposition.
Oh, caught. No, dropped. You can't be dropping the guy that's in form with Kumar. And he gets himself off strike and ready. Well, it's time for him to have a go. 64 of 23 for Kumar. He's seen 2 balls. He's about to see his 3rd ball.
Pretty good play to have at the other end. I mean,
Isn't
the thing
it?
there, at this time of day, you are fighting the sun a little bit there, and it does have the shades, but it was flat and it was out.
He was in right in his catching zone, right in the breadbasket, but didn't catch it. So ready, the left-hander, and well, I want to have a crack as well. And that one is bye-bye pelota. That is gone down the hill.
Downtown, baby. So I'll give you a trick. So you see there's 38 or 31 balls. If you take 18 balls off the balls, then that's what they need for the bonus point. So because it's 3 overs less.
Wow.
So at the moment they need 38 off 13 balls.
38 off 13.
How do you go with your mathematics?
Well, I would just look at that.
Yeah, that works
and,
as well.
go, well, there's 2 overs and 1.
Yeah, works as well.
And we get a wide.
When I look at that equation, that's what helps me anyway, because it also shows you automatically the amount of runs required.
Yes.
A little bit less work, I
I'm
think.
just taking that and that. But, well, it's a wide delivery there, so that's just taking that down to 37. They need... So Imran, well, and you know what? Well bowled there for that final delivery for him. So he was hit for 24 off of that one and a wide. So...
Gives us a chance to welcome you into the complex. Now, I was cruising around the grounds as we welcome you into the cube. A few questions about whether you ever played against Spain in hockey and or maybe played in Spain.
I didn't play in Spain, but I did play Spain a few times. I think we played them at the Olympics.
Okay.
I should remember that. But, yeah, a good hockey nation. Probably not as well highly played here as other parts in Europe.
Gets cannibalised a bit by the football, I think, in a lot of European countries. Maybe Netherlands, Belgium.
Netherlands
pretty big
and
there.
Belgium is very big. Big in the UK, big in Argentina and India.
I played against a few English school teams when I was at school. You know, it was a pretty good standard in a country where that it is dominated by football, at least in the press.
Yep.
Did you have like a favourite country to play, like a favourite, maybe a favourite rivalry, if you like?
Oh, I loved beating England, but that's just what we do in Australia. And
there's such good opportunity to have hockey ashes because the sticks would burn really easily.
No, not anymore. They're not wooden anymore.
Oh yeah, that's true.
But no, I loved playing against
like
England.
Carbon fibre.
Yeah.
I was talking to you
that's
off
why
air.
they hit so hard.
Start of the day, I was talking to you about hockey sticks. Oh, that's a shot and a half there, just kicked away.
Oh, isn't it? That's a confident shot. So what's he sitting on now? So we are 1.5 overs away from potentially.
Beautiful timing. They hit the rope or it's over? No, it's
Over.
well over. Well over. Yeah, I played an era where they were experimenting with materials, and some of them they did had to ban because it was just too dangerous in hockey.
Yep.
Which was actually also pretty fun.
I
some of them just would break in half as well.
Yeah.
Like some of them just weren't cut out for it.
I loved playing in South America, particularly Argentina. Very, very fun place to play.
Yeah.
Think of how India and cricket is. They're mad fans. It's a bit like that in Argentina. You have people waiting out your... it's another good shot. They're going to make a boundary or... Nope.
Yeah, the other thing, when I think back, and I haven't thought about, because I haven't played hockey probably over 20 years. When I started playing indoor cricket more, it was hard to do both on the weekends. But I work a lot with kids with cricket, but I used to love coaching Minky.
Minky!
Is it still called Minky?
Yeah.
Mini hockey.
I assume so. I mean, it's been a while since I played.
It's been a good day for whacking people in the torso. Ready. Where's that one? Shazad. It's a moral victory. 87 for 1 after 6.
That's it. So, could be 28 off of 6 balls if they want the bonus point.
Yeah, I mean, that over just makes it a bit more difficult, doesn't it?
Didn't it? But have a look at Kumar, 72 off 27. That's for people who like looking at things, that's a nice little number, 7227.
Palindromic.
That's a palindromic number. Is there a name for it when it's a number? I'm sure.
Palindromic.
Palindromic.
That's the only thing that's a palindrome. Makes sense.
And we've got Mania. So
They need
Munir.
29 to win, and Kumar needs 28 for his century.
This could
do it the
be.
easy way. Whack 5 out of the park, bring up your ton.
Let's
everyone
give it a
claps.
crack. Give the people what they want, Kumar. Let's go for it. And he went for it, but that,
Keeps him on strike.
isn't it?
Munir gets a bowl. Munir might have some unfinished business. Remember that he was basically, his family going to think he went paintballing today because he wore a couple when he was batting,
He
didn't he?
did. He wore one in the chest, one in the mid region, and I think he wore one on the side as well before being run out. So he's got a chance with the bowl, and you know what? He's got a wide. So
Trying him out here. Hey,
That's it.
Chris has a question. How many balls do we go through in a series? It depends. Now here
that's a great question.
Yeah, and no one can ever give me a straight answer. I've asked it. I think they allocate 4 balls per match, right? So you bank on losing a couple.
Well, it is one boundary, but he needs to get some of those sixes if they
Yeah.
want to do it in this one.
Getting there though. We can still go
So
4 sixes from here.
there we go.
And then
So-
here's your 100. But yeah, I think in Barcelona it's more than that. So if you think about it, normally it says 100 and let's say 107 matches in this, maybe 108 matches I should say, here in Barcelona. So let's say 110. It'd be like 440 balls normally, but I think here we need almost double that.
Oh, and catch it is the call, and catching it is. And well, Kumar had a great knock, 76 off of 29, so he's done all he can for his team, but caught out there, and an important catch really.
Yeah, I think it's Manjit out there, and
More for your pride.
had some issues with the sun earlier. This time it's a bit higher, could track it a bit better with the sunglasses.
Well,
but
the
there
sun
could be a
has-
match-winning innings though from Naresh Kumar.
That's it. But the sun has come out here, and it is coming from the opposing side of the field there. So
Pretty
behind
pleasant.
us. Oh, it's nice in
January in Europe, you don't think of this, do you?
No, well, I wouldn't have come if it wasn't going to be like this, Vinny. So I've brought a bit of summer in from Australia here with me, and it's beautiful right now that the sun's out and the wind's dropped right off. Much warmer than it was yesterday. About a top of 16 or 17, something like that today, and it's probably starting to warm up there now in the field as Munir bowls in, and well, that's how I think Kumar wanted to hit it. And Balu with 6 for his first one, and look,
See why Balu's a key player, right? He comes in, looks very at home straight away.
Well-
Not a great delivery coming from around the wicket, pitching outside the leg stump.
Balu was great in the field today, and I think he wants to have a go with the bat, but there we go. Just the one off of that one, and I think that 4 points is out of possibility now. 16 runs off of 19 now they're looking at. So I can just miss that bonus point, I think.
Yeah,
But
it will just.
the men in blue, it's been a good quality innings for them here. We're about to tick over to 100 runs off of nearly 7 overs. And there we go. So now just 15 needed off of the last 3.
So 100 for 2 after 7 does bring up the 103 overs to go in this one. And I know they're still working behind the scenes on putting the team cards together for the next match, which is coming up in around about 45 minutes here on the European Cricket Network. PAC Barcelona playing their first game on the network. Although, like I said, they've got a few people that we've seen before. They'll be taking on Royals. But yeah, we're in Spain. It's our second ECS of the season. This is basically how our season's mapped out. That may change. There might, things happen at short notice sometimes, but that is the plan. Most of the series are 2 weeks. There are some exceptions. Greece is 1, for example. This is 4. Later in the year, you might have a few series or a couple of series at the end that are slightly more than 2 weeks, and that just depends on things like availability of players and teams and things like that. But I think here in Barcelona, it is nice. We do normally get to stay a bit longer because they have a bit more of a player group, a few more teams, and you get to see a bit more of them. Anyway, here we go with over number 8. This looks like Maruf Hussain who's bowling it.
And a wide first up here. And Reddy is on strike.
Yeah.
And he's not faced many balls because Kumar had them all. So you can see his stance. He had an attacking stance, and it's fielded out by Holder.
Yeah, I feel like
Hyder,
should be a formality now, you'd think, for them to get there. I mean, Chris is thinking what you're thinking this morning. Chris is in the chat saying we should maybe put up some nets. But I mean, the thing with nets, they've got to be attached to something as well. But also, it would kind of ruin the aesthetics of this ground. It's a beautiful view.
You can figure something out, though, because it's a baseball ground,
Which
though.
net-
So surely they're losing a lot of balls. Or putting a net on the other side to catch them.
Let me tell you a story.
A
Okay?
catching
Story
net
time.
on the other side, not high nets.
Story time.
Story time.
I don't think of them as lost. I think of them as donated. And I'm going to tell you a story. In Venice, there was a gentleman that was constantly getting these strange things in his backyard. And eventually, he found out it was a cricket ball. Did some Googling. He started the cricket club, Venice Cricket Club.
There you go.
And of Venezia, as they're known in Italy.
Well,
That's coming high and straight over our heads. Maximo ready. Looks like a guy wants an early lunch as he lifts that one up and out of the park.
I could go for an early lunch as well, and he's hit that well. He had a great first match. There he is, getting his chance, and that is us, just over us here in the cube. And don't need many more here, and the ball's just been rolled back on. The umpire was a little bit quick-handed to give another ball.
They're pretty good at keeping the game moving.
Well, they need to,
So
don't
yeah,
they?
I don't know. I just think those balls are donated to the city.
I like, you know what, that is your fun fact for this
Like Jack
innings.
and the Beanstalk.
That's your fun fact for this innings.
There you go.
Catch the call, but nobody there. 4 for Reddy again.
Well,
And this
broken
will be,
the scoreboard, so we're not sure how many they
That's
need to
it.
win, but
I-
it's got to be
I
just around the
reckon-
corner.
I think it's about 3, I want to say. Round about that.
He might go 6 and keep the change the way things are going. Hey, Men in Blue, what an impressive start to their performance and to their tournament. All right, here we go. Will this be it?
And nicely touched there. Is it going to run away to 4? And it does. Just trickles over the line there.
Well,
And
is that like Tiger
I
Woods,
think-
really, isn't
I
it?
think that's it. I think my quick math, I think 3 was the number, and I think that is match all over. And there's no point running for that. You knew you were going to lose and just missed that bonus point, Vin.
Yeah, just kind of had that 6th over where they lost a bit of pace and a bit of momentum. Now, I'm scared everyone's walking back out to the middle, but I think that is it.
No, they're coming out to shake hands. Good sportsmanship all around here.
Barcelona is the one place where we might break the scoreboard because the scoring is
So
pretty
high.
frenetic. Yeah. Anyway, let's go back and look at the
We
highlights.
get there, and it's just going to be Kumar. After this first wicket here, it didn't matter too much because Kumar then went crazy. He went absolutely berserk. 6, 6, 6, 4, 4, 4. We're not going to be seeing too many runs between the wickets. Reddy didn't even get an opportunity. It was just Kumar. It was like he was playing backyard cricket, but no 6 and out here.
Yeah, he brought his own bat, hadn't he? But then he broke it.
That's
And
it,
then
but
needed
that
another
didn't
one.
matter. He had one air swing. That's about it. And the rest of the time, it was just him seeing them like absolute beach balls until he was finally caught out there.
Then Barlow came out, didn't miss a beat, did he? He just
No.
came out waiting the next one for 6, saying that's what my mate was thinking. And this one was pretty large as well. Just it's like you're watching golf sometimes. You see the ball flying through the air. And this one, like I said, it was almost like a closest to the pin contest as he just
it. And
nestled it against the rope. And that was it in the end. They bring it up,
Great finish.
I believe, with 13 balls to spare. Kumar with 76 in the end of 30 was an absolute start. So we have about half an hour until the next game, and it's going to be Pack Barcelona taking on Royal Barcelona in that one. Join us for more action after the break. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, with Georgie Parker. We'll see you after this with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company halfway through day 2 here at the Montjuic Olympic Ground in Barcelona. So coming up next, we have match number 7, Lucky 7. And in fact, it's the first chance to have a look at these two teams in this tournament. PAC Barcelona, well, they are technically a new team, although I do think we've seen a few of their players before. They're taking on Royal Barcelona in one of the Barcelona derbies that we'll see during this series. And right now, Nilkesh Patel is with two captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Your call? Head is a call, it is tail. क्या करना है? So he's decided to bowl first.
So PAC Barcelona have won the toss and they've elected to bowl first. So it means that we'll see Royals with the bat first. I suppose we have seen a bit of a mixture now of successful chasers and unsuccessful chasers. Royals last series, they did make a run kind of deep into the knockout stages. And after some pretty good performances in the group qualifying phase of the tournament. So Takio Mizar, their captain, he is always an entertaining player to watch. Just seems to be a bit of an X-factor player. And we actually saw him crack a very big score last year as well, a bit of a breakout innings for him. But as far as PAC Barcelona goes, well, they're going to feel their way as a unit, and I suppose they'll want to get off to a very good start. I think they're going to be very competitive. Anyway, Georgie Parker, she's been more than competitive so far, punching above her weight in the commentary box as well, considering it is her first week in the network, but it's been great to have her with us, and she's going to take us to the first ball. In match 7, the news from the toss is that the Royal Barcelona team are going to be batting first, are being sent in by PAC Barcelona.
Thanks, Vinny. And the sun has come out and it is a beautiful day here in Barcelona. Looking forward to the third match of the day. PAC Barcelona taking on Royal Barcelona as the teams are getting ready to make their way. And PAC Barcelona, they've decided to bowl, sorry. And it's been an interesting day so far, and I'm looking forward to continuing on today. We've got a double header, and we can see the lineups there. And Vinny, you've just made your way over. PAC Barcelona, Royal Barcelona. How are you going to see this one? Are you excited for it?
Yeah, I feel a little bit for PAC Barcelona because they had a couple of last-minute complications that that meant, that not the full complement. So it's always going to be tough to play that way. And to be honest, Royal Barcelona, looking at their lineup, they look pretty stacked. Shafat Ali Saeed at the top of the order with Shahid Nazir. Two very, very big hitters. You've got Takio Mizar there, Shaquille Kaiser. Yes, I mean, to me, they go off in favourites. PAC Barcelona got a few guys. We've seen them play before on the network, though. A bit of a Falco influence, if you've been following ECN before. And, it'll be a tough battle, but I know that looking at that team sheet for PAC Barcelona, they've got a few fighters on there. Murad Ali, though, watch out for him as well with the ball for Royal Barcelona. He's got a bit of pace about him. And I like the way he goes about his cricket. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. Now, the first thing you've got to do if you're PAC Barcelona, you won the toss, you've elected to bat, which means, I suppose, you start with 8 wickets in hand. So, look, let's see how they go. Can't be too far away from a start here. And they've got a 5-minute lay, unfortunately, that obviously they're still just trying to organise things together. So look, while I'm here, something I do sometimes, Georgie, is I'll do, while we're just waiting for the players to come onto the field, I'll do like a random, like roll a dice, and it'll pick a group and a team, and I'll tell you what I know about them for ECL, okay? Because everyone's getting pretty excited because we're only 4 weeks away. It's the Champions League of European cricket. It's the national champions from 33 different countries, and then the winners and last year's runners-up. Winners for last year, last year's runners-up. So, okay, I've rolled a dice. It says Group B, okay? And team number... It's an 8-sided dice. I'm going to do it a few times. Team number 4. Okay, so that's Prague CC. Now, look, I've spent a lot of time in Prague. I know they're seen pretty well there. Now, Prague CC are a very, very strong club there in the Czech Republic. And they're a very proud club. In fact, they have 3 tiers of cricket in the Czech Republic, and they have 3 teams. So, I mean, they're one of the few clubs that has kind of more than one team. Most of Europe, there's kind of just every club fields one team, and new clubs form, and they have other teams. So they've got a tough draw there, to say the least, because I think Group B for me is the group of death, probably along with Group E as well. I'm just looking at that, and Group B in particular, because Prague CC, they're not weak at all. They've got some very good players. They've got, for example, Naeem Lala, who's played first-class cricket in Pakistan. They've got a couple of really big national team players in the guy they call the Beast, Sudesh Wickramasinghe, who actually jointly holds, I don't think it's been broken yet, the world record for the fastest century in T20 international cricket, playing for Czechia. Players like Aaron Ashokan.
How many balls?
I think it was 35 balls, which is, it's pretty good going.
Pretty good going.
And then also, so for example, at T20 World Cup, you'd see when the records come up, he's up there. I think he held it jointly with David Miller and Rohit Sharma. So it's pretty good company to be in, right? And speaking of Group B, you've got the kind of the double English, the double drop of English there. Double dollop of English, we'll call it. Because you've got Hornchurch, last year's runners-up, drawn the same group as Wimbledon, who are playing for the first time. Now, Wimbledon, they won the Vitality T20, which is the club-based T20 tournament in England last year. So they've got some guys that have, had experience in first-class cricket, had experience in county cricket, but they've never played the format. So as we found with Hornchurch last year, it is a big learning curve, if you like, no matter how high a level of cricket you've played, to adjust to the dynamics and to adjust your game. So that's the sort of thing that good players do, though. They find a way, even if it's not their main kind of game. That's how they work. So, I mean, still given a 29% chance here in this game. And, under 4 weeks to go. The countdown is on. So, good to know that the players are going out there. So, it's going to be Royals batting first after Pac Barcelona won the toss and elected to bowl. So, those bright green uniforms, you pick them a mile away. But I just think Royal Barcelona, they're going to be in a mood for no mercy here. They'll sense that their opponents maybe not completely prepared for this contest, and so they'll be hoping, I think, to take all 4 points.
So, when you're playing with a couple of players down, Vin, tell me, how would you be putting the field? How would you be trying to protect it as much as possible?
It's a good question. I mean, luckily it's not something we had to do very often. But I think probably shows up a bit more after the end of the power play.
Yep.
So the thing is, you're still allowed 2 outfielders out in the first 3 overs. You're only allowed, and then you're allowed 5 in the previous. But it makes it. There's just more gaps. So how do you do it? I mean, you can either put all your eggs in one basket, try and protect one side better, but then you need to really back it up with the ball.
Yeah, that's it.
So,
well, their uniforms, if you watch any of the Big Bash in Australia, looking like the Sydney Thunder.
They sure do. Anyway, shake, rattle and roll. Game 7. And the first ball is going to disappear. Doesn't matter how many fielders you got, because that isn't being fielded by anyone on this field anyway. Maximo, a perfect start for Royal Barcelona.
That's 6 off the first ball. Can't ask for much more than that. And you know what? You're probably going in with a nice mindset as a batsman. when there's only 7 fielders around. But look, Pac Barcelona, they're here, and hopefully they put up a contest even with that. It'd be nice, Brazilian, and be a nice story to tell.
Yeah, yeah. Well, there's a famous game on ECN. This doesn't happen very often, but it's one some of our regular viewers might remember. There's this one.
Go for a wide.
Called a wide. But, yeah, called the Magnificent Seven in Malta. Again, there's one team that they're medical workers, and there was kind of some unexpected situations, and they had 8, but then they were down to 7 after an injury, and only, I think their opposition needed 6 off last 2 overs or something, but somehow they pushed it to a goal to more than 1, the fielding team, with only 7 on the field. So, yeah, the Magnificent Seven was Marta Day versus Marsa in Malta at the start, about a year ago, actually. I was doing that game with Corey, and, yeah, it's a famous game. And the funny thing was, at the end, they were all in a team huddle, of course, celebrating, but it looked like, well, where's the rest of them? They could,
There's no one there.
so you never know. But let's see how it goes. Obviously, they're going to be pushing it uphill, no doubt about that. Shabazz Ahmed is
Inexpensive.
bowling. Yeah, well, Nazir, he got 100 last year as well. This is going to disappear for 6 more. Maximo. Yeah, I don't know. If you look up bloodbath in the dictionary tomorrow, you might be having a look at match 7, the way things are going, because Royals, they are prepared, they are hungry, and they've made a very strong start.
Absolutely. A couple of wides as well doesn't help the situation. And a couple of 6s. So Nazir is seeing them well. He's confident. But we just need to...
Terry from Estonia, by the way, he's right on it. My spider senses were telling me that maybe that record doesn't hold up anymore. And it was beaten last year. Kushal Mala from Nepal, 34 ball 100. So there you go. He's equal second down.
And this could be caught.
Coming back for 2, though. So, yeah, that one seemed to have a little bit of dip on it. I mean, it was a high-ish ball. We'll check it out on the replay here. Yeah, touch and go. Probably just okay, but only just. Still, bit of a nervous moment. Now steps back and crunches it through the offside. That'll be 4. Well,
20.
you're seeing what I'm seeing. Yeah, we're talking magical start, and we're talking perhaps a very big score. Remember that last year we had the world record score here in a 10-over game of 257 on this ground. Now, I'm not saying that's going to be beaten, but the way things are looking, if the Royal Barcelona batters click, this could be a score, maybe the highest of the tournament so far.
A nice healthy score as well. Things are going against Pac Barcelona, that's for sure.
Yeah. And right now, well, that ball's no good. They're going to get a new one. So right now, still in the first over. It feels like this is taking forever. Probably the 5-minute delay didn't help. Now, the next one is going to sail through to the keeper again. That's well, Georgie, I mean, you must have found situations in your hockey career where you found yourself a player or 2 down.
Well, we get carded in hockey, so yeah.
You got the temporary cards as well.
Yep, Olympics down to 9 at one stage. Sometimes it can help you play better because it's a different sport, isn't it?
Everyone grows a bit.
Yeah,
I'll
you've
tell
got
you
it's character building, and I'm not saying that in an ironic way, I guess, condescending way, but it is. It helps you go, you know what? Let's just give this a crack. You've got nothing to lose. If you're going to lose, you're going to lose. You might as well go down swinging. So I think it gives you a little bit of a free hit in a way.
Yeah, no less is expected of you. But you kind of see it in ice hockey as well with power plays. You don't really, I actually kind of do in field hockey. the penalty box. You do have to go sit in the naughty corner if you are sent off temporarily, right? There's not really a box normally, isn't it? It's like an area.
Just a spot next to the umpires.
In ice hockey, you know how they've got the penalty box? It's like properly like the isolation booth kind of thing.
Yeah.
Reminds me of those game shows where like Family Feud. You have to go. But
go sit in there with the headphones on.
one of the ideas I like on the ECN. Well, there you go. Put it with the rest. And I haven't said this to you yet because we haven't had it. We almost do there. 29 off the over, so 29 without loss. 20 as a magical over. But when you get 30, we call that a supersonic over.
Supersonic.
And that was almost supersonic. And
Supersonic
not a
man
great
out
start.
of you.
Yeah, good song.
It's great. It's arguably Queen's best song.
Yeah.
I think it's their best song.
They're all, the Queen movie was very good as well. I enjoyed that.
I think it's their best song.
Oh, there we go. So late
Addition?
obviously. Mustance Rickball is in the lineup. Okay, so up to 10. They must have done that just before the first ball. So some confusion about that. But anyway, Mustance Rickball is a pretty handy bowler, handy batter to have at your disposal. He's scored a ton before, a couple of them actually, I think, on ECN. Anyway, time for the second over, and Naeem Shah is going to bowl it. That's a pretty good ball. First up, it gets away from the keeper. They'll get a single. Yeah, so one thing I think would be quite interesting is, say if you dropped a catch, imagine if you had to go into a little penalty box for an over, like the naughty corner. You're going to lock them up.
Do plenty for your confidence.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it?
It would be interesting.
You
Big switch.
You go into your own mind with that instead. You're already in your own space where you're reminded about it and you feel like you've let your team down, but that's just sport. And
the Chatters also have made a good point. Nice Yorker there.
Trapped it on his foot.
So we need to try and get you into the chat so you can send messages. That's something we're going to have to work out. We need to make sure that your account works. So I know you're in the chat. You've been keeping an eye on it.
Yeah, so you can't say mean things to me because I am seeing it.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's have a look
and luckily no one's been saying mean things.
No, of course not.
No full toss, under edge. This is going to be 4. So Shafat Ali Saeed, guy we have seen playing a bit of cricket for Spain, is in the mood. And he's able to sweep that one away for 4.
Had Wayne say, can't wait to hear Georgie and Corey commentating together. She's not going to put up with his antics.
Yeah.
Now, I'm interested to see what these antics are because, no, I don't put up with antics, Vinny. I make sure that...
Some people say that I've turned so many cheeks I don't have any left as far as Corey's gone. But
there you go. Chris, could be interesting when Georgie and Corey are on. Don't let them have Vinny's computer.
Yeah, there's a story behind that. Anyway, this is in the air. Now, can he reach it here? Fielder should reach it, and he will, and he'll catch it. So Kamran Raja, the captain, is able to take it. So Shafat Ali Saeed is going to have to go early in the piece in this one. He goes for 10. It's 34 for 1. Second over. Certainly bringing things back from the brink for Pac Barcelona. We've had a tough start to this one.
Yeah, big first over for Royal Barcelona. But, you know, that's an important wicket. Gives them a bit of sense of morale that they're still in this because that first over makes it feel as though, oh boy, this is going to be a bit of a bloodbath, as you said. So 34 for 1 after just under 2 overs. So an important wicket there.
Yeah, you never know. Yeah, good catch though. Really
great
good catch.
That expected score 166. We're having some people in the chat expecting it to be over 200.
Yeah.
And we'd like it to be a competitive match. So hopefully it isn't. But we will live to see. But a good catch there from the captain. So Raja.
Good player. And so is Naeem Shah. He's a clever kind of a bowler. He's kind of a quickish spinner. Likes to get it up in the block hole. Like a hybrid, halfway between a spinner and a pace bowler. It's a nice shot though.
Get there, get there.
Oh, well, he does not get there. Actually, he does get there. Just forgets that what he got there to do. He goes the old rugby league style there with the play the ball, and then he ends up running away for 4.
Got to commit to those ones. He nearly stopped it, but didn't want to get down low. But that's okay. So Shah, who had
no,
it's gone through him.
I reckon the umpire gets in the way here. The kind of hops one way. Zigs when he should have zagged. I don't know if we'll see it on the replay here, but the fielder basically got screened by the umpire. So that makes things even worse. And it'll take us to the end of the second over.
Zigs when he should have zagged. That's a very Australian term.
Yeah. Look, there we go. So it shows that they're up to the 10, which is good at least. Mustan Sriqbal in there. And so just in the chat, they're pretty excited with the prospect he might be about in there and send a message or two. So we'll work on that.
I'll work on it.
Easy.
I'm what you call technologically illiterate.
Technophobe.
Oh, yeah, I'm completely illiterate when it comes to this.
We'll
To the point, I had my computer here with me yesterday and spilled water all over my 6-month-old MacBook.
Yes, that's been a bit of an issue for you.
I tell you what, that really annoyed me.
Still, aren't you?
I really am, Vinny. I'm going to have to go buy a new computer. And they're not cheap. Get that?
Oh. I don't think that throw was going to hit. Bowler came back to field it. Yeah, it's not ideal. How about these days? Are you at least kind of saved everything in the cloud, so you can pick up a new computer and pretty much pick up where you left off?
I don't really have anything on it. I just use it. I use it to watch Netflix and write a news article once a week. That's about it. But I was looking forward to getting involved in the chat, so I do need to go get a new one or get that one fixed. It's currently way...
Well, there's no fielder there. Fortunately so, because that might have taken his head off. That's it's very, very fast for 4. Nice shot by Nazir. Like I said, Nazir's a guy who doesn't mind reaching the 3 figures here in Barcelona. Oh, yeah, so the other thing we were going to talk about is when you're in the chat, you'll see that some people are blue and have spanners, and they're moderators. They have certain powers, to block spam and, things that break the chat guidelines.
Well, they're all of them.
Wow.
That's what they are.
Well, that one is out of here. Adios, pelota. Maximo. As Ahmed rocks up, bowls this in the slot, gets absolutely tattooed over the leg side by Nazir.
Good technique there from him as well. And he just watched his piece of work as it goes into the nets there.
But here's the thing. So spanners, they can't block other spanners, or you can get timed out, so no messages for 300 seconds if you break the guidelines, and then if you repeatedly do it, then
so
you can...
5 minutes, that's a 5-minute card.
It's a 5-minute card. Yellow card, right? Yellow, is it still between 5 and 10?
5 or 10, yep.
Yeah. Can it be between? Nah, it's one or the other. All right, this is going as well, and it will bounce just inside the boundary. 4 runs. Nazir 33 in no time at all. 50's come up as well during this over for Royal Barcelona. But I don't know how this happened, but I have some sort of superpowers that I could potentially time out or block spanners. I could...
You're a super...
I don't know. Maybe I have superpowers, right? Corey doesn't, though.
Oh, so he took your computer?
He lured me one day. He said, it's really nice. Why don't you come and commentate out here for a little bit and get out from away from my screens, right? And this was on a Peacock Friday. Remember we were talking about Peacock Friday and how we like to dress brightly. So I was there and it was nice. Got out of the cube. I felt the breeze. Just kind of had a different feel to it. Meanwhile, I didn't realise when we call it the Peacock Friday Chat Massacre.
I like that you're out here
everyone
showing
out of the
this
chat.
Just for me.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of nice. I was trying to bring that feeling back. Yeah. I'm walking the walk.
How did it feel out there? Do you trust me with your computers?
Yeah, well, I already trust you more than Corey. I mean,
hey, is that a big call or is it not really?
Not really. But you'll meet Corey. You'll have fun with Corey. Corey's knowledge of the game is very, very good.
I just read that, but that he likes to argue over anything.
Yeah, he's petty. Anyway, that's the
end
of the third over.
I appreciate that. Very Larry David-esque.
Curb Your Enthusiasm is a very good show.
One of the best shows of all time. I can't watch more than one episode because otherwise I get frustrated. I just go, stop being so unreasonable, Larry.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I know you're a fan. Actually, like some of the same shows. We've learnt that about each other so far. The Chat Massacre, everyone, like towards the end of the day, everyone was timed out for, I think, 5 minutes. And it was very quiet in there. Like tumbleweeds going through the chat. He likes winding people up. That's a good way to put it.
I'm into that, though. There's room for a little bit more pest-like behaviour. A rascal, if you will. We hit that one away for 4. So Ali's gone up to 12.
Yeah, little Alan in the chat saying, I have no spanner, not a mod. Well, Alan, I've seen you popping up from time to time, so maybe the robot will take notice and give you a spanner. There is a little bit of mystery about how people get spanners.
Well, it's like the blue tick on Instagram.
Yeah.
How did I get it? I don't know. But it's there. It just came up one day.
The Spanner Fairy is essentially the robot, but depends which version of the robot. Anyway, this is a baseball ground, and that one is just belted over the left field fence. Maximo. Now, they have lost the 1 wicket, but the scoring not really slowing down anytime soon.
And that predicted score is getting higher and higher. Currently sitting at 173 at this rate, but they could get even more. We're up to 66 for 1 off 3 overs. That run rate sitting around 20. So I'm looking forward to, if we do get one coming right to the...
I don't know what your fielding's like. You won't need to field this one. It doesn't quite have what it
takes.
What is your fielding like then? Tell us. You said you played a bit of cricket in
just backyard,
informally.
just backyard cricket. Yeah, it's hand-eye. My hand-eye coordination is there, Vin.
I'd imagine it would be.
It's sitting there. I think I'd be a bit more of a batsman.
Yeah.
Batter if I was. Sorry, I should say batter if I was playing. I would have loved to have played.
I'm sure if you had a hockey stick in your hand, you'd be belting them. All right,
I would love to do that.
This is catchable, but time to say a couple of prayers. Oh, what a catch. Brilliant catch by Wasim Abbas. That was a mile high. Came in into his right, and so the cameo's over from Abid Ali. He's going to go for 20. 68 for 2. And some of the high catching today has been next level from these players.
The ground they're covering as well to get them. I think sometimes that's kind of it, where you don't have too much time underneath the ball to really start worrying about it, but covered a little bit of ground, and here we go. You can see him moving in the back there and sees it. Palms underneath and catches it. 2 hands there. Yeah. Right in the breadbasket. And, well, 2 for 68. They're still hitting them pretty well, but
still on for a big score.
Start getting wickets, though, and puts a bit more pressure on.
162 is expected to score at this stage, but
was
the actual
173.
Run rate at this rate, if they were to keep it up, they get 185, 186.
Quick math.
Yeah, moving the decimal point. One of my strong suits. I actually got trained a fair bit in kind of mental maths because of what I used to do.
Hey, look at this.
2 in a row and sharp. Having a party. It's Hashim who comes out. One of the all-time great bat swings, but he comes up with nothing but fresh air, and it's a golden duck for Hashim, and just like that, Naeem Shah's on a hat-trick.
And this is exactly what I was saying about that. Once you start putting the pressure on with wickets, well, the batsmen, they go, well, hang on, we're meant to be winning this by quite a lot, and here he is. Quack, 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 quack. He's up to go back to the Pav.
Yeah,
and
we'll be thinking about it.
Hat trick ball. We saw a hat trick. We saw a hat trick yesterday. Could we see one again? And just a lack of footwork there, but here we go.
Could this be hat trick number 4 of the season?
Yeah, we had a tiff yesterday, 3 for 11. Great couple of overs for him.
Party poop up.
That's it. He didn't want to be the guy. Didn't want it to be him.
Kentucky scored 100 last year as well, and it's a real breakout innings for him, so he can be destructive on his day. Right now, 68 for 3. Yeah, so a few people, and just let's talk about Corey, because he's kind of like, like if you brought in a kid and, you're trying to teach him the right way to do things, but he's got that kind of rogue streak. That's Corey. I think you'll like him a lot.
Well, Corey's going to have to help me around a little bit. You're giving me plenty of lessons here, Vin, so I hope he knows his role's going to have to...
First thing Corey will do is tell you that everything I've told you is wrong.
That's fine.
So you have to kind of take that with a grain of salt.
So tell me, what would he tell me was wrong?
Just, to do this, and this is our procedure for doing this or that. He's like, nah, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Because he's got
his own method and it works for him.
Corey's very economical with his energy, is how I put it.
Do you know what? I appreciate those types of things. Yeah. We should be efficient with everything we do. Yeah. Why stand when you can sit? Why sit when you can lie?
When I said efficient with his energy, what I really meant was he doesn't like using it.
Yeah, doesn't like doing the work behind it.
Anyway, this one is going to be close. And then it just goes over the line. Maximo.
It's a good effort.
Yeah, well, it wasn't quite out of the screws, was it? We'll check it out in the replay. And it headed towards the cube. Cube's a bit of a ball magnet at the moment.
Pretty close.
Yeah, just over the line. Yeah, we've already seen a couple of very good catches taken by Pac Barcelona, but not quite able to reach that one. Nazir still there. Yeah, false shot. He's going to get lucky. He's going to get 4. So motoring towards a 50. That takes him up into the 40s.
Yeah, Nazir seeing them well, and we saw this earlier in the match, in the day, sorry.
Corey, sorry to keep going on
Just
about
go back
him,
to Corey.
but
We want to talk about Corey.
I just saw in the chat they were talking about he did do something. So that's the thing. He can do some brilliant things. He dropped. He's not meant to do this, but he did it in Malta because he had a bit of a run of dropping catches in the crowd. So could we have an extra commentator in the marquee event? He'd be floating around the fan zone. And we actually had a counter. He dropped 9 in a row in the crowd.
No, you can't be dropping
He
9 in a row.
10th one takes a hanger, right?
Yeah.
And then that's the one.
That's the one he's sharing.
We actually had a counter we kept putting on the screen for every time he
How
dropped
many
one.
drop catches?
Hits straight down the ground at some pace. Oh, good,
Hey, well
quick
fielding.
release. Yeah, excellent fielding. Fielders out there have done a good job so far. But in Malta, but the problem is when he's commentating, he used to have this habit of going for catches, but he would forget he's plugged into everything. So the whole table would just go with him.
The number 1 rule?
Protect the equipment.
Protect the equipment.
You know that now.
I do know that, but he did, I see, take off his headset.
You know, have you seen this one? It went a bit
Of course I've
viral.
seen it.
Yeah, where he took off their helmet. You hear this, George hits it high.
The
next thing you see is...
I've been sent this by a lot of people saying, is this what we're expecting from you?
Yeah.
And look, I'd give it a crack. I don't know if I would be able to take it. I'm a big fan of the game, but you know what? I'm not any good.
Just look at your hands.
They're small.
The hockey player hands. Yeah,
They're okay.
Pretty straight fingers.
They're very straight. I never broke a finger. Never broke a finger.
Never
Too
had
good
the
for
pleasure.
that. Too good for
the
that.
5th over. Let's go back and have a look at you in the commentary box. And any standing here, Mr. Max. Georgie Park with me. Have a bit of a chat. Yes, we will see Corey a little bit later in the tournament. He'll be coaching Spain, actually, the Spain men's team in the ECIs, which is the 3rd weekend. But then he'll be staying on to do a bit of commentary as well. Rico Full will be in for me next week. I'll be taking a little bit of time off. And we just, kind of our regulars, we have to kind of juggle our time a little bit so we can sneak times away during the season. Just due to things like the law.
And 49 weeks of cricket a year.
It is.
How many games?
It'll be this year potentially 1,700 to 1,800 matches.
So with 1,800 matches, you need to get a rest, Vin. So
everyone needs a
he's
break
shooting
sometimes.
off. But I'll be here for this 4 weeks.
But I like
And
working.
you did say no one's done 4 weeks.
Straight off the bat, probably not. Probably not.
So look, I'm gonna do my best.
Your best.
See
It's
how
been
my
pretty
energy
good so
goes
far.
by the end of the end of the time.
In the end, I feel like week 4 we might be just wheeling you in and like a wheelbarrow. just
for multiple reasons.
Just
Maybe it's
put
because
the
of
mic
the
near her mouth and see what
tapas.
happens.
Could be because of the tapas, or could be
Yeah, the
because
Spanish Mediterranean lifestyle, I'd agree with you.
well, it would be nice.
Adil Reef getting a bowl here. And Adil is famous for a number of things, but one of those things is that he's bowled the equal longest over ever on ECN. It was in 16 ball over, but their 16th ball was a wicket.
Well, so
Sweet 16.
it was a good over then.
It was
It's one you remember. How many
was a
no
lot.
ball? What was the breakdown? No balls to wides.
mostly wise. I can read it back to you if you want.
No, you don't have to go. I thought you might know it.
I want to. Well, I can't remember all 16.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah, well, I think it's got the journey, and it does. Maximal 50 for Nazir. He brings it up off 19 balls in a reef. He got away with a couple of dots, but the third one, it just dragged down. Nice pull shot. And Nazir, he's 50, and he looks like he's thirsty for more.
He doesn't look like he's 50.
Yeah, looks good for his age. But yeah, Reef can't get it wrong to Shahid here.
They've slowed down that.
There you go. There's 6 more. Yeah, they had, but guess what?
Then I said that.
They turned the clock back now, aren't they?
That's the commentator's curse, isn't it?
2 dots and then 2 sixes straight away. Here's Adil Reef's over for Falco versus Trinidad Royal Stars on the 15th of November 2022. Went dot wide, leg by 5 wides, wide, 4, 1 wide, no ball plus 1, 1 and wicket. There's 1 wide ball.
There you go.
It's actually 8 wide balls and 2 no balls in the over. So probably too many, not probably. All right, in the end, and this one's going to be a teaser. It's gone. So there you go, 6 and out in the Reef. Well, We just mentioned that he took a wicket eventually. This time he doesn't have to wait as long. And Nazir, very handy one to get at this stage of the game.
Absolutely. And I did say they were being able to slow down that run rate, which is really important because after that first over of 29 runs in that first over, you were setting yourself up for potentially a really long day. So a wicket there is handy because then you're starting to put the wicket pressure on, and he was out there before, but instead Wasim Abbas has safe hands and gets that 4th wicket. So 4th for 930, and that expected run rate sitting at around 150 now. It did get up to around 175-ish earlier in the match, so that has come down a little bit.
With no Nazir there, have a look at the expected score. It's dipped down into the 140s.
40s.
We've already seen that kind of a chase pulled off today, haven't we?
Exactly. So these next couple of balls are going to be quite important, you'd think.
Ooh.
And dot balls are handy, wickets are handy.
Yeah, Kaiser comes out. Geez, he's a pretty good player to come out at 6. These guys are very, very strong with the bat, Royals, but as it is the end of the over. So 93, 4 after 6. Sometimes they do a 6-over check-in. So 6-over check-in time. Let's have a look. They're going 15.5 and 0. I think from here, they'd be pretty satisfied if they could get 15 and over, get that 150 up. It's a pretty healthy score to bowl at. But I think with these two, and in particular these two, if they were to stay in and connect with a few, they might get a few more than that. I think that they're capable of pulling off that kind of magical over. But let's see how we go as we get ready for over number 7. And it's going to be Wasim Abbas to bowl.
I want a supersonic over.
Yeah, and there's been 3 40-plus overs ever.
What are they called?
Hypersonic. We had to come up with it on the fly.
Hypersonic.
Hypersonic, yeah. So
Hypersonic, supersonic. Are they too similar?
It's just, listen, they happen so rarely. It's not worth spending too much time on them. But our first hypersonic over came here in Barcelona. And
Sounds
it
like
was
a Grease
actually
song.
Men in Blue that scored it. 45 off the over.
Well, Men in Blue just having their 2 wins earlier today.
Yeah. Since then, we've had a couple of 43s. Maybe a 41 from memory. But let me tell you something else quite funny.
Hey!
Got him. Yeah, well, there you go, Tucky. Just about to mention that he has a high score of 1-1-1. Not out. That
Boy,
was in
just
last
got
year's
1
tournament.
today.
Just 1. Yeah, 1 off 3 balls this time. And that will help as well. I mean, get the expected score down the low 140s now. 93 for 5.
Yep, those wickets, which earlier you think maybe there weren't going to be too many, but now, and what's happened is those wickets have come in quick succession. We had 2 in a row, and then this has been 2 in 1 over.
Yeah.
And so that really halts play in terms of momentum.
Definitely. Yeah, the last 3 balls have gone wicket, dot, wicket. So,
yep.
Tucky.
As a wow. That's a wow
It's
over.
a wow, yeah. Wow.
Wow.
I think we've even had a wow over once.
Wow, wow.
Wow, wow.
Wow, wow.
You're very good at the sound effects. That's not something I was expecting from you, but you're certainly a woman of many talents.
Well,
Abbas has his
Boy.
first. Now it's new batter out there, Anas Khan, and he's going to start with 4. So just lifted, leg side, didn't really get under it, but he got the placement, didn't he? Bisected those fielders perfectly.
well, they're going to be needing those, though, because they've really dug their self out of a hole.
Yeah, give themselves a
At
chance.
Barcelona.
Well, that's almost hit the helmet. It's
Oh, no.
It's another one of these Tortugas, the pitch Tortuga. I think this is a bye, but this full length, just have a look at the unexpected bounce that it takes. Bang,
That's it.
just kind of blasts through the gloves of Amir Hamza. Thanks for the interaction. Keep the questions coming. And yeah, Jeff was asking, Georgie, are you doing Armchair Experts this year?
Oh, we hope so.
Tell us a little bit about that for the non-Australian viewers.
Armchair Experts. It's a I work mainly in Australian rules football in Australia, in Melbourne. It's probably our biggest winter sport. Cricket would be our summer sport. And AFL would be our winter sport.
Definitely.
And I've got a show called Armchair Expert, which is probably where I sit in a lot of my things that I do.
Sounds comfortable.
It is.
End of the over, by the way. 100's up. for Royal Barcelona. It's 100 for 5 after 7. And we'll come back to that in a sec. Just quickly, we might just pause to show you a little bit about what's happening on ECN over the coming months. So, of course, we're here in Spain. Excited to be playing ECS cricket, but also there's ECI cricket, which are internationals, ECIW cricket, and women's internationals. And then you've got the ECL coming up, which is the European Cricket League. We talked about that a lot. That's a 4-week tournament. No days off there. So it's going to be 26 days of consecutive cricket. We're in Portugal for the ECS and also the Western Shield. First ever time we'll have the British and Irish Knights taking on Team Europe and plenty of other locations still to come. Anyway, time for over number 8. First one's worked down the ground for a single. So yeah, tell us a bit about what's your typical armchair experts show looking like?
Yeah, well, it's just after the game on Friday nights in Melbourne, and we just talk a little bit about the game, a little bits of pieces about what's going on in footy. I've got a segment on there called Judge Georgie, where I...
It's going to be a long chase and an unsuccessful chase. So Kaiser is going to get this one away, and typically you might see Nabil Kaiser for Royal Barcelona as well. This is Sharjeel who gets 4. Okay, so Judge Georgie, what are you judging?
Judge Georgie, well, depends on what I feel like judging. Sometimes it can be serious.
Domestic
Sometimes
disputes?
It can be... Oh, no. Well, sometimes it can be about the game or something that week that's taken my fancy within a sport. Sometimes it can be as simple as, whether tomato sauce belongs in the fridge or cupboard.
Right, who wants this? Short answer, nobody. Keeper's going to have to go for it now, and he will have to take it slightly uncomfortably, but he does take it nonetheless. Had to avoid the bowler on the way through. So Kaiser's going to go. Again, this was a steepler. Keeper, I saw he had like a rubber neck. He was looking around anybody else, and he said, fine, I'll go for it. Pretty good take by Amir Hamza. Looks around. Hey, all right, it's mine. Bowler. Oh, no, the bowler's taken that, has he? Well, I had no idea what was going on.
Do you know what? I love the kahunas on that to just go, you've got gloves, but I'm still going to stand here and take it.
I often say if there's one player that can overrule the keeper on a high ball, it's probably the bowler.
Yep.
Because they're the ones that are going to get the wicket or not. So, I had no idea what had happened there, to be honest. I was looking straight at it. Replay from the reverse angle showed the bowler took it.
And look at that expected score now, 131. They've taken off 40 odd.
Pretty good effort this from,
isn't it?
from Barcelona.
A real turn of event. We'll have to look at the worm and the runs per over shortly, because I reckon you can just see this real decline in acceleration from Royal Barcelona.
This one hits him on the body. He wants a quick single, but he's not running quick. Wow. Is that? That's going to run away. They should. Well, they're not going to get an overthrow. Throw comes into the bowler's end now. They might get an overthrow. They won't. It's only one set of stumps standing. They must have just made it. I mean, it's a pretty good piece of fielding. I thought the other end was the end that was on, and maybe that was the case, because we'll look at it here on the replay. The throw came in, absolutely destroyed the stumps. Oh, does he get that bat down? You'd hope so. Well, he does just. But then here come the stumps. Bang. In the old rule, this would probably be out because he's in the air when the stumps are hit. But these days, as long as when you're running between the wickets, as long as you've made good your ground, if you dive or lose contact with the ground, it's a sensible rule because
that's just in stride,
yeah,
right?
it's in stride.
Yep.
But yeah, technically, it's one of those things. When someone read the letter of the law one, they said, well, no, you're out.
Yeah. I mean, we talk about the spirit of the game.
Oh, wow. It's like a delayed steal this time. A 10-pin bowling practice for Hamza. But no signal here originally. Let me have a look at it on the replay. Got a long way across. In that angle again. Just taking it down leg side. So action aplenty here. I want to go back to Judge George. Do you get to wear like a wig?
No, I get a gavel. I get a gavel.
Sorry, hammer. I'm showing.
My sting, that comes up on the screen, is me looking like Judge Judy, but Judge Georgie.
Bit of a resemblance there.
Well,
Judge Judy I wish 60 years ago.
I wish my bank account resembled hers. So if you have anything that you want me to judge, send it away, because I can judge anything you want, and it literally can be as simple as should sauce belong on the chips or on the
Yeah.
side?
You
Things
said
like that. So there's things that I can judge. I'm happy to judge serious things or unserious
Why
things.
don't we
So
throw it in this game?
Judge
we
Georgie.
can borrow Judge
Dun,
Georgie
dun.
because is that Law and Order?
I don't know. It can be both.
But the thing is that we're not in Australia now, so let's not get into who has the intellectual property rights to what. Let's just say we're in international waters
It's
here.
my
We're in
segment.
Spain.
Don't worry.
Yeah, so Judge Georgie is in session. All rise, and let's throw something at it.
Ask me a question.
I want it to be
and
from
I'll
the chat.
judge.
I don't want it to be from me. So let's get the chat
That's
to
it.
test out
And
Judge
it
Georgie.
can be over the course of this week. So if you're thinking of a question or if something pops up in your life and you go, do you know what? So
Maybe they can hashtag it Judge Georgie as well in the chat, so
That's
we
it.
know what we're looking for.
I have some people ask me things to do with their, like they're having a fight with their sister or mum, brother or partner, and I'm the one that gets to overrule it. And I think it's, it's a fun, powerful position to be in. And
They're
my
drunk with
rulings,
power, no problem.
my rulings are final.
Yeah.
So send them away,
Judge Judy
Georgie.
was a great show. Is she still doing it? Surely she's
I-
packed it in by now. I saw it popping up on the American presidential campaign
She's
trail the other
hilarious.
day.
She doesn't need any more money. She's just floating along just fine.
Moustache Iqbal, the monster, I call him, because he hits the long ball, but right now he's going to get hit. And just enough on that to run away to the boundary. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting some Judge Georgie rulings.
Well,
What are some of your more memorable ones? You have the sauce. So where do you sit on the sauce? In the fridge or on the table? Refrigerator or not?
Cupboard for me.
Yeah, I'm a cupboard person.
Yeah, cupboard for me.
Yeah.
Yep.
The other thing is when you put in the fridge, occasionally when I do go home, there has been sauce movement. And when those squeezy bottles you have these days, it ends up with these,
Weird clunks at the top.
yeah, or this watery
You
bit
got to
comes
shake
out
it.
first.
You got to
Yeah,
shake it like a sauce bottle.
not a shaker.
Fair shake at the sauce bottle. That's a famous saying in
It
Australia,
is,
Vinny.
for a
It's
reason.
from the classics, as you would say.
You said it.
I also have a campaign, Free the Sauce, because I believe that sauce should be included in what you're buying. You shouldn't have to pay 50 cents.
I hear what you're saying. I thought you meant like in the supermarket.
No,
So
no,
it's just
no.
free. Like people want free tampons.
Well-
Free sauce, but they're both essentials. Yeah. I get what you're saying. This is going to be hit away for one. And yeah, okay. So free the sauce
So
should
free
be
sauce-
included.
A bit like, and my logic behind this is, and I think maybe in Europe there's a lot of big sauce bottles everywhere that you put on your hot chips.
Yeah.
But my
places.
logic is, if you don't pay for sugar for your coffee, do you? But I don't have sugar in my coffee.
That's true.
So
Careful
why
though, suddenly we'll all be paying for sugar. Anyway, this is going to be into the gap, and that's going to be 4. So let's say it all happens in the 9th. That's the way things are rolling at the moment. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying there.
So it should be
The milk in
absorbed.
your coffee. you
It
know.
should be, yeah, exactly. It should be absorbed in the price of what you're paying. And sure, just because not everybody has it, but that's taxes, baby,
Yeah.
Anyway, so you'll come to
I think it's
get to
you
know
think you're going to annoy Big Sauce.
if
Like the...
Big Pharma.
the
I'm very strong stance on a few of these things, so you may come to not like me there in the chat because I am
Yeah, just checking what's going on here. I think after one of the wickets, there was might have been after the high catch. There was
Judge Jordan.
the batters were at the wrong ends, and that's why that's caused a bit of an
Chaos.
issue with a bit of chaos in the scoring. But that's all right. Anyway, looking
Judge
at this,
Georgie.
it's the end of 9. And 1 over to go. All right, Judge Georgie, what's the first one?
Bowler wearing sunglasses while bowling. Now you can only do this if you're bowling some form of spin.
Okay.
You can't be doing that if you are bowling fast, and that's a little bit of physics. got no-
Ashley Giles style.
Yeah,
Probably one that
I mean,
springs to mind.
Nath Lyon does it a little bit.
Sometimes.
I've got no problem with that. It's sunny out there, and
Okay.
yeah, I've got no
Yeah,
problem.
what
with
have you got against fast bowlers doing it? What if they were stable enough to stay on?
Nah, I don't know. It doesn't sit
Doesn't
well with
seem
me.
right, does it?
Doesn't seem right.
With Dean Jones.
And I don't think that fast bowlers have the swagger
Yeah, okay.
that spin bowlers do. Spin
So-
bowlers, they take their 3 steps, they've got their collar popped.
Yeah.
They're not these pure athletes as such.
So fast bowlers already, I suppose, have that intimidating nature.
Yep.
So they don't need the sunglasses.
Yep.
Spin
Take the
bowlers need
chains
to look
off.
a bit cooler. They
Yep.
need to seem a bit more like they've got a bit of sass about them.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense. You're a good judge.
Yeah, I think I'm
Anyway.
a fair judge.
Oh, good luck catching that. It goes one bounce, and it's going to be into the cheap seats, Shub, where there's a regulation fumble off the field. That'll be 4. Scores back up, so we're at 120 with 5 balls to go. Okay, I like what you're saying there. And, yeah, keep them coming in. These are great. Dean Jones, I was going to say, when he was on the, I think, the 89 Ashes, and he didn't used to bowl very much, Dean Jones, former Australian, and, yeah, unfortunately, passed away a little while ago. Short, that's asking for trouble, and you're going to get it. You just rock in ball half trackers. It's not going to end well. You're going to have a bad time. That one is Maximo. 6 more over leg side. Murad Ali, mentioned him about him bowling fast. He also likes to bat fast. 6 runs. Yeah, so he was actually bowling. He used to bowl some part-time off spin, one of the county games. And Dean Jones was like, I think the first or one of the first actually wear sunglasses on the field. Before then,
Ever.
no one did it. Like late 80s, early 90s. And he went to bowl and said it was one of these few games where he was going to bowl. And the umpire, English umpire, you know, old
Yeah.
school, said, well, I'll take the cap, but there's no way I'll be taking the sunglasses.
Well, there you go. And then, so then one of your teammates has to wear 2 sunglasses on their head.
yeah,
Like,
multiple hat wearing is something that I find interesting.
yeah. And there's always one person in the team that likes to do it. So in Australia, it's Davey Warner, for
yeah,
example.
they say wear many hats, but literally wear many
Yeah,
hats.
he loves
Yeah.
wearing a couple of hats and a couple of sets of sunglasses. I think he takes pride in that. So I think that's... But I'll tell you what I don't like glasses in tennis. I don't know why. They feel like you should be able to do it.
This is up. It's in the air. That's 6 more. Maximo. Well, Anas Khan is just going to clear the front leg on this and help it away straight down the ground. So coming with a late run here, Royal Barcelona. Okay, I'm going to have to go through some of these quickly, okay? Judge Georgie, golf is a game or a sport?
It's a sport.
Okay, that's it. We'll try and be
It's
quick.
a sport.
All right, not more. This is probably
But a sport is a
2
game.
if you're going to try for it. Oh, good throw, he's gone. Well, yeah, well, he actually forced him to throw. So it's going to be run at the other end. So this is quite an interesting one. This because they like the feeling of Anas back on strike because he's had the better of the one-on-one. So Murad, number 3, he realises with the throw coming in, this is going to be out. So he says, you know what, I'll hold the crease, force him to throw. So it's pretty clever. And then, oh, look, he's like stricken with grief there, Anas. He said, you know, you're batting well too. I'm sorry. You should have had the last ball. But anyway, as a tribute to his departed partner, let's see if he can whack this one out the ground. Keep them coming in, by the way. What else we got? Fingers up or fingers down taking a catch?
Oh, this could
in
be
the
us
end,
here.
We
This
might
could
be
be
able to
us
find
here.
out in a minute because that is going to be caught up. One hand, one bounce style.
Well-
I got caught up in the ropes.
I didn't realise I was commentating with Corey.
Yeah, well,
Couldn't one hand, one
I
bounce
was
that.
just protecting the equipment. That was curving dangerously towards us, but it was 140 for 7. We'll leave the jury out on that one, and we'll get back with a ruling on it. But
Plenty.
140, we saw this chase down earlier, but remember that Pac Barcelona, they're one player short, so give them one less wicket to play with. But I look at some of the players in there. The Mustafa Iqbal, in particular, he's a guy who we've seen do some pretty phenomenal things on the ground. But 141 will be the target. Let me just think quickly. I think it'll be 99 to get a point out of the game. So
Quick
that
math.
seems like a bare minimum. But yeah, some pretty violent hitting from Shahid Nazir started this one off.
Yeah, pretty violent hitting is the right way to do it. And it started with that first over, nearly 30 off of the first over. But to Pac Barcelona's credit, they really stopped the bleeding, particularly in the middle part of that game where you thought, oh, maybe they could be with a chance here. They got that required run rate right down for them. We thought it was going to be a bit of a bloodbath, but they managed to come through. And that came with wicket taking. They took some important wickets and they took them in quick succession, so then they weren't able to build a partnership and to create some real momentum there. So well done to Pac Barcelona for turning around what we
Yeah.
thought was going to be a completely different match. So this second inning is going to be very interesting,
And
Vin.
when you think they're a bit underhanded as well in the field, they took some very good ones. They
And
covered
important
the
catches.
ground very well. And I think you're spot on there. I think that just pulled the score down. Okay, 140. That was with a bit of a run at the end as well. So, I mean, might have been stuck in the 120s the way things were going at the end. But, yeah, credit to Pac Barcelona. Yeah, beware the team playing from behind. But having said that, we saw a fair few big bombs here around the edges as well, didn't we? And Nazir, very good start to his innings. And you've got to realise, 18 games per team, we're going to see a lot more of him. And plenty of the other batters we're seeing out there. That was a nice catch, though, to finish him off. But, yeah, we just saw the momentum halt in this period of the game. 2-2 there. And then Takio Mazar went just for only one. And, yeah, just kind of throws things wide open. I think Pac Barcelona probably still slightly behind in the game, but only slightly.
Yeah, only slightly. And it's given themselves an opportunity, if anything. So, thankfully, a good game on our hands here. That was an interesting one. The bowler taking control of that one, even though the wicketkeeper had its pads, had its gloves, I should say. A couple of direct hits, but able to get over the line. And it was good fielding in the end. Good hitting, good batting, good fielding, and I'm looking forward to this second innings, that's for sure. And some big hits there. Too close to the cube for Vinny's liking as well. Oh my God, number one rule, protect the equipment, then protect the players. That's his second most important thing in his mind. And this was second final ball of the day for Pac Barcelona with the ball. And then there we go. Finish up with a 6. And Royal Barcelona going in with a pretty handy lead, but nowhere near what we were expecting. So looking forward to Pac Barcelona coming up very soon with the bat, chasing a score here in Barcelona for European Cricket Spain. Looking forward to it. See you in a very short moment on the other side of this.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Welcome back here to Barcelona. And we've got Pac Barcelona coming to take the field with the bat after starting with just 9 players on the field. But now they've got 10 players on their list to chase down this score. 98 runs or less if they're restricted to. They will go home with no points. The target is 140. And it was looking like it was a bit of a blowout earlier in the day, but you know what? They came back and they stuck fat with how they were playing and ended up doing a pretty good job to control that target at one stage. It did look like it was going to be, like I said, a bit of a blowout, and that came with some handy knocks with Abid Ali with 20 off of 6 and Nas Khan with 23, and Shahid Nazir, he was absolutely tonking that ball out of the park with 57 off of 21, but Naeem Shah, he helped control the team back and hit took 3 wickets just for 24 runs with his 2 overs, so controlled that target. 141 is what they're chasing, the Pac Barcelona lineup. Sun is out, the sun is shining. It's a nice, beautiful day here in Barcelona. Top of 17 today. And Ali Siad has the ball here. And is it going to be a first catch? First ball, first catch. And that is what we're calling a royal duck here at the European Cricket Network. And how's that? And that's not doing them any favours for that chase down. That's not what you want to be seeing at all. And that is it. Quack, 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 quack. He's got his royal crown on and he is out of here. And do you know what? How's that for some nice sportsmanship? Getting consoled there. Abid Ali having a chat to his mate, Kamran Raja, the captain. It's not how you wanted to start it. But, well, not for Pac Barcelona anyway. Royal Barcelona, exactly how you want to be starting this. They came into this one as heavy favourites. And Vinny, well, you've just come in to see a royal duck and, well, you don't see them very often.
Yeah, we do see them more in ECS than anywhere else, but they are a rarity. Yeah. What was it? No, the trumpets when the royalty kind of appear. Yeah, that's basically the music's going through my head. Yeah.
Maybe that's what I should be doing when I see that instead.
Yeah, it was a bit like that, wasn't it? Baksh took a fairly easy catch. Raja's a good hitter, but he goes without scoring. Shafat Ali Saeed is very, very clever operator as well. He's a guy we've also seen playing a fair bit for Spain, and even it's quite interesting. So Spain, obviously, they're playing a fair bit of this T10 format, and then Corey, the coach, watching how these guys play, picking them and saying, look, in a T20, for example, in the same conditions, or even if it is on turf, or if it's on artificial, some of these internationals are playing artificial surfaces. He said, go out there and just bat like it's T10 and see how we're going. If we're 3 for 130 after 10 overs or 3 for 150, let's keep going. And we saw them absolutely pound. It was Isle of Man, actually, who were touring Best 7 series. And Shafat Ali Saeed, for example, he said, okay, you go up and you open the batting. And he smacked a 50. You know, it's a different mindset. And that's a clever little cutter from Shafat. Gets away from the keeper, they won't run. So it was quite interesting because Isle of Man, again, they're brought up on natural pitches, playing a certain way, kind of the English style, quote unquote. And they kind of just didn't really know what hit him. To the point that in the last game of this series last year, Isle of Man were bowled out for 10.
It's not a good score.
And not just that.
Not a good score.
Spain's innings, when they were batting, went no ball 6-6. They wanted 2 balls. Crazy.
Is that some form of record?
It is.
Now, I need you to tell me then,
Go on.
Vinny, who is going to stand up for Pac Barcelona? Because with the bowl, they kind of stopped it.
Yeah.
and did their job. Who's gonna have to do that here in this Pack Barcelona lineup?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the two at the crease are two they'd love to get going. I look at Mustafa Iqbal, who is a late addition to the lineup, as a guy who could really come out and play a match-winning knock here. He's a guy, he has 2 centuries in ECN cricket. He scored them back in 2021. The issue here with Shafat Ali Saeed is that with his angle, most of the balls are pitching to the right of the stumps. And if that's the case, can't be out. This one is more of a swinger that actually is probably swinging down the leg side. But yeah, he beats the bat a few times there anyway. And so that will take us to the end of the over. 25 matches since the golden ball. And we've gotten close, but haven't quite gotten there yet in this series. I feel like you won't get the full ECN experience without a golden ball, Georgie. So I'm hoping for you that happens at some point along the way. But yeah, Mustafa Iqbal, with those 2 centuries a couple of years ago, we saw him a little bit in 2022 as well. But yeah, he's a guy that could make a big difference.
We're looking forward to seeing that. And Murad Ali has the ball here for the second over of his second innings.
Having said that, he is listed at 10 out of 10, but I think that's the reason is that he was a late addition to the lineup.
Change that.
All right, this is Murad. I was looking forward to seeing Murad. Likes to bowl wheels, and yeah, first one, pretty spicy. Can't pick up the ball there, otherwise that would have been a chance to run out.
He spent it before he bought it. Bought it before he spent it. What's the saying?
Yeah, spent it before he bought it.
Spent it before he had it.
Yeah, something like that anyway.
Let's go with it. Do you know what? Something you learn about me, Vin, is I make up words and I make up sayings.
You know what?
I've merged them together. There's probably a word for that. I merge things together and I just go with it. Okay, that's fine. You know what I mean?
There is a word for that, you know, but I don't know what it is.
No. Well, that could be the fact of this innings because
I've seen that before.
We were saying that we're trying to get to know each other, so...
That's a pretty good shot. Good idea anyway. Doesn't really time it. Should pull up in time. It does. Long chase out there for Shadjul Kaiser. And they'll get 2. Word for merging 2 different words. I'm going to put that in.
In the Google?
Yeah. Good old-fashioned Google will tell us. It's what...
Yahoo!
It's called a portmanteau.
A portmanteau?
Portmanteau.
Well, that could be my nickname. A portmanteau.
Doesn't really roll off the tongue.
Well...
Porty. I don't think you want that one.
Okay. Again, I might be porty by the end of this trip.
Maybe. Oh, it's a good shot, isn't it? He's just smashed this through the offside. Murad pitches up. Nabas, he helps himself to 4. I love Murad's action as well because there's a lot that goes into it, a lot of kind of moving parts, but he really whips the ball down there. Dave saying, Judge Georgie, how do you judge Royal Derek?
I liked him.
Yeah.
I liked him. I liked that he didn't just have the crown, he also had the what was that called? The robe situation as well.
Yeah.
You know what? I think I'd like it if it had, might be asking for a bit too much, a little red carpet underneath for him.
Actually, that's a very good idea.
I've actually met the Queen.
Is that right?
I've met Queen Elizabeth, but
tell us about that.
Live. Well, I didn't know protocol when you meet people like this. Well, no, close enough. I didn't know you weren't meant to touch them or anything like that. I didn't manhandle her as such, but I did just put my hand out and apparently you're not meant to move anything until they reach out to you, and I just go, hi, my name's Georgie, and took my hand out, and she looked at it for a second.
Really?
And then she shook it, and we had a little bit of a conversation.
It can't have been the first time. Not everyone reads the, 1,000-page book.
Well,
you have to...
No, that's it. I had no idea what I was doing, but
bouncer, keeper. Can he get there? He can. And so Murad does unsettle Shah with some short stuff there. Beats him for pace, and Pack Barcelona have lost 2. Now 9 for 2.
Not a great score that we're needing that from Pack Barcelona.
Murad, you can see what I'm saying when I said he's got wheels. You know, Murad's a guy. Yeah. He'll run in and he'll keep bowling this way for the whole series. 18 matches or 118. And Naeem just got that high in the bat. And pretty good keeping as well to get across there. It's Taki Mazar's got the job today. Sometimes you'll see Shaheen Nazir doing the keeping. But Taki just showing his versatility.
Well, it's nice to see after that wicket, all 11 players from Royal Barcelona came into a huddle. So they're all on the same page with what's going on there. So a little bit of camaraderie and teamwork there.
So I've got a question for you. So when you met the Queen and you kind of
We had a little
breached
chat.
protocol.
We had a little chat.
But did it seem to bother her? Or she was kind of
She
cool about
looked
it?
at me like, "What are you doing?" Taking my
Dirty
hand
look?
out. Yeah, she probably threw that glove out after. But we we had a chat. She asked me. I was injured at the time, so she had.
Colonials.
Yeah, sorry.
God rest her
we had
soul,
a
by the
little
way.
chat. Yes, it was in
Yeah.
Glasgow at the 2014 Commonwealth Games, and cricket now is going to be an Olympic sport in
Yeah.
2024.
Yeah, it's funny.
And came back into the Commonwealth Games.
Might be 2028.
Or 20.
In
No,
the
it's in.
Olympics.
No,
Is
it's
it
in-
already?
Oh no, sorry, you're so right. It's in Los Angeles,
Yeah,
which is
LA.
2028, not
And then
next year.
Brisbane 32, right?
Yeah, well,
10 for 2 here after 2. But the reason I know that is it was discussed a lot. And one of the things that we kind of hoped, I mean, I guess it's great that it's back in there. It did make an appearance at the 1900 Olympics, but it was very different back then. It was two kind of social teams going head-to-head, basically. But I don't know. My personal opinion is I suppose I'm happy it's in there, but I feel like that if it was the 10 over versus the 20 over, it might be a better spectacle to get kind of non-cricket lovers involved, if that's the objective. Cricket obviously has a huge profile in the countries where
rather
it's big.
than a 6-hour game.
I think,
kind of thing.
it'll be T20. It'll be, they're talking about top 6 countries in the world. And I don't know. I just feel like it's missing an opportunity. So I think when I look at something similar to what we do, then you could have it perhaps on artificial pitch, and which means if you're in countries where they don't have cricket wickets, then you've got another kind of plus there.
It's
Shafat coming back, by the way.
interesting to see whether or not it will stay. So
That's my concern.
So my
Yeah.
understanding with cricket being involved in 2028, and it's a very, very, in terms of number of people playing, but you can see here in Europe it is starting to grow. But my understanding is that in Los Angeles, usually there's a cap of how many people can stay in the Olympic Village.
Yes, I've
and
heard
what's
this as well.
happened is LA's just gone, we don't care about that cap. But when the Olympics then moves to another country, that cap's going to come back on. So
if
these
you
team
saying,
sports
32
times
countries
10.
Or whatever. Yeah,
So
sure.
they're
Or more.
going to, exactly, because they're big teams. So they've brought in a bunch of, they've brought in flag
Gotcha.
football, they've brought in softball again, they've brought in cricket, which are all team sports. So I'm worried that they're just going to come in and then leave again. But it was brought in the Commonwealth Games again as well. And
Yeah, it wasn't the Commonwealth Games in '98, I remember.
yeah, it was.
in
And
Kuala Lumpur,
Australia
right?
actually got a silver medal. And
South Africa beat them.
I spoke about this with Adam Gilchrist, and he said they took it like it was a joke, and that he didn't think that they should have been there. He felt as though it wasn't a space for
So who took it like a joke? The players? Or?
the players
Yeah.
did, and that's why they didn't come home with the gold medal. But he kind of said, it didn't feel right for them to be in there because they were such professional athletes. That it doesn't feel like the place for it.
This is the constant thing with things like tennis or basketball or golf.
Yeah,
and these
when
kind
it's
of,
not your pinnacle, it should be your pinnacle event. But look, it could be that. And
So I'll give you an
good
example.
for global eyes on the
So this is
game.
where I'll give you my opinion. It's only opinion. I don't like it the way it is. I don't like it. I'd rather wait 10 years
Judge
and have
Vinny.
it in. Yeah, Judge Vinny, Judge, Jury and Executioner here. But I look at rugby as the example of how I think cricket should be integrated in the Olympics. So you got rugby 7 in the
Yep,
Olympics.
and it's fast
It's
and fun
fast,
and quick.
It's an accessible format of the game. It's
a taste of the
It's a
game.
taster. We had tapas last night, right? It's a taster, and I just don't think a 3.5 to 4 hour game. Like, I know lots of people.
Well, I guess baseball is in, and that will
They think
ins
that-
and out, but it comes in and out. Another thing.
Yeah, I just think it can be done better, even
Yeah.
if it takes longer. But I mean, it might never get in, so I think it's not a bad thing it's in, but I don't know. It doesn't get me excited. Anyway, this is going to be flicked away, and it's going to be 4. And that'll be the end of the power play. So it started with a couple of good shots, but there weren't a lot after that. It's the end of 3, and it's 14 for 2. So, it's interesting that you say that. And yeah, I remember I was kind of last year of high school, I think, when that 98 98 Commonwealth Games was on. And yeah, I mean, you also, if you have I think tennis is a good example, I suppose. A very professional game, and
Basketball.
basketball. I mean,
The thing is,
the
I think-
dream team entering in '92.
But you with tennis, you look at Andy Murray, for example, when he won that gold medal at home in London Olympics,
Yeah.
and he was there crying and he was very emotional about it.
Yeah.
and it's interesting that Great Britain claim is as theirs when he's,
Yeah, of course, yeah,
but not
yeah.
when any other time. But I think they still have that sense of pride for their country. But things like basketball, where they don't even put their hand up because their money is so big in other things. It
Don't
is in
wanna get
tennis
injured in
as
the
well.
Olympics,
But
yeah.
but the clubs kind of own them. Soccer, I guess, or football, I should say.
They do
It
something
becomes
like in between, don't they?
as
for
an underage,
football? Yeah.
underage,
With two players
with-
that can be older, right?
except for the women where it's overage.
All right, this is up and out of here.
Nope.
Well, not quite all the way, but will be 4. And Abbas needs to fight back and tries. That 99 is the target to at least get a point for PAC Barcelona. Yeah, even the men's, it is underage, but I think you're allowed 2. Well, you definitely were last time I
2.
checked.
You're allowed 2 overage, but the women, and I spoke to some women about this, saying it more. For them, that became a bit more of a pinnacle because it was eyeballs on them. But now
Yeah.
that it's become more and more professional, I don't think
Then
that they need to be in there like that either. And I think that should start going to be underage as well. So
Yeah.
it's an interesting one. This landscape of the Olympics
I might throw a random
continually
question
changes.
out
Go
without
on.
notice. Yes, this one floats a little bit wide of the wide line. This is Abid Ali, who's bowling over number 4.
Have a look at the difference here of Royal Barcelona at this stage. We're 60 for 1.
Pretty different.
And, yeah, PAC Barcelona, well, they're 19 for 2. So fair bit of a difference there. So that 99 is probably the target that we're trying to get, just so they don't get 0 points, just get that 1 point. But
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe they can.
maybe there'll be a
Well,
game
Iqbal's
changer.
in. I talked about him. He's 5 off 7 though.
All you need is 130, a supersonic over.
Yeah. Well, that is a good start, isn't it? And Shub.
So
I think the last time Shub fielded a ball cleanly was around 2021. And once again, this is a pretty regulation one on artificial turf. And
Well-
there we go. Sneaks through again.
straight through.
Shub's lovely. Hello to his wonderful wife, who's in Hungary, and his little daughter as well. Where they're always watching.
How old is she?
Should be about, must be approaching 2 now.
But so about my mental age.
Well, up in the air. And this is a hook for the ages from Abbas. So, any boundaries getting them back in the game when they're starting to deal them. PAC Barcelona in this 4th over.
And 2 in a row as well. And I did say all it takes is 1 supersonic over. And, well, we're 12 from 2 on this over. So, could be close to being back there. But a fair way back
So-
here. But Abbasia is doing his best. 21 off 9 at the moment.
My question was,
Off you go.
going to the chat, what kind of random Olympic sport do you like to watch? So some sports that I don't really
Gymnastics.
follow, but and I love watching the Olympics. I mean, to be honest, I didn't see too much of the last one because of my job here. But there are certain things. I remember Sydney Olympics in 2000.
Yeah.
So I could have watched that
The,
for months and months and months.
And nowadays you can watch everything. Oh, that's coming.
Check the equipment. And I go, oh, it's
Oh, it came straight
perfectly
underneath
straight through
us.
us. Or I'll get that one.
That's come straight underneath us. Do you know what? I thought I'd be a little bit braver as that was coming in there. However, when you've got all this stuff on you, it's actually, oh, Vinny, you're doing a bit of soccer action under there as well. And we get it through, but protect the equipment. I could not have protected that less. I stood over here. I wanted to protect my shins.
I mean, I don't want to say you failed your first
I did, but
big test. But
well, I didn't know what to do.
I knew that was...
I didn't know what to do because
Can I tell you a
you're in a
secret?
chair.
When I say protect the equipment, I really mean protect my equipment.
Oh, down here.
So once I saw it was to the left of me,
It was actually
and it was
fine.
going under the table. All right, it's always a bit of a lottery where that's
Do you know
going to
what?
come out.
We did that perfectly, to be honest. I
Yeah.
think we read the ball. We read it wasn't going to
Yeah.
bounce up. There was no tortugas there.
It's almost like an NFL style kind of zigzag kind of maneuver that we
Zigzag,
brought.
jig, jag. I love watching at the Olympics.
You said gymnastics
gymnastics
straight away, yeah?
Gymnastics, I think that it's like on a Cirque du Soleil. What they can do with their human body, I think,
It's
is
ridiculous.
unrivaled
Here we go.
in any other
This
sport.
is your first big
well,
test.
you couldn't see me though.
I said, I'll get it.
And then there's you. That's what
Yeah.
I like, little soccer action
Yeah.
going on there. But
Yeah, shoes are they're practical as well, these shoes. So I
Yep.
was able to get them back.
that's it.
Great camera work, and sometimes you forget the camera's on us all the time. Anyway, it's 35 for 2 after 4. PAC Barcelona fighting back. That one was a magical over. It went for 21. How about events in gymnastics? Let me get specific then. What do you like? Like, I quite like the vault.
They're in just anything. They're so
Floor
insane.
routine.
The floor, the rings for the men. The rings for the men are
Yeah,
insane.
the ring's pretty ridiculous.
They're
the balance
insane.
beam with the ladies.
What they
Oh.
but the uneven bars. They're just absolutely phenomenal athletes.
In a world-
Think about
Yeah.
think about this. How long can you do a plank for?
Oh,
A minute,
if I'm lucky.
and I'm shaking.
Yeah.
They what they do with they're putting.
4 years.
It is absolutely insane. And so I love watching that. I love watching the diving, which is a bit of the combo of the both.
Yeah, diving. I love watching diving at the Olympics.
Do you know what? I was really sceptical.
Whoa.
This one's out of the park.
That one is taking a dive up and out of here. Maximo, that's the monster. He doubles his score in one hit. Hey, but don't you think in a world where we're striving for equality that the uneven bars has become a little bit politically incorrect? I strive for a world in which all bars are even.
All bars are even.
That's
and
pretty
we
crazy.
don't have to do this one
I don't
either.
know how they get from the bottom one to the top one.
Oh,
They're amazing. They're absolutely
they're
amazing.
so insane. I was actually really skeptical about some of the new sports coming in, but I really loved watching the skateboarding.
Oh, yeah.
I thought that was
didn't
really
catch all
cool,
that.
but also these kids are about 14.
This is the
This
thing
Sky
as well.
Brown girl who won gold medal in must have been freestyle skateboarding. She's from England, and
You don't want to peak too early, do you, in your
well,
life?
do you know what? I tell you what, her Red Bull contract, I'm sure, is worth more than our worth combined over the course of our career. But these guys, these girls, they were so nice to each other, which I think they had because they were kids.
Whoa, well, the monster's out of the hole now. It goes big again. That one, oh, that has gone miles over the boundary. Maximo, do not get on his pads here. Guys hit 2 centuries on this ground in ECS cricket. And with him at the crease, I'm just not going to rule him out of this. Yeah.
But you can't go past the classics, though.
Yeah. Can I tell you just something quickly? When I was in Italy and I was chatting to a youngster in Milan, and we just at a cafe, and we just got chatting, and he was young. He said, "Yeah, I have 2 sports, and I'd love to play." He mentioned the Olympics. He said, "Yeah, I'd love to represent Italy in football or breakdancing."
Well, breakdancing
And then
is coming in 2024.
and then he started pulling out a few moves.
I
was a bit worried.
I'm not into the breakdancing, but
Spinning
here
on
we
your
are.
head.
And I haven't seen it yet in it. None of us have, so let's have benefit of the doubt, and they can see what they're trying to do. They're asking for a catch, and he's out.
Yeah, it's a big, thick edge. He tries to go to the well once too often, doesn't he? Mustansa Iqbal. But, yeah, it's a healthy edge. You'll see it here on the replay. Big edge. It's actually well taken behind the stumps. Tucky's he's more or less a makeshift option behind the stumps. But he's well balanced there, takes it fingers pointing to the side. And Hamza gets the last laugh, the Royal Barcelona captain, and removes Mustansa Iqbal from the equation. 48 for 3. Do you want to know mine? I mean, there's a lot of them.
Yeah,
I love
tell
the
me.
beach volleyball when that came in. I just think beach volleyball would be cool if they had more players on each team. I know that's not really the point, but I love rallies. Weightlifting. I
Again,
used to love watching weightlifting.
I think that's what I love about what you love about weightlifting is probably what I love about gymnastics.
Yeah.
What one person can do with their body.
It's such a mental sport. Isn't it?
Oh my god! And these guys are hitting like PB after PB after PB.
Yeah.
And all they are is just so strong.
It's crazy.
It's insane.
And I still want to know what's in the thing. Sometimes I make them smell something to like make them angry or whatever. I don't know what it is. I just wake them up. It's like the smelling salts, I think. But I always wonder what's in that. I mean, you're a little bit younger than me, but Roy and HG and their analysis of the
Roy and
2000
HG.
Olympics.
I was 11 during the 2000 Olympics.
Probably weren't getting all the jokes then.
No, I wasn't. But Roy and HG, they're icons of Australian sport.
Whoa. Well, some of the ground helpers had to take evasive action there. And that's the transparent cube over there. We can see everyone working hard. But what a shot. It's the old Hamza to Hamza action. And it's Amir Hamza who smashes Hamza Hashim out of the ground. First ball. It's
Hamza
the matchup
squared.
you've been waiting for.
That is Hamza squared. And we needed this. We needed to pick up that run rate a little bit. And here's a guy that's not scared to do it.
This time, just that step away outside leg stump costs him a bit of real estate. Finds it hard to reach this.
You can see the back.
Gone.
Exactly. The front foot needed to move the other way.
The gymnastics and that. Yeah, that floor routine. Okay, let me talk Winter Olympics then, because obviously we're not a big Winter Olympics country.
But they're insane. I worked on that in 2022, and I tell you what, these skeleton athletes.
Oh yeah.
You have to be absolutely insane to be doing that as we get to the end of the 5th, 54 for 3.
Yeah, let's have a chat. And while we're in the cube, and we're throwing it out to the YouTube live chat as well. Let us know what sports you like watching the Olympics. I don't want to keep going on about the Olympics, but it is a pretty special thing, and we don't talk about it very much. So
and we're at an Olympic venue.
That's true.
Here in Barcelona, the 1992 Olympics, obviously here. Yeah, I mean,
It's
an
pretty
interesting.
special.
It's also an Olympic year, and in 4 years' time, cricket will be an Olympic sport.
Yeah.
So
And how do
that's
you-
really exciting.
How did you feel about the 2020 games obviously being played a year later and empty stadium, right?
weird.
So, yeah, what was your feeling on that?
Well, I was working on it. Very eerie, very weird working on it. But I think it probably neutralised a few things a little bit. It made it feel like more of a training run for a few of the athletes. And I think maybe that's why certain people maybe exceeded their expectations
Okay.
because the pressure was off from the fans. It was just like it was just you.
Yeah.
So it was nice. It was
Interesting.
interesting, but it'll be nice to have fans back. And we're going to
Yeah.
have that in Paris. And Paris will be absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, they'll be here in Europe. Down leg side. Just gets away from Taki, who does make a partial block. So,
I felt for Tokyo.
yeah, I was going to say, I mean,
They would have had it. They could say, can we
Yeah.
have this tomorrow? And they would have organised it. That's how organised they would have been. So and it's just a shame that they weren't able to showcase all their hard work there as a country. But let it a year later. And, I mean, us as Australia did very well at that Olympics.
yeah, of course.
So what do we...
I was thinking also just moving forward from that, the future of the Olympics, you know, the way that the sport's going, and it's been around the modern iteration now for, 128 years? Pierre de Coubertin. I think that the founder of the modern Olympics, that road's named after him, actually.
Oh, there you
just
go.
behind the, there's a fun fact for you.
Well, that's my one for the
behind,
innings. I'll ask
behind the
you
keeper's end.
your questions then.
Yeah, Hamza. Let's have a look at what he's going to do with this. I'm going to think he's going to smash it. Yeah, he does, but he might be gone. He is. Good catching.
I was
And that's
actually-
a bit early down there. Well, the intent was there from Hamza, but he's going to have to go 56 for 4.
I was ready to come out to be a little bit of a backup there in case it didn't get caught there. But in the end, Abid Ali was safe with his hands out here. And, well, he sent his mate home. Back Barcelona, well, going to be a little bit hard to come from here. But that 99 for that bonus point is on the cards, you would have thought. Just can't lose too many more wickets. But then that pressure comes. You're getting too low down the order. You can't do as much hitting. So we're going to have to rely on these couple of batters coming in now.
And they're already kind of an extra wicket down, if you think about it,
Of
right?
course,
Because of the fact they're one short. Hey, interesting conversation here in the chat, and I'll read a bit of it out. Got Kroom and Terry, who are just giving some thoughts. And Kroom is quoting a couple of quotes, saying the Olympics needs cricket more than the other way around. And the broadcast rights alone are a financial no-brainer for the IOC, in addition to the global fan base the
Do you know
sport
what?
boasts.
I agree with him there. The numbers and eyeballs on cricket with cricket in there, would increase
And he, has good,
tenfold.
and he makes some good points there. Again, I think he's just quoting something he's heard. But then Terry also kind of counters and makes some good points as well, saying that, well, maybe both need each other equally, but for different reasons, because the Olympics needs cricket to be relevant in the subcontinent, because the Olympics isn't really big there, I suppose. Whereas cricket needs the Olympics to be accepted in Europe and America, which aren't really big cricket markets. So he thinks maybe it's kind of a mutual benefit there. And Terry goes further and he uses the example that everyone in Australia knows what curling looks like because of the Olympics.
Do you know
right?
what-
They know
yeah.
what it looks like. But in most European countries, people think cricket is like croquet or polo. Like, they say that to me all the time. They say, oh, you work for cricket, so you could riding a horse?
Well-
they don't actually necessarily know what it even is.
Yeah, exactly. So it just gives a little bit more visibility to those kind of countries, doesn't it? So that'll be good going forward.
Wow. Short, and that one is going to fly. He just hit the fence, otherwise that one was an upper decker. Maximo Abbas, when he has faced, he's been pretty destructive. Smacked that one out of the ground.
That was hit well, that one. And Maximal runs 6 for that one. And Abbas is on 32 off 13, so he's doing what he can for his team.
Up in the air. I don't think this is carrying. And he's gotten. And the Royals, they've just caught very, very well. They're fired up. Why not? They could take all the points here, Georgie. 63 for 5.
Yeah, absolutely. Celebration like he was going to get all those points because I think that was the wicket that they needed. He was sitting on 36 off 13. And that could be the one.
Could be.
63 for 5 now after 5 and nearly 6 overs.
Yeah, it's...
So that run rate is getting higher just to even get that point.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Adil Arif is at the crease. He's a guy who was playing for Skyways in 2021. Skyways were an awesome team to watch. Just never knew what they were going to do. They had a couple of good moments. They also had some tough moments. I think they still hold the record for the longest distance between taking 2 wickets in a tournament. They went for about 470 runs without taking a wicket.
Nice.
So you talk about your hard graft. But also, I remember Adil hit a really good 83 not out
Now,
in that tournament.
what was the celebration when they finally took their wicket?
I think just relief. I think everyone just took some deep breaths. By the way, Tucky, unfortunately, he's a bit of a makeshift keeper, but he's gone straight past him, and this has gone for 4. And I think they were pretty fired up. But I mean, to sum it up, there's a player, Awais Ahmed, who he plays for Spain. Very, very good cricketer. Can smash the ball around. He got dropped on 0, caught and bowled by the captain. He went on to hit probably the fastest 98 I think we've ever seen. And
The fastest 98.
yeah, I remember he had finished on 98 and 98 not out.
There you go.
And that's the way it goes sometimes. 67 for 5 after 6.
So Bas was a big wicket there, 32 or 14, which was a handy little knock given what was around him. Raja go out for a royal duck, which I don't see too
I must
often.
admit I'd never really heard of royal duck until it was brought to my attention. I've been in cricket for a while. Maybe I didn't spend too much time thinking about these things before I got behind the microphone. But
Yeah,
to me, I always thought it was just you got duck, golden duck, diamond duck.
diamond duck.
I thought that was it. I have heard of other things, but they're not that widely used.
What are the other ones?
Wow. This is, yeah. Well, I think this might come back into play. And it's gone. Another good catch.
Yeah.
And Arif, well, he might have scored that great 80 just back in 2021, but 3 years on, and he's not going to be able to reproduce it here. Nice catch by Murad back on the boundary. And the 7th starts with a wicket as well. It's 67 for 6.
Looking tougher and tougher now, isn't it? Yep. Going to have
99's looking a fair bit off as well, the way things are going.
100% that 2 new batters on the crease. So, and we're running out of batters as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a few almosts with the bat in this innings, haven't there? A few caught, a metre or 2 inside the line. But, yeah, thanks for everyone for your thoughts on the Olympics. I mean, yeah, in the end, I feel I could be done better. I just suppose when people go, well, at least it's in there, I'm like, yeah, if it's in there and it doesn't really work, then you probably put it back 50 years, So, yeah.
I don't necessarily think cricket needs the Olympics, though. It is such a rich, wealthy sport as it is. So it's not like it's struggling for money. Obviously, we always want to be growing game, and that's what things like this is doing.
Yeah, definitely.
But they've got the money to be able to do that. Just the money in India alone is able to help grow the games.
It's a talking point where the money goes, and that's the thing.
Well, exactly. Days. And we talk about that often in Australia with how do we help particularly test nations.
I suppose one thing the Olympics might bring, if it becomes an Olympic sport, there is a certain thing with most countries with how they allocate money to different sports. It's based on, if it's Olympic sport, suddenly they get allocated money to put into the development of that sport.
But what will happen is those countries, if it's only 6 countries making it, those countries will be India, doesn't need the money. Yeah. Australia doesn't need the money.
I'm not sure how it works. Some countries,
England
if it
doesn't need the money.
True, but I'm just thinking of other sport. Like when you're, for example, here in Spain, I know they had some trouble here, and they have had continued trouble going to the government, and the government well, they're almost like, what is it?
Yeah.
But if it's an Olympic sport, then it's a bit easier to access funding and things like that.
Hard if you're not making the Olympics, though.
But maybe you will one day. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's just chopped, going nowhere. So that I know that does open a few more doors. For example, I think 3 or 4 years ago, Russia declared that cricket's not even a sport. Because
what is it then?
I don't know.
Yeah, Russia.
Just like we were debating, what was it? Golf? I mean, golf seems like a sport. But there's others like darts and poker and snooker. People say, is it a sport or is it a game?
Yeah.
All right, in the air. I think that does have what it takes. Going, gone. Rasul is going to finish the 7th over with a bang. Maximo, as Ali will finish conceding 29, picking up 1 wicket at 75 for 6 after 7. Speaking of croquet, have you ever played croquet?
Yeah, pretty fun.
When the royal wedding happened a few years ago, we had a bit of a party and we played it. It was actually pretty fun, yeah, I agree. Pac Barcelona versus Royal Barcelona. Well, I suppose they're up to the 10, and they've been competitive. They've got some big hitters in there. They'll be chasing again, though, Royal Barcelona winning the toss, next to bat in that one. Just looking at that Royal Barcelona batting lineup, it's pretty consistent. Both teams really like to attack. I think that's pretty evident from this game. And that's the last game of the day, and it starts in about 20 minutes right here. Judge Georgie will be in session as well. I've heard. Murad comes back and low full toss, knocked away for one.
Judge Georgie is always in session, so if you have any questions, just fire them away.
Yeah, I like Judge Georgie to decide. Did
fine.
you ever decide just when people can't decide between two things? Just they'll say, do I go out for dinner or do I stay in? And just be like,
I judge Georgie. Yeah. My sister will ask me what she's having for dinner, and I'll tell her.
I like it.
Yep. It's nice to be assertive. I can't do it with my own life, but I'll do it with others.
I like your
and
attitude.
Issues going around the world.
Yeah, and random questions. We love that. That's what.
Well, that is the last one of the day, isn't it?
Yeah, that's going to be 4. I mean, this one sneaks through. Check it out. I mean, thought off the bat it should only be 1, but it got through the fielder and ends up running away for 4. So, yeah, secondary target there at 99, right? So 99 to get a point. So they need 19 off 16 for that. We're pushing it with the game, but who knows? A few sixes. Full toss. This time should be handled out there. Anas Khan. Yeah, so I'm enjoying the Olympic chat. And yeah, I enjoy the Winter Olympics as well. I'd love...
It's a completely different kettle of fish, particularly as
Definitely.
Australians, where we watch and we go, and you're from Perth. Perth people, the only snow you're seeing is in Japan.
Yeah, that's true.
So you don't... It's completely, when you watch it...
No ball there. I don't know what that was for. Maybe for the field. They had too many out in the outfield. So, all right. It's free hit time. Oh, he hits it pretty well. Up and out of here. Maximo. Well, that gives him an extra delivery as well. They make the most of it. And, well, I love some of these comments as well. Chris Schinkel saying, cricket is not a sport, it's a passion. I love that. Yeah, figure skating, I always like that. And the kind of blending of athleticism and art, you know, with music and things like that. Kind of like the floor routine in gymnastics as well. I love the kind of blending of the sport and musical elements. Two passions of mine. We certainly believe that cricket is a sport and a very, very moving sport as well. And it's on the move in Europe at the moment. Murad probably won't be thrilled with that. I'll try and knock his head off here. Carter, not really short enough. We think about a throw. It's probably smart because there's no one backing up and it was very low percentage.
There's no need.
Throw.
There's no need.
Wouldn't have saved a run anyway. But yeah, hello to Moose and Yunus Patel as well. Good to have you with us. He's agreeing. He laughed at the prospect that cricket is not a sport. He says, it means a lot to a lot of people.
Oh, it means more than anything to so many people around the world. I think it's hard to comprehend for non-cricketing nations.
Goes short again. This one should be caught. And it is. Geez, they've caught really well, haven't they, Royal Barcelona? Taking pretty much everything that's come their way. Abid Ali on that occasion will cause the end of the innings for Shabazz Ahmed. And yeah, Royal Barcelona in a pretty good position now. I think it'll be hard for them to pick up all the points by going 98 or less, but basically there's only 2 wickets in hand now, 88 for 7.
This time of how many minutes they've got left to bowl these couple of overs, though. So they've only got 6 or so minutes.
Yeah, and there has been a slight adjustment. Now you get a minute credit for all wickets now. So I think they should be all right with this. Used to be you only got extra minutes once you took 6 wicket or more. So in a way, we're not seeing as many time penalties because, if you, for example, at this stage, so that clock would normally be 1:16, and they're almost definitely going down. So I mean, it's still kind of tweaking that. The idea is right there. I mean, the clock is the clock, and it's just little things to try and make it fairer and more equitable for both teams. End of the over.
Don't want it to tick on over, and you missed that bonus point from that, though.
Definitely.
So you can see there that big first over from Royal Barcelona, which really set them up for this match.
Yeah, so Pac Barcelona, they need 10 off 12 with effectively 2 wickets in hand
Yeah.
for a point. Let's see if they can do it. It's going to be the captain, Hamza Hashim, to come back to bowl. Over number 9. And you know what we say here on ECN?
It all happens in over 9.
You said it. Kind of. All right,
There we
that's
go.
nicely hit. It's a full toss. Hashim lets himself down a little bit with that ball, and pretty nice shot by Umar. Just kind of taps it into a gap and gets 4. There's so much value here. That's why sometimes I think not everyone, but a lot of batters try and whack him in the leg side. But just look at that. Hits into the gap and it races away. Okay. Just 6 more. We'll guarantee him a point.
Whoop.
Right.
Uh-oh.
Should have a run out. Oh. He's been given out on the field. Now, you know what? That really does throw it for a spanner. Didn't have to do that because what it means is they're going to be down to their last wicket. So, taking on a bye, Taki did fumble it originally, but then was able to recover and get it onto the stumps. We'll see it on the replay, thanks to Spring Media. But just, yeah, did get away from him a bit, but I mean, there's never a run there. And he's well short in the end. This angle will show at best. And see, you had the right idea. He said, all right. And then he heard footsteps. And he said, all right, well, you're on your own. And the throw beat him there by a step. So, yeah, what that does do, it means that they need 6 to win. Oh, not to win. They need 6 to at least get a point. But if Royal Barcelona can stop them getting 6, if they can take this last wicket before they get 6, then they will be able to
get the full
get
4.
Get all the full 4. All right, here we go.
Oh, no.
Well, talk about your fine margins, and Taki will be disappointed, the keeper, that he doesn't stop this. And bowler asking a few questions to whoever will listen as well. They needed 6 now. They just need 2 for a point. Pac Barcelona.
And that's that vortex. We've been
That's the
talking about it
vortex
for 2 days.
behind the keeper.
Yep.
But what I will say as well is this, again, the bonus point injecting a kind of an extra element into the game. Because normally we'd be like, okay, well, we're going to go down here. But now it actually could matter when it's all said and done. So they need 2 more. Hashim wants to blow up the stumps. Oh, no, he goes short. So it makes it 2 off 8 with 1 wicket in hand. I mean, it's not quite, Headingley 2019,
No, but
but I
there's
mean,
still a target.
there's still a bit of...
There's still a target here. And
That's
so
true.
I'm watching with my full interest in this. Where's he going to bowl? What's he going to do?
Every ball could be the last here.
Exactly.
Oh, it almost was. It wasn't the play.
They've got,
Shasheen. Can't believe it.
So we got the feet had cement in them because they weren't moving anywhere.
I'm going to say hello to Jules as well as pop back in. Just waiting for his train with a coffee and ready for the 9th over. But he said a little while ago, but happy birthday, Jules. Remember, it's his birthday today. All right, here we go. Last ball of the 9th. Oh, I bet they'd love those 4 buys back. And anyway, it takes us the last over. Look at Taki. He's spent, but bad luck. Taki, still 1 over to go. Get up. It's the end of the 9th. It's 97 for 8.
And still 1 game to go as well, my friend. Oh, no, he's cramping.
I mean, anyone knows if you need to breathe, at least do it under the pretense of stretching.
I'm injured.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those things. I mean, I don't get to keep very much anymore, but I was doing a bit of training in Gibraltar, and it was in the nets for a while, but it's amazing.
How'd you feel after?
I mean, it's just there's so much crouching.
Yeah.
I remember they told me at one point, they asked me if I was doing special calf exercises. They said I could go, there was an Olympics for calves. For people that didn't really ever go to the gym.
Yeah.
I'd probably be in it.
That's
Anyway,
it.
okay, so they need 2 to get a point, and Royal Barcelona, they don't want to share the cake, do they? So,
Why
last
would
over
ya?
coming up, Ikram Hark is going to bowl. Just need to take this 1 wicket before Pac
Barcelona get
Oh.
2, and the first one just drops at the critical moment. Yeah, this is, I mean, Ikram's an interesting bowler because it does drop a lot. Let's have a look at this one on the replay. Well, that's probably it is no ball. Has to be, really. Didn't really, yeah, they call it now. So that ties it doesn't even tie because you can't have a tie. Essentially, it's not 98.5 where the line is. So they just need to score one more run.
With no wickets.
Barcelona. And they could do it by getting caught. And no, well, they'll get anyway. So there we go. A little bit of a sideshow at the end of this one. Ikram got that ball to drop, but just a little bit too late. And so now, Barcelona will get their first point of the series. No, I don't think they're going to get the win.
Five balls to go left in this match. And
Ikram's normally pretty accurate, but he's just been a bit all over the shop so far.
that's it. No ball to begin with, now wide. But the match is all wrapped up. They're going to get the 3 points.
Yeah, they will. Sets up a pretty fascinating return clash, though. Both these teams were throwing a lot of haymakers at each other here in match 7. Case in point, that one.
Yeah.
Now, I suppose you still obviously want to get as close as you can because if teams are tied on point, percentage. We call it net run rate in cricket, which is essentially your batting run rate minus your bowling run rate. It's probably less likely now with this system that teams get tired, but it still can happen from time to time. Would have been a big wide, but
He got
Iqbal
and back
get
to
one.
it.
With Tanvir Iqbal out there. And he's quite an interesting character as well, Tanvir. He's a veteran now, but we've seen him playing for Catalonia Red in the previous series, seen him playing for Falco before that. In his day, one of the quicker bowlers going around.
What?
Well, now he's got the bats, the non-strikers, and Ikram. He's missed the dartboard a few times, hasn't he, in this 10th over? Maybe it's good he gets a bowl here because, he is a key bowler, actually. But he just struggled with not having enough cricket lately. And well, there are some okay practice facilities here at the Montjuic ground. But that's one thing when you look at the schedules and the fact that these aren't professional players, actually, quote-unquote, training the way we think of it in Australia, for example. It's pretty difficult for some of these guys. Too short. That one is smacked away and well caught off the field. Well, it's nice bit of work. That's Maximo, 6 runs. Consolation blows coming at the end of this game.
Barcelona showing a little bit of heart here in this last over. 108, so they've got that 1 point. They needed 99 for that, but well off the target of 141. But way, that one is out of here and into the nets. So a couple of sixes to finish off.
I mean, they're not going to finish that far off here, are they? I mean,
no.
That's a big hit, and it just shows you batting all the way down. Yeah, well, that would have felt good anyway off the middle of the bat.
It was those first few overs where they weren't really moving, and you saw that difference in the first 3 overs where Barcelona were on about 14 and Royal Barcelona would have been at 60 at the time. I know it was 20 and 60, so there's a big 40-run difference there.
The start cost him because they come home with that sale. There's a Maximo to finish as well, so they're going to finish 120. So 140 to 120 in the end.
And so think about after 3, they were 40 runs difference. Well, then they're winning. So you need to start off or either not give away a 29-run over in the first over, or you need to be doing that yourself as well. So a little bit of a shame there for Barcelona, just a little bit up and down within that innings for themselves with the bat, and same with the ball as well. So Royal Barcelona comes through with just the 3 points. Barcelona coming home with 1.
Now, quick one. I want you to look at the back of the shirts there because this came up in the chat. There is something interesting.
Barcelona Cricket Club.
Well, I want you to have a closer look. We'll talk about that when we come back, but yeah, the lost overs, the first 3 overs, only 14 in there, really came back to bite them. Royal Barcelona batting first after winning the toss. I may think we could have a late start. Yeah, we'll start 5 minutes behind that listed start time because we're running a bit over. So we'll be back in about 10 minutes taking you into that one. Let's roll the highlights though, and we'll see what happened as they were chasing 141 for victory. But there wasn't a lot happening. In fact, it was a royal duck to start things off. Worst possible start. And yeah, have you ever seen someone's heart rip in two?
But
That's
have a
what it
look
looks
at that.
like. Yeah, it's nice to see. It's, I don't know if
A bit
it
Ali
worked or
with the
not.
captain, but it's nice to have that feel as though, you know, we're all just having a game here.
It is a community,
Yeah.
after all.
It was the first 3 overs, though, were all Royal Barcelona's way. It was wicket and dot ball after dot ball. And Park Barcelona couldn't get really any momentum. A couple of sixes here and there.
Yeah, I mean, Abbas was a bit of a shining light there, but he didn't have a lot of the strike. He finished 32 of 14 with
That's
4
some
fours, 2 maxes.
Wonderful Vinny
Yeah, there we go.
Maximo action
Necessity is the mother of invention, as
there.
they say.
You know what, you just wanted
in
to
the
get
classics.
your fancy in
What
the
you didn't see there was I was the one that kicked it further out of the back in the first place. So I had to go get it. Anyway, look, it was a bit unlucky
talk
for
about
Iqbal, who tried to horn across the line one time too many after hitting up a couple of bombs. So, I mean, they certainly showed they had the personnel, they had the power, but they just kept losing wickets. You said they couldn't really build a partnership. But partly, I think it was the fielding of Royal Barcelona. They held the catches in that innings. Maybe that's the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. But we haven't really seen that many wickets in any of the games so far here. We've only seen, these are the, 8th teams we've seen. But
Yeah.
we haven't seen that many wickets where you felt as though, oh, maybe this could be the innings that a team is bowled out. You don't want to be bowled out in 10 overs. You want to be getting your guys getting wickets.
Yeah.
You've got to take the risks of hitting the ball, but...
Yeah, we see it sometimes where things just completely disintegrate. For example, Paco Care in the tournament a couple of years ago in the group final that got bowled out for 41. So there are certain times it just goes wrong.
It
And,
happens.
Look, I think
this game might be a little bit different this next match, though, because Park Barcelona, there were moments where I think if they look and reflect, they could maybe done things differently and maybe been a little bit closer.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It's certainly been an interesting contest to finish the day. Kentucky conceded that, and that meant that the bonus point was kind of out of reach before too long after that. And then once that had been passed, it seemed like
Shackles have come off.
Shackles had gone, and they
were
swung
free.
away.
I
And
want to break free.
I'm going to tell you this now. If they show at the end of the game, there's a typo in the back of their shirts. It says Royal
Barcelona. Or maybe...
not Royal Barcelona. And I know
Hope they
that's
got them
something-
for free.
Yeah, viewers have picked that up. I'm just saying that. I know they're not thrilled about it, but
Maybe-
hey, they still look good to me.
Maybe it's like, what up, brah?
Maybe. I mean, that's what the cool kids are saying. You know, 32 of 14 for Abbas, the top scorer. It was chance for Iqbal, the monster, with 18, but couldn't keep it going for far enough. Rasul with 12 at the end, and Shazad Umar with 24 of 8 at number 10. Not a bad effort. And ultimately, they would fall 20 runs short of the first innings total. As far as the bowling goes, let's have a look at that. I've got to say, Shafat Ali Saeed, brilliant start from him, 1 for 5. 2 firsts for Murad and Ikram Wahak, although Murad and Ikram will be a little bit upset they went for so many. Abid Ali and Hashim probably likewise, but picked up a wicket each. We'll take a break, back in just a few minutes, taking you into the final game of the day. Same two teams to tangle in the last game of day 2. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Georgie Parker. We'll see you very shortly for more ECS Spain.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello, welcome back. Time for the last game of the day, and it's match number 8. Once again, we'll see PAC Barcelona taking on Royal Barcelona in another Barcelona derby. Nilkesh Patel, well, he's been in charge of the coin today. He's been doing a great job as well in the tournament ref position. I can tell you that he's at the other end with the two captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Your call. Head is the call, and it is tail.
We're going to bat first.
He's the bat first.
So it is Royal Barcelona that win the toss, and they've elected to bat first. No surprises there, really. They looked very destructive, particularly Shahid Nazir early on, and he's a guy, of course, that scored 100 way back in 2020, also scored one in the previous series just last month here in Barcelona. But looking at their lineup, they have 5 or 6 kind of genuine threats, even more maybe. They've got a bunch of people that can clear the boundaries. PAC Barcelona, though, I know they might have had a few issues as far as personnel goes, but they do have a fair bit of quality in there. We know that we saw that in the last game. Let's see how they go in this one. They will have to chase again. Well, Georgie Parker has been in the commentary box with me, of course, for this tournament so far. And we also know that there's Judge Georgie over there. And I've enjoyed a few of the questions coming in. How about you throw in a Judge Georgie question to adjudicate on in the chat as we get ready for the last game of the day. Of course, random questions as well, maybe even a bit of food chat. Let's get over to Georgie now as we get ready for the start of match 8 with the news from the toss that Royal Barcelona have won the toss and they're going to have a hit.
Thanks, Vinny. Judge Georgie, well, she's in session, so chat away. Send me all your questions as we come here for the second match between these two teams, Royal Barcelona and PAC Barcelona. And PAC Barcelona, well, look, they're up against adversity here. A bit of a character building match for them. They started with just 9 on the field, but then managed to get 10. So playing a number down, which makes it always hard there. And Royal Barcelona, well, they hit away. Initially, we thought that they were going to have a really big score on our hands, but PAC Barcelona, they dug in deep and kept them to 141. But here we are, and Royal Barcelona are going to be batting first. So PAC Barcelona with the ball, just like it was in the first match again here as well. So if we look at the win predictor, Royal Barcelona 69% chance of winning, the computer says, and PAC Barcelona just 31%. And, you know, that seems about right. PAC Barcelona will need to be a little bit cleaner with the ball early on. The first 3 overs for them was pretty rough. Can't have that again. So maybe they might change who's starting the bowling attack, change their line and length a little bit. Royal Barcelona, though, they'll be wanting to start just how they started in that last match as well. As we're getting ready for the last match of the day. Beautiful day here as well. Been a good match of cricket, good day of cricket so far. PAC Barcelona, though, did get that 1 point, so Royal Barcelona, they could have, it was in their grasp to get the full 4 points, but PAC Barcelona able to do that themselves, which we love to see. So we got Nazir batting. We've got Iqbal with the ball to begin with. We also have Shafit Al-Assad as well. Underwhelming first ball there, just a dot ball, but no royal duck like we did in the first match. And Iqbal, it was a late addition to the side. And a dramatic roll there. Wanted to throw it as he rolled to collect it. Wasn't able to do so. Let's have a look at that again. We're talking about gymnastics and wasn't able to quite release it, but in the end, only just the 1 run. So, you know, did his job. And you know what? If you're not going to be able to release the ball and able to get it to where you want it, maybe don't throw it anyway, because you might be risking some overthrow runs instead. So, just the 1 run so far off a couple of deliveries. We've got Ali Sayed there. And that's well bowled. Right on that line of whether it's going to be a wide or not. And this is a good start, considering the opening couple of overs for Royal Pack, or Pack Barcelona, I should say, last match. Very, very costly. And touches that one. And that one is going away for 4. So the first boundary of the match. And this one very much on that leg side and just graces it. And we're hitting off 5 for the 4 deliveries so far. Iqbal was a late addition, and well, looks so far like he's going to be a good addition. Kind of handy with the bat, as Vinny said earlier today. And he's bowled pretty well, although he did just bowl a wide there. Didn't really account for that left-hander on the other side of the pitch. Bowled right onto his leg side, clear wide. But only 6 off the over so far, so if I can restrict them to less than 10 for this opening over, you'd like to think that that's going to be holding them in good stead. And they're appealing for a caught behind, but umpire says didn't touch. And close to being a wide there as well, but hasn't been called. Or it has been. Nope. So 6, 1 to go in the over. Umpire saying, hang on a second. Just waiting, ready to go. And Iqbal has his last delivery of the over. And it's up in the air. Could it be caught? Could it be caught underneath it? And he's caught it! He thought he lost it in the sky, but he didn't. Had no idea where it was. Made it look difficult, but made it look easy in the end and caught it. And completely different start to the match than last match. 1 for 6. And have a look at this for a catch. The camera doesn't even know where it is. He loses his feet. He goes one way, goes the other. And it is caught by Iqbal. And Vinny, what do you reckon of that one? I saw you shaking your head.
I saw Mustansir Iqbal kind of just wandering zombie style around, just not in the right direction, but it's quite an amazing catch. Yeah, so Tanveer Iqbal gets the wicket, Mustansir Iqbal takes the catch.
Yeah.
And it was a pretty good one, I got to tell you.
Iqbal to Iqbal.
Iqbal to Iqbal. Not quite Kramer versus Kramer, famous movie, Meryl Streep and Dustin Hoffman, a bit before my time. But
I saw you yorking over. Your head was shaking, thinking that one wasn't going to be caught.
That's money's on the ball there, big time. But hey, what a good recovery, and it's good cricket name was Mustansir Iqbal. So once he got there, he was able to hold on. So look, pretty handy one to get because
well, the difference.
It's such a good batter as well.
The difference between this start to the last start. Completely polar opposite.
Yeah, you're right. But that's what we love about this, even this double-header format.
Absolutely.
Two same teams, the same conditions, but can be a completely different result. Here's Cameron Raja to bowl.
Captain put himself in, and he's hit for 6, first ball of his spell.
Yeah, welcome. It's just halfway down the track. And Nazir, let's not forget that he looked pretty good in that last game, didn't he? He was the top scorer of the game, 57 off 21. And he just, if you were to ask him what ball would he like, it'd pretty much be that one, I reckon. Just halfway down.
That's it.
It's just so fast the way he turns on it. And
right in his hitting zone.
Smashes it. Hey, I just noticed Paul in the chat. Hello, Paul. Said nice to see some of the Irish lads that we've seen on ECN doing okay for Ireland in the Under-19 World Cup. The Ireland 11 typically has been a bit of a development 11 at the Euros, and even their club, CIYMS, had some good young players in it as well. So, I don't know, Conor McCulloch, or Carson McCulloch, I should say, amongst others. Been doing some pretty good things over there. Well, it's the same sort of thing, isn't it? When they say the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result, I don't know All right, just thinking banging this in to
In the
Nazir,
hitting zone.
but he gets whacked.
We are in a baseball field, and that was baseball height, wasn't it? Just able to swing right in his mid-drift zone. Makes it nice and easy.
All right, come on. What are you doing now if you're a bowler here, Georgie?
Well, I just bowl Yorkers all day long.
Yeah, it's pretty simple.
Pretty simple. If you can bowl them, you can bowl them, particularly in
60
the short
Yorkers. I'd
form.
love to see what the score would be. If you could hit them all, that is.
That's it. Well, gone short again, hasn't he? There is a player
He's
out
got a
there,
short.
though.
It's a different angle, but still.
But that one wasn't hit for a boundary. So, Raja, 11 off of 3 so far.
Well, I said it's maybe the definition of insanity, but it's also the definition of persistence.
Yeah.
So that's pretty important.
Well, that's it. They're giving us contradictory things in life lessons, aren't they? Confucius, tell us what to do.
Kaiser faces up first time.
And he's bowled him! Straight onto the mid-stump, and he's gone.
What a good
That's a-
slow ball.
It was, wasn't it? It was full toss, just straight through. And that's a wicket that they needed. So now they're 2 for 17. So that is completely different from the first innings. And that's what we're going off of, where they were just absolutely getting slogged. And you know what? Maybe it's a little bit of Royal Barcelona having a little bit too much confidence. But Park Barcelona, have a look at this. This full toss.
Yeah, it's a great slow ball. He's so early on this. You see?
Right
It's
on.
a very, very clever variation. If you got those kind of tricks, and I find it hard to believe you just running, bowling into Nazir, keep trapping boundaries.
Well,
but
maybe that was his plan there, Vinny. Maybe
lulled
that was his
everyone
plan
into a
all
false
along.
sense of security. Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
And Kaiser
Give
goes
away-
for golden duck.
Give away, well, where's the...
We missed it. He's already. If you're really smart, you get off the field quickly, and occasionally Derek won't catch up with you.
Oh, Derek, he's just a little quank quank baby.
You miss it. You like the duck sounds, don't you?
I
Do you
like...
do any other noises?
No. I don't even do the duck noise very well, my friend.
Beg to differ.
Look,
Crowd
but we're
likes it.
here, and Raja, well, 1 for 11. And well stopped, and a dot ball as well. So it's been a good over for him so far. And impressed with how they've changed and come out with a different mindset here.
Yeah, definitely. Even though
I thought
Nazir's still there, he's still a threat.
I thought we were in for a long afternoon, though, when we first started last match. But here we are. And he's bowled him again. 2 wickets in the same over. And there's nothing quite like a clean bowled. And that was a wow to end the over. Wicket dot wicket. And Ali off for a duck as well. So bring out Derek. Not
Yeah.
a golden duck, but I tell you what, that was well bowled.
Yep.
Have a look at that line, length, everything.
2 bold dismissals, but 2 very different dismissals.
Yeah.
It is a slower ball, and that one
Quack.
just kind of went through
Quack.
for pace.
Quack.
And
Quack.
there's Derek. Haven't seen too much of the regular Derek in this.
No,
in this
but it's
series.
been Goldens.
Yeah, it's been Golden City. We've had Royals, Diamonds. There is one member of the Derek family that you haven't met yet, and that's the Peacock Friday, Derek.
Well, that's tomorrow. Not tomorrow. That's what day is it? What Tuesday? It's 3
tomorrow
days
of
away.
Tomorrow of tomorrow.
Look, I don't know what day it is. I'm going to blame the jet lag.
They have a word in Spanish for the day before yesterday. I like that. Anteayer.
There you go.
Before yesterday.
You say you're not good at Spanish, Vinny. But
There should be. I think there's a word for the day after tomorrow. Let's look that up.
Or it's not also the day. But 3
Good
for 7. 3 for 17 off of 2 overs. Pac Barcelona, they've come out absolutely firing, and that expected run rate's now dropped to 120. So we're starting the third. Iqbal having his second over. And it's up in the air. Is
Should be
this
no
going to
one.
get caught? Is this going to get caught? Oh, no, it's not. It's just missed in the field. And he's looking at his hand and blaming his hand, and that is Rasul.
Yeah. Real opportunity.
You know what? Let's blame the sunscreen that he put on just before he came out, because that was there for the taking, wasn't it?
But
He
that
was
was
close enough.
That was Nazir as well, who gives a chance and
No,
he gets dropped on
well,
12.
You don't want to be punished for that down the other end, but that was right there for the taking. And Iqbal, well, 1 for 7 so far, but could definitely has easily been 2 for 7. And, I nearly chopped that onto his own stump, but instead it's going to go down and be punished for a boundary. Is it going to get there? It is. And that's a bit of a shame. Poor Iqbal it was there to be taken. His hands in his head going, oh, he couldn't have been there, but instead I've just given away a boundary and in unfortunate circumstances as well.
One thing I love about cricket, and I know that you love cricket as well, is you can have everything the same, but sometimes the bowlers have a way of looking like they're in charge, and sometimes the batters feel like they're in complete control. This just feels like a period where every ball could be a wicket.
Yeah, absolutely. Or hit for 6. Oh, just bounced inside.
Yes.
So just the 4 boundary there for Taki, who's now on 8.
Split the difference. Yeah, but even this, it wasn't completely convincing,
No.
was it? And if there was a fielder back there, it's probably a fairly comfortable catch.
Yep.
But, yeah. We're still in the power play, don't forget. Still 3 balls to go in the 3rd over.
That's it. And have a look at that win percentage there. Royal Barcelona still ahead, but it's gone much more 50-50 as opposed to the start of the game. I'm going to stop this. Hopefully it doesn't go for 4. Good running. Well done by Ahmad.
Yeah, we'll get back for 2. And that's one area we've seen making a difference. Running between the wickets, fielding. So, I mean, obviously batting and bowling. And when people take up cricket, they tend to concentrate on those kind of things. But these, what I call kind of fundamentals and other skills, they're so important.
But they're no fun, mate.
Fielding's pretty fun, though. Yeah, fielding's fun.
It can be fun, but this is what happens is, whoa. But you know what? Iqbal's had a great little spell here.
Yeah, like I said, he's a guy that in his day, he was probably one of the quickest in the country, David Iqbal, but he still knows what he's doing. He's got that his instincts. You mentioned the Sydney Thunder type strip, but the lightning bolt really does
it feels
hammer it home, doesn't it?
It does. It feels like they've just gone and got some of their strips and put. Oh, no, he's going to get a 4 in the same spot he just got before, and that is such a shame because Taki, he's got 2 4s down that same spot, but could easily have chopped that onto his stump twice now. So Iqbal goes for a little bit more expensive than he would have liked, 21 for 1 off of his 2 overs. And Royal Barcelona, well, they're sitting at 3 for 32, which is a completely different just earlier today.
Yeah, if you look at the wagon wheel of Taki, it's probably wearing a beret and carrying a cross on at the moment. He's been very good on the French cut.
But look at that run rate from that first over. I think that set them up, Pac Barcelona up, didn't it, Vin?
Yeah, definitely. I think look, they had a bit of luck even the 15 that over, the 2 French cut 4s, for example. It doesn't tell the whole story. But, look, this game around about a 50-50 now, according to Win Predictor. That tells you all you need to know. Cameron Raja, let's not forget, his first over, 2 for 11. And he was able to smash the stumps. 2 out of the last 3 balls he bowled. Here he is in the 4th.
Oh, dear. That one is short and out of here. You know it's a big hit when you go, oh dear.
Wow.
But that is just the hitting zone. And he put it there twice in the last over and got hit for 6 in the 2 balls he did it in.
That is so big. That's gone over the foul fence, over the grandstand.
And that is...
You just don't see that very often.
No.
You just do not see that very often on this ground. And it's almost like he put everything into it. He got a perfect kind of rotation and bat speed. And Rajat and Nazir. Let's not forget Nazir gave it a chance. He gave a chance in the last over as well.
That's why you don't drop good players, because they come and punish you on the other side. So Nazir's now on 19. And, well, that's a good ball. He needed to do something.
You look before that ball, the last 2 balls Raja bowls, he could have had 2 more different results. He slid one through and was able to rattle the stumps. And then that one was, that had to be kind of right up there, getting to kind of almost 100 metres distance.
It's big.
It's big.
Big hit.
It
and
was.
height. It had to have the elevation to get over the nets.
No one knows how far that's gone.
Way big swing though, and no ding. He's got his back up. He's ready to go. He's got his eye in, and he knows it. He knows he's been given a second lifeline, so he's wanting to have some shots there. So Nazir's on 19, and Raja 2 for 17 off of his 1.5 overs so far.
He's uber attacking, isn't he, Nazir? Yeah, it was dingless. And look at Royal Barcelona clinging on to the lead here. Expected 124. Remember, Barcelona scored 120. Didn't really go all their way in the last game either. I know you love your Test cricket. It's got a bit of a vibe of that right now. You got Raja just coming at Nazir.
Yeah.
Wants to get him out.
Yeah, he does. And it feels as though he's allowing them to, like you would in Test cricket, we go, you can have a couple of boundaries.
Have a couple, but I want
then,
you.
Exactly,
Yeah.
I'm going to lure you in. But you don't see that as much in short form because each ball is so valuable that you don't want to be giving away boundaries. So it's
True.
fun to see.
You'd be happy to get Nazir under 30, for example.
Let's go.
All right.
Let's see what he's going to offer now. And he bowled it right at the stumps, and he got a couple of wickets bowling there. So
Good battle. I mean, yeah, it goes kind of short, then goes full.
yeah.
One-on-one contests. We see them in longer forms of the game, but they still exist here. And I find this job fascinating that I get to do every day because every game, even though the dynamics are the same, the amount of overs are the same, sometimes the players and the teams are the same, but every game is like a little story and it's playing out. And this is a pretty interesting story so far.
Yeah, it is, and I think I particularly like these double headers because you get to see a little bit of the change. And that one, well, it's bowled off to his leg side, and he managed to be able to play at that and get a Maximo. He gets the 6 runs. You can see this coming onto the leg, and he just manages to get his body out of the
like
way.
a jump hook, isn't it? Yeah,
it was a weird one.
Thought it would cramp his body, but yeah, he was able to free the arms and get it away for 6. So Nazir has the last laugh against Raja, who's bowled
That's
out. And the 50's up as well at the end of the 4th over, 50 for 3. But Nazir,
25. Oh,
maybe 25 now. Oh, he's going backwards now. They'll sort that out.
yep.
And
They've done the take 6, not the add 6.
one thing I am missing a little bit compared to the series here in November, December is we haven't been here for sunset. I think it'll happen a couple of times because the internationals are 5 games a day, so it will go into the evening.
But it is nice that with the game starting so late, we're not coming here in the dark.
That is true. So, yeah, I had both last time.
Yeah.
Now
yeah.
I've got neither.
Yeah, the sunset is beautiful here. And have a look at that. That is gone out of here as well. Is it over the fence? It is, and that's another big 6 for Royal Barcelona.
Yeah, full toss. Just still needs to be hit, though. Full tosses about that height. They're not as easy to hit as you might think because you do see some mishits sometimes. But Taki Mazar mentioned the fact that he scored a century in the last series. In fact, both these two scored centuries in the last series. Bit of a fun fact. We had more centuries in the 2023 Barcelona series. Oh, another French Kawasaki.
Oh.
In fact, he might be able to apply for a French passport now because that's 3 of them in this game and he gets 4 more. 4 carreras más.
Oh, that's just so frustrating as a bowler. And so Razul, who's having his first spell of the day.
Taki is also
Lucky.
pretty good. Yeah, he's a bit lucky right now. But he did a bit of commentary filling in last year from time to time. But he was doing did some commentary in Spanish as well. Spanish obviously
there you go.
speaks it very well. But yeah, I was going to say we had more centuries in 2023 Barcelona series in that 3 weeks than we did in the whole of the year 2022. So it just shows you that they're very, very good at making the big scores here.
Oh,
Exciting stuff.
another big swing there.
And
Didn't
just-
get anything on it, though.
Might have been a slight slower ball there from Rasul.
Yeah.
But it is random question time, so why don't you throw a few random questions at us? It is the last
Oh, of course.
game of the day.
Last game of the day. And that one is out of here as well. So another 6 to Tucky. He gets himself up to 30.
50's come up during the over as well, but again, length ball.
Yeah.
This pitch, pretty unforgiving for the seam bowlers. And I call that kind of a challenge length because, yeah, you might get a miss hit, might get skied, but I think that the batters are pretty confident that they're going to hit more than they're going to miss hit.
That's it. So Razul.
Ooh,
Oh, dear.
almost our first umpire clothesline of the day.
We love the clothesline.
Just still trying to find the old ball. All right. Well, I'm gonna try and throw a few through Judge Georgie's in, and also you're welcome to in the chat. I'm going to say vacation, hot or cold?
It doesn't bother me. I'm more of a city person rather
Yeah.
than a beach person,
Okay.
though, if that makes any sense. So,
Something like skiing or beach.
yes,
You know.
probably neither.
Okay. Stay at home then.
No,
I was going to give you a
no,
free
I'd
holiday,
rather-
but
I'd-
if you don't, fair enough.
No, I think
Easy
I
to
think
please.
you would understand this. Living in Perth, beaches, they've ruined beaches for us.
Just do it, don't you?
I've
Yeah.
been beaches are absolutely ruined for me now. Anywhere I go in the world, I go, well, it's not Perth. So if you can ever get to Perth,
How about that shot? This is really nice ground. I love the vantage point. Not all grounds in Europe are so close to the city as well, because you've got to think about the fact that it's not very well funded
No,
in
it's-
Europe, and so often there'll be 30, 40, 50 minutes an hour out of the city.
and that one's up in the air. It's not going to get caught, or is it? It is, and the ground. He did cover a lot of ground to get over there, but wasn't able to quite take it. And there's always going to be a difficult one. You can see that. Looking back, is that going to be caught? But
Can I tell you what's happened here? Because of the persistent French cutting, they've made a really unusual decision. Just put a fielder behind the
Yep.
keeper, and that's where he would have been. And now Taki gets more of an edge on it, and it flies down to a pretty fine third. But that would have been catchable, I think, if they hadn't moved the fielder. But no, Taki, we'll say it's all part of the plan. Last ball, the over.
and he has gone straight down the field, and that is another 6. And, well, 70 for 3 after 5. And Taki, well, he's doing the attacky.
Yeah. Did you steal that off,
I
Dave?
read that off Dave. Thank you, Dave.
And make sure you cite your sources. Vinny Sandu here, Mr.
You
Maximo.
didn't give me the opportunity to.
With Georgie Parker. And we've got Judge Georgie here. Where's you need it?
I'll bring my gavel.
Yeah. Order. Order.
Well done.
Is that how you do
Well
it?
done.
I don't
Yeah,
know
let's
how
go
to-
with it.
But, Georgie's here. Throw some random questions at it. Let's get to know her a little bit. Think of something I haven't thought of yet. Georgie's got a wealth of experience, but I think we might be able to prize a bit more information out of her before the end of her time here. But the main thing is you're enjoying yourself, right?
Yeah,
it's
it's
pretty
been
interesting cricket on the field
Oh,
today
I
as
love
well.
it. I love it. I love watching it. And this match here has really been the intriguing one for me today because of just the shift in Pac Barcelona.
Yeah. So they
Oh.
well, protect the equipment. Luckily, that would have hit Diana's table, but she's got the protection of the net. So that will be, well, I'd say in indoor cricket, we'd say that's back net. Maximo 6 runs. Have you seen the indoor cricket? I don't know if you've seen it.
I've watched a bit
around.
of it. Watched a bit of it, but look, there's just a lot of cricket to watch. There's a lot
That's
of
true.
and it never. As I said, that's why I love it so much because it's never ending. It's always summer somewhere, so we're always getting another 6 here. So
Wow.
it's you know what? As I've just said about how this change in Pac Barcelona, they've come and hit 3 6s in a row.
Yeah.
So 4
Momentum
6s in
shift.
a row. So yeah, that is exactly it. So they say it always happens in the 9th, but this one is happening in the 6th, and they've gone 3 for 82 now. So Nazir's on 37 and Taki on 40 off just 11 deliveries. So he is seeing them like beach balls at the moment, but a dot ball there is a handy thing for Shah.
Well, they get a bit of a break there because for me, I reckon this is a wide. It's going a fair bit of a
no,
line.
it came back in though.
Yeah, but I don't think it's inside. It was on the line. But anyway,
Let's give him a break,
yeah,
hey?
they probably need one after the 3 6s. I want to say just quickly, hello to everyone in the chat. And Trip, I'm sorry to hear that. Obviously had a loss in your family, and yeah, so to all the family, to you and to Kitty and to everyone over there, hopefully you know that our thoughts are with you. All right, you're a big part of our community, and yeah, sending you all our best. Look at some random questions here now. Kroom's got an interesting one, Georgie, and it's good.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good question, I think. You can have a ball to think about it, but what's your go-to dance move?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you have one? I mean, you like to
No.
hit the dance. I'm sure that after a few wins with the Hockey Roos, you'd be out and you'd get the
I'm
circle,
not a,
you go out and
I'm not a...
like in an emergency. Like there's emergency dance situations come. I'm not saying I'm a particularly good dancer because I'm not
it depends.
into the 6th over.
It depends if you've come out with a medal or not around your neck, because then
Okay.
the medal can be a little bit of a prop.
Yeah, okay.
You see what I mean? So you can be doing a bit of swinging around your neck.
More like
and
lasso style. It sounds dangerous.
Yeah. But no, I'm not much of a dancer.
Gold medals are made of silver, right?
Well, I don't know.
I think they're silver and they're gold plated. That's what I heard.
Well, I can imagine they're not giving us real gold medals. But do
They're
you know
not
what? I
gold
tell
in
you
them.
what, I can't move as I used to. I've got bad knees now. So I think I can get low, and then suddenly, and is that caught behind? And he is out. He's been sent out of here. Had a little bit of a nick, and, well, Bas has taken the wicket, and a much-needed wicket as well.
Well, I mean, you'd probably bet your house on the fact that there's going to be more inside edges to come from Taki-ul-Mazar, but that time it's just a feather, and it goes through to the keeper.
Well,
Shazad Umar takes the catch.
Well, Taki was really hitting them out of the park, so really needed that one for Pac Barcelona. And, well, Royal Barcelona, they've put themselves a good foot forward, though.
Yeah, I mean, they need to break that partnership.
Yeah.
Taki just kind of rode his luck in the end.
And Anwar's coming out now.
Yeah, Saeed Anwar.
Yeah.
Famous name in cricket as well. Former Pakistani player. Saeed Anwar, at one point, held the ODI highest score, 193.
Well, there you
He
go.
was beaten.
There you go.
But let's see if this Saeed Anwar can do something similar. They're both left-handers.
So quickly moving the field around.
You haven't answered the question yet. I'm
I
acutely aware of this.
I don't dance. That's the question, my
Don't
friend.
make
That's
us
the
play
answer.
the music.
I don't because
Do you have like a greatest dancing moment then?
no.
There must have been something.
No, honestly,
Like for me, I finally learnt the dance that everyone does to Nutbush City Limits. You know how
No, I learnt the, Napoleon Dynamite. Remember that movie?
yeah.
I learnt that dance move once from
There
my
you
Year
go.
12 formal.
That's something.
Um,
I'll tell you something. Speaking of Year 12 formals, this is
Go
going to
whack
smash
that
in
one
the gap.
out.
Yeah, 4 more. Put that with the rest. Hey, should have gotten his ear when they had the chance, and haven't. And he's just going to keep on smacking the ball all over the place. When I was in Year 12, we had to rehearse. We didn't have to. We chose to. Kind of a tribute to the village people, and I was the policeman.
Hey, were you?
Yeah.
Did you choose the policeman? You didn't want to choose the fireman?
I was profiled a bit for it, I think, but had the afro wig.
Did
The
you?
only difference was I did it in footy shorts.
Hey, nice. And for those who aren't Australian, don't know what footy shorts are, they are very
They're like shorts.
short shorts, but
that
they're
you've-
very short shorts.
Yeah, that you've washed in boiling water
They're
several times.
Very short shorts. We
Think of about a glove for your lower half.
what? They're gonna,
Wide. I don't think
that's
you
it.
said
So
that.
wide there.
We are getting random. Yeah, I like this. We're getting a bit random.
Let's have a look at some of them. Hey, I've got access to them now.
Oh, can I tell you another thing? I don't know.
Well,
How late is it? All right, this is going to be up in the air, and it's going to fly out of the ground. Maximo Anwar joins the party, and he hits his first 6. Yeah, so we're speaking about go-to dance moves. I'm actually a reasonable pole dancer.
of course you are. Of course you do. You do a bit of everything, don't you, Vin?
It's just a form of exercise. Don't
Yeah.
take it there. I'm just
not,
saying.
I'm not
Okay.
saying anything else, but he advances again here, Anwar, and last time he advanced he gets 4. This time, just the single.
The end of the over then. It'll be 98 for 4 after 7. Pretty gripping contest here this afternoon. Let's have a look at what's coming up in tomorrow's action, day 3. Now, Royals, they're back on the rack straight away, and they'll play Sohail Hospitalet. It's Sohail Hospitalet's first match of the series. Then Barcelona International. We did see them on day 1. They're taking on Magic Badalona, who we saw yesterday as well. So join us, 9 a.m. GMT, which is 10 o'clock in Central Europe, and 2:30 p.m. in India for day 3 of 25 days of action here in ECS. It's 27 days total, though, because in the middle, third weekend, we'll have a couple of days of the ECIs, which will be both men's and women's internationals, featuring Spain and Czechia. All right, time for
Advance.
over 8.
Is it going to get caught? And it should get caught, and it is caught there by Raja. And, well, see you later, Anwar. You're out for 8. And Pac Barcelona, they're giving it a red-hot crack here.
That's one of those innings that call it like it's a productive innings. It's
Yeah.
8 off 4. So you can't expect everyone to have Tacky's luck,
No.
for example. On another day maybe grabs an edge and this goes for 4 or 6. But he does get something to show for his innings, Saeed Anwar. So all of those add up. I kind of the innings of the batters that only face a few balls. If they can at least hit 1 or 2 boundaries, it does help your cause. Naeem Shah, it's had a pretty good day with the ball. It's come on to bowl the 8th over here.
Oh, I think that's going to head off to the leg side. So I think that is going to get the arm lifted from the umpire. And it pitches in line, but it's definitely, you can see all 3 stumps there. So the umpire easily not going to be calling that one. And Shah bowling in again, and he's bowled him this time instead. So that's what you got to do. Hashim, he left the wickets exposed, and in doing so, the balls have been hitting them and the stumps come off, and he's heading back as well. So Pac Barcelona, every opportunity to really keep this score to a minimum there from Royal Barcelona.
Yeah, and just...
And have a look at this, Vin.
Yeah, he's bowled pretty
Opens-
straight today, hasn't he? He's been fairly full, fairly straight. I think that's why he's had some success, Naeem. So, arms up. The next one to go.
So it's all happening here. Halfway through the 8th over, and Royal Barcelona 6 wickets down, 98 runs to their name. And Shah, well, he's giving it a good shot.
That's what they say.
Shah,
I have heard that.
in the old classics.
Yeah, in the classics. Quarter of the innings remaining. If they can bat that long.
What's going out with a late clothesline?
Late close like this too. I'll tell you, there's a funny story about the guy I used to play with sometimes. Played a lot of cricket with him.
What? They're yelling catch it, but that has gone straight through the 2 outfielders, and that is 4. And a good way to get off the mark.
Brings up the 100 as well for Royal Barcelona. He's still going to have guys who can swing. Murad Ali, he's
Yeah.
more of a bowler, but he can handle the bat, as you saw right there.
And Nazir's still in as well in 43. And what was he dropped down on?
Yeah,
14?
he's back around about that much. But look, yeah, my friend who I used to play with, he had a pretty bad Achilles. He was quite a good fast bowler. In fact, he could great first grade cricket, probably. He was leading wicket taker one year, just didn't really get a go, but then he had a bad Achilles tendon injury, and then he would bowl pretty much without a run-up, like 2 or 3 steps.
Achilles hurt. Well, running down. And is that going to get taken? It should get taken. And it is dropped, unfortunately. And Ali, well, he's now been given a lifeline, just like Nazir on the other end. And Nazir, after his drop, he's headed up to 43. And so they can be costly in the end. And in the end, he was just a little bit too short. Needs to get a little bit closer to it. He was reaching in front of him instead of being right underneath the ball. So just misread it a little bit there. And look at this worm. It flattens out every now and then. So
103 for 6 after
Yeah.
8. Okay, so
couple
we're
of
looking at
wickets there, you see.
130. I mean, if you take that catch, for example, can make a big difference because now you are getting really down the bottom of the order. So we'll see if that comes back to bite them as well.
That's it.
One
So
thing about the Royals, when they've been fielding today, they've caught pretty much everything, haven't they?
that's it. So Abbas here with his 2nd over and a dot ball. Well, that means everything at this point in the match. And he had a great first over, 1 for 14. And Royal Barcelona, well, they've 60%, 58% chance of winning. It's saying now, the computer, they started the match with about a 70-30, and that is going to help their causes, though. That is a 6. And a great shot. And
Really good shot. Just left it hanging outside. Left up a little bit. It's just all hands, isn't it? And hand-eye coordination. You appreciate that one. As Murad, remember he was the guy that got dropped last ball, last over. Living on borrowed time, but he smashed that one out of the ground.
well, that's what you want to do. Punish them and remind them that one's going down the ground, but should only be a single.
Chris Shinkle said he did a fair bit of line dancing way back when.
Line
That
dancing.
looks pretty fun. Like
Line
the bit where
dancing.
you hold your
Well,
belt,
how did you get into pole dancing, Vin?
where opportunity meets ambition.
You went there on a date once, didn't you? I bet you.
That's not what happened.
I whacked it, but this one should be stopped. Shouldn't go through to the boundary. So just the single again. So, well, Pac Barcelona, they're doing their best to really limit them.
If you must know, the local to where I used to live, back when I was in my 20s, it had been converted into kind of a pub from a different kind of a place. Okay? And this particular kind of a place had
Straight through him.
one installed. And so sometimes they just get up and have a go.
So tell us your move on it. What do you
Generally,
do?
I'm pretty good at getting up top and just spinning on the way down and then kind of using my legs to...
I would actually...
Yeah.
Oh,
Were you
another
about
dot
to say you
ball
could pay
here.
good money? Because I don't do it. I don't do it for
What?
Don't start waving the 20s at me just yet.
You think you're worth 20? Come on, mate. Give it a rest.
Minimum.
Give it a rest. Come on. We'll be going to America and using dollar bills instead, if anything.
I think they're appealing here, but he seemed to be in
Had his
just.
bat down for sure. But
Yeah.
they were 3 dot balls to finish that over.
But also, I watch a fair bit of, when I can, I watch a fair bit of stuff on the internet, and there are a lot of fails, when people put them up in their house, and it doesn't end well. 111 for 6
And
after 9.
A bus just 8 off of that over, which it's a pretty good time to just get 8 when it's the 9th over. A few dot balls. He did have 1-6, but then just a couple of singles in that one. So we're coming up to the final over of the
I like
day.
this. Now, what you don't know, maybe Spring Media, they're pretty good. We call it National Geographic camera work. They'll just spot
Some
birdies.
birdies.
Some good bird shots there. The dogs are just easy pickings. Like when the dogs get on the weekend in particular. But sometimes they've even occasionally got, little bugs and stuff in focus. So, yeah, thank you. That's great work.
That's it. So
What have we
let's
got up there?
see how they're going to finish this. We've got Iqbal.
It was very majestic, wasn't it?
That's it.
Let's see if they can soar into the last over. Nazir's hardly
Yeah.
hit any of the strikes. Faced 19 balls out of 48.
So we got
54, I should say.
Munstansa Iqbal. So he's coming in for his first over. He took a great catch earlier today. You didn't think he was going to be able to catch us. When you just came in, it was here, there, and everywhere. He spun around.
He took the scenic route to that ball.
Absolutely, he did. And he took a great catch. And look, he's just bowled 2 dot ball. That's a wide. But
Isn't it crazy, though, that Nazir's only faced 19 balls in 9 overs? So he's just been kind of left, right, out.
well, 44 of this one, though. So hopefully they don't. Hey, well fielded there.
Well, that's
Well,
one way
when
to
I
do
say when I say well fielded, what I mean is he stopped a
I thought you were
boundary.
going to say, fielded.
No, well, hey, Vinny, there's not just one way to get somewhere.
That's true.
And there's
Sometimes you need to stick the boot in.
There's different journeys. And that journey, though, is out of here. That has gone for a 6. And Nazir brings up his half ton and off of just 22 deliveries. And I tell you what, they'll be wishing that they kept that catch in their hands earlier in the innings, because he could be the difference between a win and a loss here.
It might be the slowest 22-ball 50 I've ever seen, because it's actually taken 9.5 overs.
Yeah.
But, that's the way it's gone. He's
It's been,
faced 3.5 overs. There's been 6 other overs he hasn't faced.
well, there's been a bit of sharing of the strike when usually it's just been one hitter just going for town. And, well, that one, did you see that spin in the air? It's comes out
Had a bit
here.
of curve on it, didn't it?
Didn't it? It really
But
did.
he turns down the single because he wants more.
Yeah, that's it. He knows there's 2 balls left. No, Ali, you've got 12. That's enough for you. I want to have a couple more here. And Iqbal, well, just 7 off the over so far. 2 balls to come. And that one is maxable. It is out of here. 6 for him. And probably fair enough, turn down that single if that's what you're going to produce the next ball.
Works. I mean, Murad, he's no bunny at the other end. We've seen that. But Shahid just feels that he's at least 1 run better.
That's it.
Hello to Cosmic Nana, by the way, he's watching from Texas. Anyway, here's the last ball of the 10.
What are you going to be doing? And it is out of here. What a way to finish an innings. 6-6. And Nazir, he ends on 62 runs.
You start to think what he might have done had he faced half the balls in the innings.
Well, that's it.
Having said that, he was dropped along the way.
I was about to say that if he wasn't dropped. So ultimately, I think that was a good competitive innings from both of these players, from both of these teams, I should say. PAC Barcelona, well, a completely different setup from the first innings, and Royal Barcelona, they produced a little bit of everything, didn't they, Vin?
Yeah, they certainly did. This is the one where he kind of almost tripped over his own feet there with Mustansa Iqbal, but then was able to find the ball. And that was important, but I think a couple of missed opportunities hurt. But the bowlers, I think they've stepped up for PAC Barcelona, and I think I called it last game. I think that they bowled a few too many just hit-me balls. But this time, there was a really good contest, wasn't there, between Cameron Raja and Shahid Nazir at one point. Nazir did survive that, but they didn't have a lot of the strike. This was a little bit of an inside head tucky. Got a bit lucky on a few times while he was there, but also hit some very, very good shots, to be fair to him. T10 came out, was able to hit 6. That was his only meaningful contribution to the innings, but it was a handy one for he holed out. Again, catching was a little bit better, but I still think they'll rue the missed opportunities from time to time. Naeem Shah's been good with the ball, hasn't he, for Pac Barcelona today. You can see there the camaraderie between the Pac Barcelona team kind of backs to the wall today. But when it came down to it, Mustance in the last over couldn't really hold Nazir, who turned down the single and went bang and bang. Gets him to 130. For me, though, 130 here, it's kind of a pass score.
That's it. And what a way to finish it, because it really dried up the one before in over 9. But instead, over 10 there. They finished strong there with Nazir. And a solid scorecard, 62 for Nazir. Few too many ducks, if you ask me, though. Duck to Qasia, duck to Ali, and duck to the captain, Hashim, as well. But when you look at the other numbers, you got 62 from Nazir and 41 from Taki. So when you're getting players like that doing their job, well, you know, that doesn't matter so much.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, no one really wasted balls. They got 3 ducks in there. That's the way it goes. But yeah, the extras, they were very, very frugal, weren't they? Just 3 wides in the 10 overs.
That's it. And then have a look at this. We've got wickets coming from 4 of the players. Iqbal gets 1 off of his 21, 2 for Raja, 2 for Shah off just 19 as well, and 1 for Arbasa with 22 runs to his name.
Yeah, that was a pretty good effort, team effort. Okay, Rasul went the journey, but everyone else, maybe you could argue Iqbal got whacked a bit at the end, but you know, they kind of held them to what I think is a pass score, about 13 over here in Barcelona. Great aerial views of the ground there. We'll be back in just a moment. Last innings of day 2, and we'll see if the Pac Barcelona team can get their first ever win on ECN. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Georgie Parker. We'll see you after a short break for the chase.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello, welcome back to Barcelona as we head into the final innings of the day. It's Pac Barcelona, their first day of ECN cricket. They're taking on Royal Barcelona, and in the earlier match we saw Royal Barcelona getting up 140 to 120. In this one, Royal Barcelona have put 130 on the board, and what that means is that, well, 70% of that is 91. So if Royal Barcelona can restrict the batting team, Pac Barcelona, to 91 or less, then they'll get all the points. If the batting team, Pac Barcelona, can chase 131 in 7 overs, well, that'd be a bit of an entertaining one. It's about 19 and over pace, and they get all the points. But, of course, the new enhanced point system that we've had since the ECCW last year is just throwing a few extra things in for people to think about. Georgie Parker with me, of course, and yeah, Georgie, 130. Well, it's actually halfway between the scores we saw in the first game. It was 140, 120, so it's an average score between these two teams this afternoon. Let's see how Pac Barcelona go.
Let's see how they go. And interesting to note that in the 8 matches so far, well, this is the 8th match, but over this time here in Barcelona, only one team has got the maximum 4 points. Most teams have managed to get within that 70%. And, well, just one off of the first ball. So no royal duck here as Ali Saeed is opening the bowling.
Yeah,
and
good bowler.
And Raja, well, he gets himself off strike. And Abbas, well, now he is going to be facing the music.
Really good bowler, Shafat Ali Saeed. And, yeah, decent batter as well. So he opens the batting and the bowling here for Royal Barcelona. We've seen him before for Hiris Abadel. That was in the series a couple of years ago.
Got to be multifaceted in this type of play. And he's going to be dropped. And is it going to be just the one?
Yeah, we'll just get one. But, yeah, they had the fielder there. They thought with the pace of Saeed it might fly behind the wicket. And that's exactly what happened.
And do you know what? It was very close to being a 4. So if you're not going to drop it, or if you are going to drop it, you don't want to give away a 4 as well. So just the one there for Abbas. So he gives the strike back to Raja. And an interesting first over already.
Yeah, very interesting.
And starting to get a little bit darker. Sun setting over to the left of the screen as you look at it from behind.
Slip in place there with tucking and slip. It's pretty unusual. Shadil Kaiser's doing the keeping in this game. Remember that Taki did it last game. Just quickly, I had some questions about having more night series. I know the American viewers, they love the night series. It does kind of, we organise them when we can. And obviously, we're keen to always do as much cricket as possible, but it kind of depends on a number of operational factors and venues being available. So, night series is something I think you will probably see more of in 2024. Not quite the stage yet where we can do them all year long, but they're a nice treat.
And first boundary here for Pac Barcelona. It'll be a 4. And that'll be for Abbas, taking his score to 5.
Pretty good shot.
That's it.
Swing in towards him. Just comes in a touch, but yeah, good decision, I think, to go leg side. I had a question also what the time difference is between America and Australia. It depends because both countries, they have kind of like it's like a 3-hour gap from west to east.
Yeah, so it's big. And that one, could that be caught? There are 2
Ooh.
There we go. And so we've had 2 drop catches in this first over. So it's been a licorice bag of all sorts here.
Couldn't quite do it, yeah. I'd say on average the time difference, if you had to pick a number, I'd say it's about 15 hours time difference.
Yeah, I think so too.
Something like that.
I think so too.
But it depends. Yeah.
And I would say if I was doing time difference, I'd go from east coast of Australia, which is where the most of Australia live. But look, I still couldn't tell you.
East coast to east coast, yeah.
Yeah, I would say that.
Annoying everyone in LA though.
That's it, and that one is out of here. So 6 to end the over. So it takes up to 14 off the first over.
Pretty good result off Shafat Ali Saeed, who's one of their premier bowlers. And we used to have, well, last year anyway, when we had the phases of the sunset. So it's kind of the yellow phase, the orange phase, the pink phase, and then the purple phase.
Well, as
You'll get to do that in a couple of weeks.
As Perthites?
Perthites?
Perthites, as people from Perth.
Perthians?
We are absolutely blessed with sunsets over there, so we've got some absolutely beautiful ones there. So we know all about them. 26 matches, though, since a golden ball.
Could it be this one? It's the middle of the road kind of target, we thought.
Look, I'd love it to be. We were talking about big birds.
Watch out for
have
the
a look
crane.
at that one.
No, it's okay.
Have a look at that one.
That's a big bird.
Isn't it?
That's kind of human-made.
That is a big plane.
National Geographic.
That is a big plane.
Is there a separate channel for that stuff?
It's in Ali.
Discovery Channel.
Ali going to be taking the second over here. And a bit of pace on him as well. And that one is not going to... Well, it is going to go to 4 because that is out of here. So that pace, when they bowl it at you so fast, you don't have to do much with it.
Yeah, I was also getting a question from Chris Smith. Now, he's in the UK, but he's an avid AFL fan.
Is he from Australia or just...
No, I think he's just English. He likes a few different sports. He follows his NFL as well. Any kind of football, I think.
Chris, who's your team, Chris?
Yeah. Who's your team, Chris? Tell me. Murad.
It's an insane sport, AFL, but, you know, so is cricket. And that's what I love about it. All sports don't make sense when you break them down.
Yeah.
They're all weird and they're all interesting, and I love it. We're all just here watching some people with a ball.
He was asking how you're looking forward to the AFL season.
Absolutely. I'm a big, massive Crows fan. I tell you what, they're going to make top 4
I don't
this
mind
year.
the Crows. As an Eagles supporter, I feel a certain affinity.
Yeah, they're probably the equivalent team of my home city of Adelaide, but we're going to finish top 4 this year. I'll tell you that, Chris. Can't wait. It's about 35 days until that season starts, so not that I'm counting. Is this caught again as well? And it is. So similar spot to last time. So Arbas is going to be out for 10. Similar spot hit before with a miscatch, I should say, and instead we've got a wicket this time, and Ali gets 1 for 4.
Yeah, he does. Murad is going to be happy that he's able to get a wicket early. This is Nazir that takes the catch. And it's what I call a little bit of an ice cream cone because it always pops out. See how you can see a bit of the ball up the top? And the reason I call it an ice cream cone because it's like you hold an ice cream cone and you could give it a little lick. But right now, I hope he doesn't because that's against the regulations now post-pandemic.
That's it. No mints in your mouth unless you're England.
And you can't actually now use saliva to polish the ball. That's
no,
out
not
of the
after COVID.
You know, I sometimes, but you can still use other fluids like sweat and things. And sometimes
It's the same thing.
I would like for our future to maybe have a game where you just don't use fluids at all. But maybe that's a world.
Maybe they should give you a little.
Sponge.
Maybe like a little, like you can dip your fingers in this water.
The jury's out as well about how much it does. It's just we tend to think it does. Like swing under cloud cover. Everyone's saying it swings under the clouds just because you notice it.
That's
it
it.
swings a lot.
That's it.
Anyway, scientists still trying to work out that one. Here's Murad to Iqbal. Tanvir Iqbal.
Oh. And Iqbal, well, didn't get anything on that one. And it's a good over so far for Ali. Very economical and a wicket as well. So you want these ones early. That target, it is a much lower target than last time.
37 days, Chris wants to know, until the start of the AFL season.
37, what did I say, 35.
Okay, well, you had
I'm an idiot.
Maybe till your team plays.
Oh, yeah, it could be. Oh. No,
watch this. This was hit him on the pads, and it should have hit the stumps, but it just misses them. Watch this. Oh, and Tanvir boots 4, basically.
He had a little smile on his face as well. He knew that one was lucky. He's still smiling. Hey, you know what, though? Get out of jail free cards. It happens before, and it happened in the last match as well.
Yeah,
so
they can't really complain.
No,
Barcelona.
Exactly.
Plenty of those.
exactly. Taki, well, he had about 3 of those. So, you know what? There's 1 back to pack Barcelona.
Good question as well. Takes me to something else. Regarding Australian football, we're talking about at the moment. I've got Geordie here who's played at the elite level. Last ball for Murad, though. Yeah, so that'll be the end of the over. 23 for 1. And he's asking, is AFL in all states, or do they have a few more? Basically asking, what's the split? Now, New South Wales and Queensland, so where Sydney and Brisbane are, they aren't really natural Australian rules football states. They're more rugby league states. True?
No, yes, so they've got 2 teams each as opposed to rugby league, which dominates the States. However,
The original competition was kind of Victorian competition, and then slowly over the last kind of generation it's branched out into national competition.
Yep.
But that's why there's a disproportionate amount of teams
it's
in Victoria.
It's 10
10 of 18.
teams in Victoria and 8 elsewhere, but there is going to be a Tasmanian team
That's what
soon.
I was going to bring up. And Tasmania, they've been lobbying forever, it seems,
Yeah.
to get a team. And some teams have been playing their games down there, or some of their games down
Yeah.
there. I know Hawthorn played a lot, and North Melbourne played a lot as well.
So Tasmania getting a team coming in soon, and
They haven't
I
been
would
named yet, have they?
the Tasmanian.
I don't think they have.
I don't think they've been given a name. I think you're right about that, but they have been given a date, and it all is tentative as long as they can build a stadium that is up to standards. But I would love a team up in Northern Territory.
Yeah, they love their footy up there.
And
Their season backwards up there as well.
It is, and they give a lot of players into the system. So I'd love
Definitely.
for them to be able to play at home, and
Definitely.
it would be wonderful for the community
And
up
it'd
there
be a
as well.
challenge for the other teams because it's completely different weather up there. It's tropical, it's hot.
It would be summer, so
Yeah.
it would be warm, dry. But it would be really good for the community up there. So I would love that, but alas, not to be so far. But there won't be too long. So there'll be 20 teams.
Tasmania will start in the 2028 season, and we'll be starting the VFL, which is a kind of second-tier competition from 25 or 26.
Yep.
So names. I mean, there's a few obvious ones with Tasmania. There's always like Tasmanian Devils, Tasmanian Tigers. I
Well,
think
it
they call
can't be
cricket
the
team
Tigers
Yeah.
because of the cricket team. So that's
Although
our shield.
they don't really go by those names anymore. That was a bit of a phase for state cricket.
Yeah.
In the women's, they do more than the men's now.
I still don't think they would take a
They
name.
won't. It's also a bit too obvious,
Yeah.
isn't it? And also, hello, Richmond Tigers.
Yes.
Might have something
I
to
think
say
that's-
about it.
Yep.
We know that Collingwood weren't too understanding about Port Adelaide coming in and taking the black and white stripes.
Wow. No.
Don't you think that's funny in Australian football that people get really, really...
We're parochial.
what's the word? Insecure of people using their colour scheme. Look at the Premier League in England. You've got half the teams wear red. And big teams, what? Liverpool, Arsenal, and United, right?
Well, and
others.
It's mainly just Collingwood.
Yeah,
Which
Collingwood.
is the club that I played for.
I know that,
But they are very, very hot on their colours.
They ain't wearing anything that's not black and white.
No, and it's because they're the rich club. So they're a bit of bullies.
How they could afford you.
If only. Well fielded. Just for the one there.
Yeah, so Tasmania, I'm excited. And of course, what normally happens is there'll be some kind of high profile
Signing.
current player that is from, probably ideally from Tasmania originally, to come and be the face of the club.
Or the best player in the league would do it. It was the same when a club in Queensland called Gold Coast
Just
Suns.
defrost Gary Ablett Jr. again.
Yeah, that's it. They bowled him. He's gone. And Iqbal, he's gone for just the one. And Ali Saeed, well, that's his last ball of the over, and last ball of his spell, and he got a wicket on it.
Yeah.
So 2 for 25, 3 for 25.
I think it's a slower ball. Check it out here. Yeah, just kind of rolls the fingers on it slightly, I think. Just wasn't quite full pace, but fools Tanvir Iqbal. Swings all the way across it. So, yeah, handy wicket there. 25 for 2 at the end of 3. You can see we're kind of getting sunset-ish vibes, but I don't think we'll be playing when the sun does actually go over the horizon. So Chris has come back. He says he's a big Dockers fan. He said he'll settle for the top half of the table, which I guess is the top 9 now, the 8 make finals. And he has over 100 family in Fremantle, Perth and Albany area. So even though he doesn't come from Oz, he's still a big Fremantle Dockers fan. Let me correct your spelling there. I hate to be that guy. But Fremantle, even though it sounds that way, it only has the one E. And I just don't want you to get embarrassed if you start texting some other Dockers fans and they might accuse you. All right? Fremantle's a beautiful part of the Perth. So it's the port where a lot of the immigrants and visitors used to come in before planes as well.
Fremantle was my WA team when I lived in Perth.
Yeah.
I didn't go for the West Coast Eagles. I went for Fremantle.
Only team to wear purple as well. And they used to wear green as part of their strip, the original strip.
Their original strip is
and I'd
very iconic.
Oh, hello. What's going on there? That looks dangerous.
Where are they?
I don't know. But let's try and
Behind
find
us
them.
somewhere.
Did we imagine that? Here's Abid Ali. Oh, and he's going to get slammed out of the ground.
out of here, and he's into those nets, and they've been catching everything over there, and he's get Maximo for 6.
What I was going to say is
Mr. Maximo's trying to find them.
I hope they're not too close to the ground.
Well,
because
those light poles are pretty high in the air, so do you know what? I'll tell you what.
it's way we've seen some of these hits today.
They deserve more than 6 if they're going to be hitting one of those, because would be a enormous hit. But Raja, he's on 16 now, and only hit for 6 in his first ball. That one well fielded. Right in the middle there by Al-Haq.
Yeah, Raja, was bowling before, had a pretty interesting contest with Nazir, didn't he? Did make a golden royal duck, really, in that last game, so he's certainly keen to contribute this time around.
We need Pac Barcelona to really pick up their run rate. Have a look at that win-loss percentage there. Royal Barcelona only sitting at 92%.
It's called a wide. Seemed like a fair enough call over the helmet. So, yeah, Chris, he's really into his AFL. He's even saying it's 36 days, 16 hours and 22 minutes away.
Wow,
So,
there you go. Maybe for UK is... No, they're behind. So maybe it's only 35 days for Australia.
So I know the Super Bowl is coming up in NFL. It's in like a couple of weeks. So Australia has our version, which is we call it the AFL Grand Final. And that's kind of like our Super Bowl, isn't it? And
Look, nothing is like a Super Bowl.
it's our...
And we give it a go. Although we did have Robbie Williams perform year before.
Meatloaf till I die.
And
Meatloaf 2013. Was it 2013?
That was one of the worst performances. I went to that game.
It's hard not to hit a note in 16 minutes. Well, they like this, and he's gone.
And he's gone. He's been nicked, and Raja, he's no more. He's out, and that's a big wicket. He's someone who's giving him maybe a little bit of grief.
Yeah.
Instead, we're starting to get into this middle order now. We just know how last time they played, just an hour or so ago, they really struggled in that middle order. So
Raja doesn't really, he's not too organised with his footwork. He's kind of wandering.
Yeah.
He kind of wanders down, but not across. And that would have been a lot easier to hit leg side if he kind of held his position in front of the stumps rather than drifting outside leg. So it's 32 for 3 in the 4th over. And I'm just going back to the football, the Australian football. So yeah, I've watched it because I've been kind of travelling. I haven't been in Australia that much. I do try and watch it, even though I can't watch a lot of games for many reasons. But I watched the AFL Grand Final in Malaga when I was there for the Euros.
That was an absolutely, if you don't know anything about Australian rules football, watch the Grand Final from 2023, and that is one of the best matches
We've had some
of
good
footy
ones in recent years.
that you'll see. Yeah, we had a great one 2018 when your team, West Coast Eagles, won. Terrible one in 2022, but 2023, I tell you what, that is one of the best matches you will see. Came down to the wire.
05-06 with the Sydney Swans and West Coast, those two back-to-back. Obviously, as an Eagles supporter.
There's a draw in 2010. And how's this for fans around the world? They've actually just changed the rule recently, but if it's a draw, back in the day, 2010, it was a draw, and what they did was come back the next week and play the entire match again.
Have they changed that now?
They've changed it now.
The grand final?
Even for the grand final.
Okay, 33 for 3 after 4. I've got to tell you, I actually went away on, it was like a bachelor party weekend to watch the AFL Grand Final. Now, it wasn't in Melbourne, but it was away. And so it was all based around that. And yeah, it was a draw. So guess what? We had to go home. We're like, do we do the trip again? We're actually in North Queensland. And it was, and then the worst thing was, the next week was the first week of the cricket season. So I didn't even get to watch the replay. And one of the guys in my team, played for Subiaco, talked about it in the day. Yeah, there's a couple of mad Collingwood fans in the team. And they could not concentrate. Because they're having a field, and they were constantly trying to make excuses to go off the field and try and watch.
But so it's the exact opposite of what you do here with the golden ball of, hey, you get one ball. Instead, they've got to come back, do an extra week of training, an extra week of media, and then an entire 3-game of running again. And have a look at this one. This is out of here. And we're talking about those light towers getting hit. That one wasn't far off it.
That's the monster. Mustansar Iqbal is in, and he hits another big 6. We saw him do this a couple of times and then get out trying it one time too many. And that one disappears out of the ground. Yeah, so that was an awkward one that year. I got to say, I know they used to do it for any final. So I remember back in 1990, I think it was, when the Eagles first made the finals, there was but what it did, it happened in the first week of the finals, and it meant that everything had to be put back. So week 1 of the finals took 2 weeks. And I think it was the Eagles, actually, that drew. They had a kick at goal, 1 to tie. Goal would have won it. Sumic. But then, I can understand. So then they implemented extra time for, as long as it wasn't the grand final. But now, obviously, you're telling me they've done it for the grand final as well. I kind of liked that. I felt it's like a little Easter egg if you get to do the whole thing again. I know the players probably not a huge fan of it, thinking it's the end of their season.
Yeah.
Life throws you surprises.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, but look, it's changed now. And that one hit to a pretty similar spot for Maximo. Runs yet again. And thumbs up. Well, I needed to do this.
Yeah, they're not dead yet. Don't you worry about that. I mean, with this kind of hitting ability. Interesting, we've got the Southern Cross field here. And this is something we've seen. It's pretty new and innovative. Where they've got pretty much a straight fielder, so not really long on, long off. They've got a dead straight fielder.
Yep.
Long on, long off still there, but they basically got 3 covering what 2 normally would. So it's like a wall. It actually was Koi Ruckus. The Spanish coach came up with that, and now a lot of teams are using that because typically straight is considered a very safe area to hit. You just taught straight is safe. Hit it at the sight screen.
Straight is safe.
It just throws batters off because it's so instinctive to hit straight thinking there's no one there. What else have we got? I got a question. Why is it AFL and not ARFL? Maybe Dave's asking because people think of it as Australian rules. But it's not really an Australian term that we use because we just call it footy or we call it AFL, right? So I think he's asked.
I understand where it comes from, though.
As a non-Australian, that might make sense. But originally it was called the Victorian Football League, and it's only when it became more of a national competition. They did do it straight away, but when there was a bit more representation from the other states, it became the Australian Football League. So that's kind of where the etymology meets the present day. Anyway, last ball of the 5th over coming up.
Big swing, no ding, and so they finished that with 3 for 48. Hamza on 7 and Iqbal on 9.
Yeah, so that means they need 43 off this half to at least get a point out of this game. They need 83, I suppose, to win the game. So, I mean, it's not impossible. We're talking kind of 16, 17 and over, which is achievable on this ground. The ball really seems to fly even further on this ground. But, yeah, we'll have to see how that pans out. But, yeah, beautiful time of the day now. It's nice with a little bit of cloud coverage here as well. It's maybe not as glary for everyone at the ground. But, these players, you've got to hand it to them. They've certainly provided us plenty of entertainment today.
Absolutely. And remember in the last match, the 10th over, he hit a 21 in that last over. So they can bat deeper than we think, and they still have that ability to have some big swings coming down. So we need one of them, I think, pretty soon to take some of that scoreboard pressure off.
Yeah, you're right.
And then see how we go.
Yeah, kind of need 2 or even 3 boundaries and over, I think, to keep pace with the game. But that's how we go because, I mean, all results are really possible here.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the 6th over. It's Taki Mazar to bowl.
And we talk about it, and that's the way you start it. A 4 off of the first delivery there in the 6th over.
Yeah, nicely worked away. Taki was keeping before, which isn't really a natural position for him, but they've got Jajul Kaiser behind the stumps now. And first one from Taki, just a little bit short. Taki's just known for just picking up wickets. Just has a knack of picking up wickets when his team need him to. Let's see if he can do it here. I know I don't want to keep harping on the Australian football, but I do have one more thing I want to ask you. Well, this is another one into the gap. That's going to be 4. So back to back, the monster is there. He's taken his team past 50 and he's on the charge. Taki just too short once again. So my question was, Tasmanian AFL team, what are their colours going to be?
I think their colours, I know, will be green, red and yellow, I believe.
I've seen that. I
believe
jumper,
because that is their state colours.
And they have the... excuse the expression, they have the map of Tassie on the jumper.
Yeah,
right?
and so it'll be this forest green with a bit of red and a little bit of yellow.
Yeah.
And I think it'll be the same kind of like...
I've seen that. I suppose I was wondering, is that official or is that... I know they've kind of been saying for a while, let's get it in.
No, I believe that will be official. They came out with these uniforms, and obviously uniforms change all the time.
Yeah,
you think of these retro uniforms that
Fremantle's a good point.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they changed their jersey quite a bit.
But I think that because they're going to be a state team, they'll try to stick to their state colours. A little bit like Adelaide. We've got state colours in South Australia.
And that's the
red,
other question.
blue, yellow.
Well, all the other teams, West Coast's a weird name, but they're from cities or towns, aren't they?
Yeah.
So I guess probably nice if they go Tasmania, even though it's a bit different because
I think their whole...
they want to get the whole state behind it. And Tasmania's small, but it's still, I think it's the 7th biggest island in the world or something. So it's actually quite big.
Yeah, but people will travel, and this is what they do in Tasmania. People do travel from the towns to Hobart to go and watch this. It would be a big occasion. I mean, I grew up in the country, and we used to... This one's hit, and that's hit for 4 as well. This is the over that they needed.
This is the kryptonite to the Southern Cross, because that's straight to where long on normally is. But now that's a gap. So they had more people, but there still are gaps there. That was hit hard into one. That's 4 more.
That's it. So Iqbal, he's now on 22 off of 8. So, this was the owner that they really needed. So they need 69 off 25 balls at the moment, and that 92 definitely in reach. But I grew up in the country, and we used to drive 3.5 hours every couple of weekends to go and watch the footy. Yeah. That's the culture in Australia.
It is. We like to travel. That ball's travelled pretty well off the bat. Nice little flick.
And there's another one.
They're moving here. I mean, that's a very good over.
So and 16 off the over, potentially even more.
Very, very good scoring. 66 for 3 after 6. So
there you go. So
look, Mustanza Iqbal again. He's batting pretty low. He's batting at 5 here, but he's really motoring. He's already the top scorer. And look, I come from Western Australia, as you know. Western Australia is a huge state by area, by any metric. I think it's 4 or 5 times as big as Texas, right? And in the country, football is huge there. But the distances they travel, sometimes it's 6-8 hours drive
just to
for
watch
a football match. Yeah,
it's
and the players as well to travel that far.
It's crazy what we do. And have a look. That is bye-bye Pelota. That one is out of here.
Yeah, Hamza gets in on the action. So you can see how I'm not willing to say this game is dead yet. I mean, the rate's in the 15s. That one's gone downtown. Nazir coming on with the ball. Yeah, they've got an interesting team, Royals, because they've got a few keeping options. Nazir's one of them, but you can't really keep and bowl in the same game. So,
it would be fun to see, though, wouldn't it? Just hand the gloves over instead of you.
Yeah. Someone else take
if it's going to happen anywhere, it's going to happen here. And that one is 4 as well. So expensive couple of deliveries so far for Nazir. And Hamza, he's getting in on the action. So he kept himself to 18.
Yeah, this just as an awkward kind of a hop, awkward kind of a distance bounce in front. And Shafat thinks of another 16 games he has to play. Doesn't really want to get knocked out. And the result's 4 runs, so 55 or 22 now for the game.
And he is going to be caught. And he went for it. Just wasn't able to quite clear the rope there. But you know what? In this moment of game, you had to be doing it. And Nazir, he gets his wicket after 10 runs in his first 2 balls. Suddenly becomes a wicket.
Yeah,
and he's happy.
Caught really well today, haven't they, Royals? And this is Taki Mazar just scoots to his left and takes it on the run. So the importance of taking those catches can't be underestimated. Don't forget Nazir had a life earlier and went on to score some big runs now. Nazir's got the ball in his hand, and Taki is the man that takes the catch. And Nazir's a pretty popular guy out there.
He was happy. He watched on, just hoping he was going to get caught, and then he was very happy about it. He was very good with the bat. And now he's got a wicket with the ball as well. So the umpires.
I know we're going a bit of a thread here, but I'll wait for this ball. It's Sharp, the new batter, named Sharp.
And nearly takes the umpire out with him.
Well, we were talking about dancing before. That was a nice little move.
Yeah.
I won't catch it on the camera. It's great. The umpire had to do a little bit of the...
We say Shakira's hips don't lie, but have a look at that umpires. He's out of there. And another little stop there.
Yeah, with the waka waka.
And Shah's off the mark there, and Iqbal on 26.
Few people get an early golden ball tingle here. 16 and over, though.
Oof. Well, he's going to get caught, or is he going to catch it? He's going to catch it. And what an over from Nazir. Have a look at this celebration. He knows the photographer's here today. That's what he's doing. So he's celebrating. And 2 for the over off of just 11 runs.
Yeah, he's got both the danger man, hasn't he, in quick succession. Again, outfield catching. Catching's a confidence game, and Royals all look pretty confident. This one's caught in the dirt. And Ikram, he's a fun player to watch. And Nazir, he's having a bit of fun as well.
Have a look at this, Ronaldo.
Yeah.
And as they say in the classics, Vinny, catches win matches.
I have heard that.
Yeah.
Very catchy.
Very catchy.
No pun intended. And yeah, I tell you a cricketer that loves that celebration, Shahid Afridi. Boom, boom. In
Boom,
Pakistan.
boom, boom. Let me hear you say way up.
When he wasn't eating cricket balls, he loved that.
Well, catches do win matches, and that goes at all levels. The fielding, as you said, it needs to be fun, but it's
Now
really
look at
important.
it. We've got 2 new batters there.
That's it, and this is where it gets dangerous. And is that going to get caught? Oh, no, he wasn't confident there. Did that touch the rope, though?
I don't think so, but this is a classic case. He just didn't know what to do. He just kind of froze. His arms are down there, but he just uses his body as a second line of defence. Where's the ball? Just stays inside. But, yeah, if he had seen it, he probably had an opportunity to intercept it on the full.
You know what?
That'll
He was,
be the end of the over.
facing the sun, so
Yeah.
maybe got a little bit glare in there.
Number 1 rule in fielding, blame the sun, even on a cloudy day. I've even done it in night games. Anyway, Royals taking on Sohail Hospitalet in the first 2 games tomorrow. So Royals, essentially, they play 4 games on the spin here.
Good on them, though, but
Yeah.
they're in form.
Yeah, looking pretty good. And Sohail will be their first time in this series, though we did see them in the last series. They just did struggle to get too much happening. Barcelona International in the afternoon. I wonder if James Bentley's gotten over his one-handed catch yet. We'll find out tomorrow when they meet Magic Badalona.
Go and have a look at some of the highlights for that one, because that was an outstanding catch. And well, we saw that earlier in that match.
I know what you're thinking. It seems like so long ago, doesn't it? That was yesterday.
It was yesterday.
Yeah.
But it was Bentley. I think that he even was surprised that he caught that.
there's
It
no
was
doubt.
full strength, full stretch, as far as he could go, and caught it perfectly with one hand. So looking forward to tomorrow. But Royal Barcelona's got to get through today first. At 92, you're thinking looks the goods. 131 though, that's going to be a little bit tricky.
This is my last. I said I'm just going to wrap up the Australian football thread, because I know for the non-Australians, they're probably going,
Yes,
that's enough.
we
Having said
are-
that, there's a lot of non-Australians that are stoking the fire. But the origins of Australian football are pretty interesting. The first games ever were played with the posts about 400 metres
That's
apart.
it. And
so if we think the field's big now, which it is.
Lacrosse in America is similar with that. They were played all the way around. They used trees as their goals, and that's how it wasn't really a length of play. And a bit like cricket, how every oval is different. It's the same in Aussie rules football.
Yeah, it's true. Because they share grounds a lot, don't they? That's a bit of a fortunate one off the outside. Jed runs away for 4. And I think they played, I don't know, all afternoon, but it was 1 goal apiece, and they'd come back and do it again. Eventually they said, look, we're going to have to make this field a bit smaller. This is a bit ridiculous. We're running around all day and no one's scoring.
It's stupid. And what it was...
Like modern football.
What it was actually as well, cricket has to play with Aussie rules football. It was for them to play in winter when it was too wet to play cricket, obviously. So what are we going to do?
And this is one thing that I think Europe's a bit different this way, because in Australia we really have summer sports and winter sports. There's a clear delineation about when it's summer sport time and winter sport time. I remember at school they'd be, okay, that's it. We're kicking the football from tomorrow.
And
you know?
yeah, totally. And different smells remind you of different sports as well. And that's a...
I've been in too many locker rooms, so I know exactly what you mean. It's been no balls, free hit coming up.
That's it. Have a look at how high this one. So easily over waist height there. So we're going to have a free hit, which, you know what? This one needs to be punished if we're going to be challenging for things here. So Shah, he's going to have this free hit at him, bowled by Taki. He's had a great game so far. And it's a wide.
Still a free hit, though.
So another free hit here,
Wide
plus
doesn't-
another one to their tally. So Shah gets another go at it, and Taki, he's been expensive so far, but let's see what he can do here.
Other round of questions come in. I'm liking it. Come back to that in a second. Still a free hit. Down the horn. Gets a piece.
That's
How much? It's gone all the way. Maximo. With that, they've at least got a point. Now they've got to crack at the whole thing.
That's it, exactly. So we've still got a couple of overs to go, and anything can happen, really. Well, considering their last over at the last match, over 20. So He needs one or two. It needs two of those, and you're there.
Okay,
It all happens in the ninth, doesn't
it
it?
all happens in the ninth.
So
Well, not
let's
there-
see. It
not
could
there
be
yet.
one or the other.
Random question from Stuart was, what is the first single you bought?
First single. I actually, well, the man's, I'm pretty sure has been. Oh, this one.
Runs.
That's it. Vortex.
Oh, that's
And
proper vortex.
Maximal as well. That's what we call a Baximal.
Yeah.
And an
yeah.
Aximal.
That's an Aximo. It's probably not straight back enough to be a Baximo for me, but I mean, the jury's out. Maybe we'll have to ask Judge Georgie.
That's
But
it.
anyway, 6 runs to finish the over.
And, well, there you go. That's that was a changing over, wasn't it?
Yeah.
A bit of a shift there as we have a look at this worm, and this is where it's getting interesting.
So hello, we got 32 to win off the last 2 overs.
That's doable.
It certainly is.
That is doable.
So yeah, what is your first single you bought?
Well, it's actually been cancelled. I bought the Michael Jackson album, the double
Is he
disco.
fully cancelled?
I think he is. I'm not actually sure. I think he's not being played on many radio
can
stations anymore.
I can separate
But
the man
he,
from his music a bit.
yeah. So how's
Oh,
this going?
Needs to stop
And
it.
it's saved. Well done. So just the one off of that one, because this is an important over here.
Do you know what mine was?
Tell me.
I think it's John Farnham, You're the Voice.
You're the voice chart. I've got to stop singing on here. I reckon that's
Listen,
the fourth song
we
that I've
know
started
if
singing.
you're the ECN crew, they love karaoke. It sounds like you'd fit right in. Ninth
What would
over
be your
coming up.
That's a good random question. What's your karaoke song?
We were there last week, actually.
There we go. And Ali Sayed, well, he's covering a little
Oh,
bit of
look at this.
ground
Edge
here.
of the pitch job. Now they've got to
no,
chase
is
it.
this going to get there? And that's another
This
run
is something
there.
that you've probably only seen European cricket, as the throw comes in, hits the edge of the pitch, and there's nobody
Oh, no.
anticipating this angle, so it leaks another run. It's only ever a single, but have a look at the ball come in here. Keeper's got it covered, and what?
Oh, well,
Lucky that didn't go for 4. That would have
that's
been
a
5.
Tortuga or
That is the Tortuga, in a way. It's the best we can get for a
And let's
Tortuga
go.
here. 10
Ali.
balls to go. I need 29.
well, didn't hit that one too well, and you can see that all these boundaries are completely protected. So
Just
You're gonna
quick, just quickly, we're coming to the end of the game, but what I was going to say is in Europe, because the football season's become so enveloped around the whole calendar, they don't really have that same thing. It's just
Yeah.
like this football season, then we'll have like a quick break now, so I think 2 months, not even, between the Premier League
Yep.
seasons or the Football League seasons, and then they're like, okay, let's start again. So
Yep.
that's why we're trying to carve out a niche with cricket.
well, there's also because there's a lot of different leagues, league and league and league, and look, whether or not he meant that, that's gone off for 4.
I'll give him credit for this. I think it's genuine leg glance. You see, look how he just turns it around the corner, gets some bat on it, and it flies away. No one back there. This is now getting pretty interesting. Maybe some of those
Absolutely.
early tingles were closer to the mark than we
They're
thought.
coming. So 24 off 8 required. 8 balls to go. So Ali, well, these next 2 balls are going to be very, very important. A dot ball would be absolutely huge here. We don't want anything like that. Is that going to go through? Is it going to be stopped? And just the one.
Bit lucky that he went a bit inside out there and ended up falling safely. Didn't go through with the shot. And I still think they're probably going to need a magical finish, but with 2 players there that we know can hit sixes.
Well, who do we want at the crease in the last over,
I think
Vin?
either one of them are capable. Don't think it matters too much.
Oh, but we don't want wides.
Oh, no.
And we don't want wides with an extra run on attached to it as well. So they're going to get another one here. So Ali is his last delivery here, and this one is going to be very important. 21 off 7 required. So a boundary here or a 6 would be absolutely huge. Take the pressure off the last one, and
Oh, well, I know. Oh.
there we go.
Well, here's the thing. Sharp, he cares
wants-
who's on strike.
That's it.
He said, it's me. Right, we've seen that backfire before. We've seen it work before. But it will be the end of the over as the
That's
sun
it.
gets close to going down here in Barcelona. Isn't it great when you play, it's actually 8 hours of cricket. We go right down to the last over. It will have to be pretty much a magical finish. Yes, we've had 1 golden ball this year. It's amazing, actually, the first 5 went to batters back in 2020. But since then, yeah, the bowlers seem to have had a bit of a better time. They're leading.
Figure out
After-
where to bowl it.
Yeah, but also the fielders have had to execute a lot of run-outs in there, of course, and hit the ball to the outfield. You got to go for 2. We just had that one goal to More Gibraltar last week, and that opened our 2024 account.
Well, let's see how this goes. So, last over of the day,
All right.
and it's been a day, and Pac Barcelona, well, they've really come out in this second match. They need 21 for a
21.
golden ball, 22,
Yeah, 20 for a goal, more 21.
21 to win.
All right, called in. Let's go. Last over of day 2. Hamza Hashim, the captain, to bowl to Naeem Shah. Pretty clever bowling there. He bowls a slow ball. Shah wants to strike. That's the
it.
thing. He's kind of turned down a run last ball last
Yep.
over. Now he only gets 1. So whether it matters or not, I'm not sure. Adil Aretha, I've seen this guy hit some really big 6s. So let's see what he can do.
Well,
He's hit 2 4s, no 6s yet in this innings.
A 6 here would be enormous. Oh, it's been covered well. Just the 1. And now this is when it gets hard, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, it's kind of getting to boundary or bust kind of time,
Yeah.
isn't it? And look, I've got to once again say the Royals, I think they've been outstanding in the field. I know not everything has been perfect, but I think in the key moments, they've held their catches. They've made some of those key boundary stops, just like that one. All right, Shah, mind the windows.
Oh, and it's going to get caught. It should get caught. Oh, and that's when it's going to be a tricky one. That one could be the game for Royal Barcelona. Well, for Pac Barcelona, I don't think that they're going to be able to do it from here, but never say never.
Well caught by Kaiser as well, I thought. And also well done
Yeah,
to everyone around him to say, look, okay, he said he's going to get it. I'll trust you to do that.
it's like they were sharing it, like the
Yeah.
little kids carrying the
Zishan
box
Asha.
of lunch.
Yeah, it's like, you catch the ball and I'll catch your hands.
That's it, just to make sure. I'll go underneath you.
Zishan Asha.
And here we go. Do you know what? It's his opportunity to be the hero here.
Here's the thing, though, now you don't cross on a cat, so new batter has to come out to face. In the old days,
That's it.
Arif would have been back on strike.
That's all right.
Need 3 6s to tie.
Bang, and here we go. So the only way that they can get the win now is if we have a no ball.
Yeah, and so they shouldn't botch it from here. So Pac Barcelona get close-ish in both games. Again, they'll take a couple of points out of the day. Their wins or their losses weren't significant enough to cost them their point. But still, we'll feel it might be a day of missed opportunity, especially if they could have filled the team. It's kind of a slower ball from Hashim. So just 1 ball to go now in the day's play. Hey, before we go, I want to say a big thanks to everyone. I know some people shoot off straight after the last ball, but thanks so much for joining us today. And we'll be sticking around for a bit of a chat and then some of the highlights of the day as well. But it's been a fun day.
Been a fun day, absolutely.
You're twice as experienced now as you were this time yesterday.
Well,
Okay.
every day. This is literally exponential, isn't it? Right. And you know what? We could have used that 2 balls ago
You're right.
and would have maybe changed the outcome a little bit. But instead, it's Pac Barcelona. They have their loss, but 1 point. And Royal Barcelona head off today with 6 points to their name. And it was well played by them.
Yeah, it was
All
well
for
played.
Royal Barcelona.
Yeah, look, I will say that it was a very exciting afternoon of cricket to watch. We saw plenty of big hits. We saw some outstanding catches as well. And if you enjoyed Royal Barcelona, maybe make them your team. You can see them coming up tomorrow as well, because they better get home, get a good night's sleep, because they're up early in the morning and they're taking on Sohal Hospitalet, Barcelona International in the afternoon versus the Magic. And that's the same time. We're starting the same time every day here in Barcelona, 9 a.m. GMT, 10 o'clock in Central Europe, and 2:30 p.m. in India, as the players congratulate themselves. And we'll see Royals walking away with the 2 wins out of 2 this afternoon, 6 points out of a possible 8. Let's go back and have a look at this. And Royals, like I said, they didn't catch everything, but even when they didn't catch it, they seem to have a way of keeping the ball in the ballpark. But nevertheless, Pac Barcelona, they gave it both barrels, didn't they? This is a good example as well. Shaheen Nazir with a nice catch, just moonwalking out of the circle. But yeah, I just think Royals just a little bit too strong for Pac Barcelona, despite Pac Barcelona having some pretty good individual performances in there. They couldn't quite string it together. And for me, it seems like a result that really reflected how well the 2 teams played.
I'll tell you what the difference was. Nazir not being caught in their first attempt of him. If he was caught, 30 less runs, and instead he hits a half ton, and then he comes out and gets a couple of wickets as well, and he celebrates in good form as well. Here's his second wicket in his over, and he is happy with it. His celebration, Ronaldo-esque. Have a look at this. He knows the camera's out. He knows the camera's on him, and he had a...
Sixers kept coming though. You know,
Yeah.
they looked like they were drifting out of the game, and then we saw that good partnership, didn't we, between
And it came-
Naeem Shah and Adil Arif.
It came down to the last over.
Yeah.
And there was a genuine chance where they could, Barcelona could have won that. Instead, just a couple of balls short. But that's what's so great about this short form of cricket, that all it is one or two balls and it's a completely different game.
Yeah, it was. And look, in the end, it's going to be just a similar kind of margin, maybe not quite as much of a margin last time. 12 runs they go down by. It was 20 runs in the game before. So, yeah, I mean, we're talking, 2, 3, 4 hits is the difference between these two teams. Just going to the scorecard, and a bit of a team effort in the end. Mustad Sukpal top scores with 26. Pair of 18s there for Amir Hamza, Naeem Shah, 16 for Cameron Raj, the captain, and Adil Arif with 13 not out towards the end. And if I was going to go to the bowling, I would tell you that the wickets were shared around 2 for Nazir, then singles for Shafat Ali Saeed, as well as Murad Ali, Abid Ali, and Hamza Hashim. Well, once again, I want to thank everyone for your company today. It's been great to be back in Barcelona. It's been great to have you with me again, and I think you're enjoying yourself here.
Oh, it's good. It's beautiful. The sunset is absolutely gorgeous,
nice.
what I've been expecting. So, good standard of cricket today, and looking forward to seeing them come out tomorrow, Royal Barcelona, first thing in the morning. So, we better get our rest so we can get ready for that.
Yeah, I'm having a good rest tonight. Don't you worry about that. What I will say is, for all the nicknames that we threw about today, there does seem to be one that just seems to be sticking. So I've got some breaking news.
What is it?
Your Judge Georgie.
Judge Georgie.
Also known as the Judge. So
Do you know what?
that just sticks.
I will cop the judge. The judge.
You're the Judge?
Oh, the judge. Mr. Maximo and the judge. Well,
Yeah.
Mr. Maximo and the judge signing off. Sounds strong, doesn't it?
I like that. It's strong, it's powerful, and also you got a good little bit of the grey matter between your skull bones. So I think it suits you.
Don't believe what they
Even
say
if we
online.
have kind of stolen it off your other show. But hey, you know what? If it's good enough for Christopher Skase to escape to Mallorca,
It was
we
my,
can do it here as well.
my idea, Judge Georgie, is a segment.
right.
So let's go with it.
Are you
the
happy
judge.
with that?
I love it. I'll bring
The
my
judge.
gavel and we can get
Yeah,
judging.
well, we'll get the cameras ready. Maybe we
Don't
need to-
worry about the third umpire. Just come and ask me.
the judge. Yeah, if the third umpire can't decide, it'll get referred to the judge. Anyway, I want to once again say thanks so much to everyone for supporting us. And if you haven't already, please like the video if you're watching on YouTube, subscribe to the channel, and every day we get closer and closer. We're hoping at some point to reach 400,000 subscribers. I remember when I first joined at the start of 2021 on the tour full-time, it was around about 90. So it's really cool.
90,000.
90,000. So, we have been kind of putting up extra 100,000. That's only on YouTube, of course. We have millions of people every day watching on Fan Code as well. So we do appreciate you guys as well. Just quickly before we go, social media at European Cricket, you'll see some of the best bits of the day. I wonder what the HCL software play of the day will be, or maybe the Paramatch action of the day. There's plenty to choose from out there. And finally, our website, europeancricket.com. It's the home of European cricket. Okay, Judge.
The judge,
Final
Mr.
words.
Maximo.
The judge always gets the final word.
Oh, do I? Well,
What do you want to say?
thanks for watching. Looking forward to seeing you all tomorrow.
That's it. Cue the music. Here's the best bits of day 2. Stay happy, stay safe. We'll see you here, right here in Barcelona at the beautiful Montjuic ground for more action tomorrow. Well, the Right Royals got off to a flyer, but they've got a tough couple of matches tomorrow. Can they make it 4 in a row? Find out. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and Georgie Parker.
The judge.
The judge. I was going to say in Spanish, but I don't know that. I'll have to look it
We're
up. I
gonna learn
promise
it.
it will before tomorrow. We'll see you then for more ECN cricket. Hasta mañana.